to share with you. That's what we do. We're going to start with this. Charlie Sheen has, during an interview, said that he recognized Matthew Perry's relapse a year before the actor's fatal overdose. Saying that he could tell that he wasn't sober, talking about a book that is all about sobriety and recovery. He recalled Perry's audiobook, and he said it lacked the sharp speech that he once had, so Sheen felt really bad for him. He said, I heard a little snippet. He didn't have that perfect, specific, laser-focused diction that he always had delivering comedy or doing anything at that level that he did. And he said he apparently read Perry's memoir 3 weeks before he died.
If you get a chance, the Netflix documentary, it's 2 parts about Charlie Sheen, and I'm now currently listening to his biography, which is good, and a number of long-form interviews with him. Unless I'm being dramatically duped, he's turned it around in a major way.
Yeah.
It's engaging. It's a guy who's very correctly self-reflective and is making amends and takes ownership of some pretty substantial mistakes he made in his life.
So besides making amends, how has he changed how he lives his life? Has he talked about that yet?
Yes,
okay.
yeah. And he's so with his daughter, who's had Sammy, who's had a strange relationship with. He says the reason for his sustained sobriety, going on 8 years, plus now, was because of that.
Okay.
And he also makes he like, for example, he was poised to get the role of the Ralph Macchio role in Karate Kid, which would have been a career changer for him.
Right.
But his father said, no, you've already made an obligation to appear in another movie. It's a smaller part, but your word in Hollywood, this will mean more than that. And for years, he held a grudge against his dad, and then eventually realized my dad was right. My dad's been right all along.
Yeah.
And he appreciates the advice and clearly loves his father, loves Emilio.
Yep. And there's no guarantee that role would have gotten him the same type of success that it did for Ralph Macchio. So,
and in a way, Ralph Macchio was typecast as the Karate Kid, where, Charlie Sheen had other roles.
Yeah.
But it's wild to see it.
Although Perry's memoir included a jab at Charlie, the actor said that he loved it and was so proud of him and inspired by it. Sheen admitted that he planned to reach out, but regrettably never did before Perry passed away. Bella Hadid gave fans a raw look at her ongoing fight with Lyme disease by sharing a series of striking photos on Instagram. The images show her seemingly in hospital overseas, hooked up to IVs in her arms and neck, breathing through an oxygen tube, and at one point appearing to receive a blood transfusion.
So I know a couple, we know a good friend of ours, Steve McLean, has Lyme disease.
I have it.
And so do you get flare-ups occasionally?
Yeah. And when you get the flare-up, it really whomps you on your ass. And I had the telltale bullseye mark on my.
Wow.
I went camping up in what's called the Gunks, the Shaw Gunks in New York 4 summers ago, and we were just hiking, and I went to the bathroom, Steve, and I went to go pee in the bathroom, pulled my pants down, and I was like, what the hell is this? Showed it to my now wife, and she's like, yeah, you got bit by a deer tick.
And I guess, Nick, I've forgotten that you got that because it's become, from what I understand, so manageable these days.
That's right, yeah. But I talked to Dr. Mike about it like once a year, and it is manageable, and once you know that you have it, and it affects different people differently. But every now and then, sometimes I'll feel completely zonked for no reason, and I asked him about it. I asked Dr. Mike about it, and it can be like a flare-up of Lyme disease.
Okay. In another photo, she flashed a peace sign while lying in bed with a stuffed animal, while one emotional shot captured her crying with a cloth on her head. Other pictures revealed flowers, cards, and games she used to pass the time during treatment.
That's something I don't do enough on social media. I need more pictures of myself crying.
Yeah. Though many of the photos were painful to see for her fans, she said she tried to choose positive ones to show how the ordeal led to growth, gratitude, and strength. With her crying.
It's been really great.
Fans celebrate, and her sister Gigi
having a great time.
Filled the comments with love and encouragement.
It's wonderful.
So we told you yesterday that ex-Try guy, Ned Fulmer, had finally addressed where he and his estranged wife, Ariel, stand following the scandal that blew up in their lives, and that was launching a new podcast called Rock Bottom. Well, in their first episode, the former Webstar and Ariel confirmed they've actually been separated for 3 years, even though they briefly tried couples therapy after his affair went public. When asked if she has forgiven her ex-husband, Ariel made it crystal clear by dropping a blunt no. She added how she learned Ned was cheating on her when fans sent her photos. Even then, Ariel says forgiveness hasn't been the goal, stressing that she just wants to move forward and co-parent their 2 sons, Wesley and Finn, as a family. Fans may remember the pair went viral for attending Taylor Swift's Eras tour together in 2023, but they confirmed that they weren't romantically back together.
When you brought
that
the story
time.
up and you brought these guys up, it occurs to me that there are people who got in the earliest parts of the YouTube rush. I think I would put them in that category.
Probably,
And
yeah.
they've sort of like cycled out and they're no longer like Mr. Beast has legs, but even still, some of them start to just by the way the cycle goes, you just don't hear about them a lot.
I mean, you don't hear about them, but they still have,
Yeah.
record big numbers as far as their followers go.
So
For me, it's-
followers as opposed to consistent views.
Right,
That's
right. For me, it's about repetition, right? And it even happens with musicians and artists and stuff like
Right,
that. Like,
right.
there's only a certain cycle that, like, I love Mariah Carey, right? But like by the 3rd album, I was like, I've already heard this before.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and it wasn't until her Christmas album I was like, okay, here's something new that's pretty great.
Right.
You know, and so these guys, they find their niche, and it's cute for a little while. And for me, I can only speak for myself. I'm like, okay, I'm done with
I'm
this
done.
story.
Yeah.
Yeah, it all depends, man. Like Nick just pulled up Dude Perfect, and video they posted 4 days ago has 3.2 million views
And
on
I'm
it.
Yeah,
over
there you
those
go.
guys.
Pull up Try Guys,
Yeah.
Nick, and see what kind of numbers they're. I don't know what their bigger.
Like it's been a while since I've heard of. This is the first time I've heard about them in years.
Let's see, that's 8. 4 days ago, they posted a video, 205,000 views, so not the
Losers.
millions. What's that?
Losers.
Yeah, you loser.
But they can also build points just on consistency. Like
Yeah.
even if you're over them, Casey, like they might be finding a new audience next week or tomorrow. So some kid's going to discover Dude Perfect today and watch that. And so like they generate content consistently year after year. And like, look, all artists, if you want to call them artists, go in and out of favor.
Right.
But if you're able to do it for a long period of time and build, people can go back and watch old Dude Perfect videos, and those guys are still going to get credit for it.
For every person that drops off, maybe 1 or 2, add on. It's it's like trying to get rid of like a
Lyme disease.
No, I was going to say like bugs in your house, right?
Yeah,
You can
yeah.
get rid,
Yeah.
for every ant you get out,
here he comes in.
Yeah.
So anyhow, they've made it clear that they're over with. The two of these are. All right. So Elvis Presley's granddaughter, actor Riley Keough,
That's right, man.
and her husband Ben Smith Peterson apparently slipped one by the media. They revealed yesterday that the couple welcomed their second child earlier this year.
Come on, man.
People magazine wrote in a Priscilla Presley cover story that the couple share daughter Tupelo, who is 3 years old, which I think is where Elvis was born, right?
love that
That's
name.
right, man. It's named after the Van Morrison song.
And another child born earlier this year. The second child was not publicly acknowledged until yesterday.
Tupelo is a good name, I think.
That is a good name.
Yeah.
The couple are notoriously private when it comes to their children. The existence of Tupelo wasn't public until Smith Peterson let slip about her during a eulogy for Keough's mother, Lisa Marie Presley.
Tupelo joins her sister fried nanner sandwich.
I like that. There's Nanner for short.
This is Tupelo and this is fried nanner sandwich.
If you are a celebrity and you're single, heads up, Dakota Fanning is on Raya, or Raya, I don't know how you pronounce that.
The celebrity dating site.
Yep. In a Vanity Fair cover story about the actor and her sister Elle, Dakota admitted that she was on the exclusive dating app. She said, "I did it for fun. My girlfriend made it for me." And she revealed she hasn't seen a ton of familiar faces yet and shared the song that she chose for her profile, which is Salt Shaker by the Yin Yang Twins.
Okay. All right.
It's my favorite song. So how's it been going so far? She said she seems unimpressed. She said, I'm canceling this thing.
What is with the Raya, we'll call it Raya or Raya, So it's supposed to be for celebrities. What is the vetting process?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Is there an entrance fee that makes it prohibitive?
I think you have to get invited.
Okay, you get invited.
Yeah, if Steve Morrison's a member and he wants to invite Casey, then that's how that gateway gets opened up. And then probably, Steve, you have to get vetted on some level.
Yeah, I would imagine there's people that will do research on who you are.
Yeah.
and what your status is.
And like net worth has to be part of that vetting process, right?
Maybe not.
Maybe.
I
don't know.
think it's really more your celebrity import.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's not just rich people. It's celebrities. It's
Yeah.
fame. You want fame?
You want fame costs.
Yeah,
You want
sweat.
to be on Rhea?
Yeah.
Rhea costs.
So it's almost the end of the line for pioneer woman Ree Drummond's series of cookbooks. Initially, her upcoming 9th book, The Pioneer Woman Cooks, The Essential Recipes, was supposed to be her last. However, she's had a change of heart.
That's good possum, isn't it?
Initially saying that she said that all of these, all she had to say about food, Drummond revealed yesterday that there's been a development and I will actually have a 10th cookbook. But that will definitely be my last. I think she's mentioned in Task in that first episode. The niece makes a dish, food,
right.
and nobody likes it.
Maybe that's why she's
But
in the...
but I think she said, yeah, it's a Ree Drummond recipe. I thought she said that.
of all, so there would be of the chefs, Julia Child's cookbooks. So you as a cookerist,
Yep.
what book do you? Is there a book or a chef that you go to most often?
Yeah, Ina Garten is excellent. The Barefoot Contessa. Her stuff it's easy.
Yeah.
But it's great. It's just she makes it simple and easy to make really good food.
I also listen. I don't use cookbooks, but I use everything on my phone usually. But I think I like the idea of a hard copy cookbook because when you're cooking and sometimes your hands are dirty and then your phone
Gets dirty too.
Well, yeah, but because it'll turn off. It'll like go to sleep or I'm like, man, like I got eggs all over my hands and I
know.
need this. Yeah.
You have Joy of Cooking, the book?
No.
It's a classic.
No,
That's
it's-
it's considered the staple, right?
If you like tactile sensation and like looking at books, my mom's copy of Joy of Cooking has food stains all throughout, and it's to me really charming to see some of the pages that recipes she's learned over the years. You're like, oh, there's a tomato stain on that one.
Case almost exclusively print recipes.
Yeah.
So anytime because I use the Food Network's website a lot. That's the one I go to for the most part, and Ina is on there. She's got a show, so I just print those up, and then you got it in front of you.
Growing up, my friend's mother had it was like on a stand, the cookbook she went to all the time.
Yeah.
Pages were dog-eared, and it was clearly it was almost like a religious text.
So until this final cookbook from Rhea is written, fans will have to make do with The Pioneer Woman Cooks, The Essential Recipes, which comes out on October 28th. In the wake of the passing of Robert Redford, Alec Baldwin revealed that the film icon reached out to him when he was at one of his lowest points. In a lengthy video talking about Redford and his place among the Hollywood greats, Baldwin explained that after the Rust shooting incident had been legally resolved, he said, I got a letter from Bob Redford, unsolicited. He said, I am so glad this turned out this way. I'm so sorry for what you had to go through. And he had said, I got the loveliest letter from Robert Redford. So he had reached out to him, which is nice.
Dear Alec, what cookbook do you use?
So Hallmark Channel's beloved Countdown to Christmas returns October 17th. Kicking off nearly 3 months of festive programming. 3 months that you're going to get.
By the way, there have been Christmas movies airing all year. They do
You're
all
right.
the time. I watched one of my Lacey Chabert Christmas movies about 2 months ago.
The season opens with the network debut of Mistletoe Murders.
Yes.
Nothing like a murder to spice up the
And it's brutal. There is a sex crime associated with that.
Wow.
And child smuggling.
It stars Sarah Drew and Peter Mooney, followed by its season 2 premiere on November 7th. The first of 24 new holiday movies arrives October 18th. 24 new ones, Steve, with fresh films airing every Saturday and Sunday through Christmas. Stars like Lacey Chabert, Tyler Hines, Nikki DeLoach, Christopher Polaha, and Aaron Krakow head the lineup. Beyond movies, Hallmark is also rolling out season 2 of Finding Mr. Christmas, hosted by Jonathan Bennett, plus new shows like Baked with Love Holiday with Tamara Mowry Housley and
That's fine.
12 Dates Till Christmas, led by Mae Whitman. All original movie premieres and series will be available to watch the next day on Hallmark. And also, there was a woman who died recently, Paula Shaw, fan favorite in Hallmark movies.
I knew her. I mean, I didn't know her personally, but I've seen her in a lot.
She was in loving grandmother roles. She was 84 years old. She had been around for a long time and done smaller roles throughout her career, but it really took off when she hit Hallmark at the latter part of her life. She first appeared in the 2012 TV movie Hitched for the Holidays before joining the cast of the drama series Cedar Cove the following year as the mother of
Welcome to Cedar Cove.
Annie McDowell's character.
She played Death Row Martha.
She became especially cherished by Hallmark viewers for her warm, spunky grandmother roles, appearing in films such as Coming Home for Christmas, Wedding of a Lifetime, and her final project, which is Round and Round, that came out in 2023. But one of her most memorable performances came in It Was Always You, where she played Grandma Vivian.
So I'm discerning. There is a glut of stuff that comes out every year on Hallmark, but I look for the actors and actresses that I like. Yeah. Lacey Chabert, I'm going to watch that no matter what it is. And some of the cooking things are nice. So, but I don't watch everything by default.
Okay.
This lady was also in Freddy versus Jason.
Yeah, she played Jason's mom.
Jason's mom
in that particular movie.
Talk about range.
Yeah. So let me see what else I want to get into here. Wicked for Good, the soundtrack, is going to take flight November 21st, same day that the sequel film hits theaters. Alongside classics like Thank Goodness, I Couldn't Be Happier, As Long As You're Mine, and For Good, the track list revealed the names of 2 brand new original songs added to the musical movie. Cynthia Erivo will sing her song No Place Like Home. The Oscar winner who co-wrote that song previously told Variety about the song, saying, I don't know if you're ready for it. I feel like the song is very, very special. Ariana Grande will perform the other fresh track. It's called The Girl in the Bubble.
She also wrote another song for the movie called Whoever Smelt It Dealt It.
Composer.
Come on. What is it? Computer?
Composer.
Oh, okay.
A composer who uses a computer is a composer.
It's a composer.
Especially if they're confused.
Composer Stephen Schwartz said, in addition to 2 brand new songs, there's a lot that's new in several other existing songs, with the original Wicked album debuting at number 2 on the Billboard 200 last year. As follow-up, it's got some serious magic to live up to.
Is finger banging making its way onto the soundtrack?
I think it is, yeah.
Ooh, finger banging.
Kong.
What?
Yeah.
How did Nell get in there?
Nell. Well, she's alone in the woods.
One
what
more
are you
time,
gonna do?
please.
Yeah.
Ooh, finger banging.
Kong.
She noticed a raccoon had kind of a human hand.
Yeah.
Rhythmically, that goes together.
Do it again.
Yeah, one more time.
Ooh, finger banging.
Kong.
It's the same tempo. And a new one is born.
Yeah, a Nell porno.
Oh, let's see. Jack Black and Paul Rudd star in an upcoming reboot of the 1997 film Anaconda, but it promises to be a different kind of reboot. The trailer, which was released yesterday, I haven't seen it yet.
I watched it. I was telling these guys about it this morning, and it surprised me.
So it shows Black and Rudd as the leaders of a gonzo filmmaking team looking to remake the thriller on an extreme budget when things start to get real. The comedic take on the Jennifer Lopez Ice Cube hit also stars Thandie Newton, Steve Zahn, Selton Mello, and Daniela Melchior.
What happens is this is a meta reboot. So they're going to remake the movie. I thought they were going to remake the movie. Right. But it's about them, the movie makers, these guys who decide to remake Anaconda, and everything goes wrong. So I was laughing during the trailer.
Kind of, well, not full-on Tropic Thunder, but aware of itself. Yeah. Okay.
Cool to see Jack Black and Steve Zahn working together again, too, because they were so funny in Saving Silverman.
Coming out, yeah!
That's right.
Is that at the bottom of the steps?
Yes.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
I wonder if we have that.
Wait, so Paul Rudd was in Saving Silverman?
No, I said Jack Black and Steve Zahn.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. So the second big screen adaptation of 80s hit series Miami Vice now has a premiere date. The film, to be directed by F1 and Top Gun Maverick director Joseph Kosinski, is set to hit theaters on August 6th of 2027. The film will reportedly get much of its inspiration from the first season of the series, with casting already underway and production expected to begin next year.
Was the first one good? I can't remember.
The movie with Jamie Foxx, was it? Who was it?
Jamie Foxx and Colin Farrell. I never saw it.
It was not good.
Okay.
I was a huge fan of Miami Vice, and I having caught it from the first episode, and it might be kind of hard to replicate that.
All right, one last story, then we'll play the clips. Apple TV has renewed the morning show for a 5th season. The announcement came Tuesday just hours before the season 4 premiere. Of course, the hit series, Jennifer Aniston, Reese Witherspoon. Executive producer Michael Ellenberg said of the renewal, "We are so grateful to Apple TV Plus and the fans around the world to tune in every week. And we're excited to see excited for viewers to see this upcoming season and beyond."
So who's actively watching? Is it you, Nick?
I just watched it last night.
I watched it too,
So we had a discussion, I think yesterday, the other day, about 5 years being about right for a show to run its course. Is it heading into wrapping up territory?
Yeah, I think so. Like if one more season out of this, and that will be enough. And it does start to get confusing because there's a lot of plot lines. There's a lot of cool broadcast stuff that I think everybody in this room would like and appreciate, behind the scenes stuff and studio executives and whatever else. But there's also like soap opera stuff. And you're like, wait, who is dating who? And why is Jennifer Aniston with John Hamm? And that type of stuff gets a little wonky over several years.
Yeah, they did a series recap before, season 4, episode 1. Okay. So I watched the series recap. I'm like, oh, yeah, I forgot about that. What is this all about? Okay, that guy. But I will say, Steve, I mean, this could have a little bit more legs because the world's changing around us as well.
Yeah.
And so, whatever they made, for this season is based on stuff from last year or whatever. And so there's other stuff going on now.
We have all that Hallmark news.
All that Hallmark news, yeah.
All right, we have clips to play. Project Runway continues to be a great stepping off point for young designers, providing for some a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And here, mentor James Gunn talks about overspending on fashion.
Oh, crud. Come on! Hang on there, Steve. Go ahead.
Overspending on fashion.
I find spending a lot of money on an item of apparel or an accessory to be really nauseating. There's that $2,500 handbag that you want. How about spending $1,000 and giving the balance to a charity? $1,000 is still a really great bag.
That's what he sounds like?
$1,000. Okay.
That's their world.
I know.
That seems like a steal.
I know. All right, here's the next. By the way, new episodes Project Runway airs tonight on Freeform. All right, Marlon Wayans classifies him as a psychological horror thriller in the world of sports. And here he talks about finally working with Monkey Paw Productions.
I was instantly interested because I'm a fan of A, of horror, B, of sports. Before A and B, I'm a big fan of Jordan Peele and the Monkey Paw brand. I only did horror parodies because I was such a fan of horror movies. For this one to be like my first intro into real horror, I don't think I'm in great hands.
Him opens this weekend. You know anything about it? I don't.
Yeah, it involves it's about something football related and a career. It almost seems like a deal you make to have a successful career.
Oh, okay.
And so that seems to be the conceit. Jordan Peele, tremendous to watch. Not always loving everything, but I admire the risk taking.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah.
So I'm on board with almost anything he does. What's this case?
Yeah, just hit it.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah! Coming on, yeah!
So the first is Steve Zahn, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's them together?
Yeah.
Yeah! Coming on, yeah!
That's Jack on the back end.
So they've been tossed out of the house. They're at the bottom of the steps, and that's what they yell back up at the steps.
Yeah, they've had it.
Yeah.
This is their protest.
Yeah! Coming on, yeah!
All right. And we'll end on that note. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. Later this morning, actor Kyle Machlachlan joining us. Alexis Texas, the adult film star, will be in our studio. She's going to be performing at Club Risque tonight through the weekend. And we'll get some stuff away, too. We got a lot. We'll be back in a moment. Stay put. Brown, like they had a limp.
Oh, my gosh.
So this was of the more elite were doing this.
Yes, the stylish were doing this.
And they were doing it based on another elite individual.
You kind of see similar stuff going on now. Like it's more like dance move-ish, but like my son and his friends, they do the gritty all the time, and they're not dancing. They're not on a dance floor. They'll just for no reason.
Yeah.
It's essentially a touchdown.
When I come in and out of the building, I'm doing the worm.
What's the gritty? I don't know.
It's a touchdown celebration. You just kind of. I'm not going to do it well, Press, but you kind of like lean. You lean forward, and then you like.
Casey's doing it.
I can't do it. But if you look up Justin Jefferson touchdown celebration, he does a gritty after. Yep.
Is it just mainly? Is it from him alone?
Well, I remember him doing it sort of. I don't know if he did it first, but
it's like a stutter skip, and you're kind of waving your arms down low and then going up high, like you have, like you're pretending like you have glasses or something like that.
Yeah.
Didn't Soupy Sales used to do that with the moose or whatever? Remember that dance from years ago? Fine. Soupy Sales doing. I think it's the moose.
All right, Soupy Sales dance, Soupy Sales moose. I need
Soupy
to see
Sales
that.
it was a kid's television host years ago.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Wow.
For a moment.
All right. So anyhow, the limp, the Alexandria limp, it says here, like most fashion trends, went from nothing to ubiquity and then back to nothing pretty quickly. It was over after a few years, but people were actually doing it.
We'll see if he does the moose.
Is it the moose or the mouse?
Oh, maybe the mouse.
I don't know.
The video says the mouse.
Okay, wait. He does where he puts his hands up on the side of his head. I thought it was the moose.
I don't know. Yeah, because you would think it would be the moose because...
More than a mouse.
Yeah, I don't know.
But, there we go. Maybe it's the mouse.
Okay. Well, anyway.
I missed the icky shuffle. That was a good one.
yeah, dude. You know what? Okay,
I enjoyed that a lot.
never mind.
Well, I know the icky shuffle as an exercise move.
It came back in commercials not that long ago.
And you know what
made
made me mad?
Commercial maybe or something like that. And so they, he got number 41 in the deli aisle, and his number came up at the deli counter, and so he did the icky shuffle again.
Do you know where you saw a lot of that? Was at the Princess Diana funeral.
Can I see the icky shuffle? Can you do it,
Yeah.
Nick? Do you know it?
No.
It's like that.
He's going to break a leg. Stop
That's
it.
true. I don't ask him.
That's the icky shuffle.
Boom.
Yeah, and I think he was at the Super Bowl this year too, doing it again because the Bengals were back in for the first
Okay.
time since he played.
But like-
there was do you know what there's a ladder you lay on the ground, you do these foot exercises
Yeah.
through those, and we used to do, my instructor used to tell me to do the icky shuffle, and I didn't know what that, I just thought it was the name of the movement. So
Okay.
How about that?
and it was a really good workout. So all right,
See,
anyway.
This is where they missed on this commercial, though, Nick, and it bothered me the last time
It's
I
a
saw it.
Geico commercial.
I saw it earlier this week. The number at the deli should have been the number that he was actually wearing as well.
We should
and it
make some
wasn't.
calls.
Yeah, we should. I'm going to make a phone call.
Do we need to go back to what you were waving off a moment ago, or you want to stay good on that?
I think I was waving that off.
Okay,
The
all
fact that he wasn't wearing the number that they called, because they were like, all right, next up, number 44. And he goes, oh, 44, that's me. All right. And then he does the icky shuffle.
Casey
He's really
had an
been
issue with
wearing
the
number 30.
I got you.
All right, so limping was apparently a trend at one point.
Well, listen, so that's just as stupid as the Tide Pod Challenge.
Okay, so this one is macaroni, but it's not about the food. You know the line in Yankee Doodle Dandy
Yes.
about sticking a feather in your hat and calling it macaroni. It's not about a noodle. It's a reference to a dumb but awesome trend popular among proto-metrosexuals in the 18th century England.
Did we ever establish what that exact lyric means? Stick a feather in your cap and call it macaroni?
This will explain.
All
it.
right.
Okay, so at the time, macaroni was an exotic dish in England, and eating it was seen as the mark of a well-traveled person. London hipsters started describing everything cool and exotic as very macaroni.
Very macaroni. Extraordinarily macaroni.
So before long, macaroni became a slur hurled back at these
We're macaroni.
at these bourgeois fops who took personal affectation
You didn't call him a fop, did
You
you?
bourgeois fop, you're so macaroni.
to heretofore unknown levels.
I'll go one level further, you're rigatoni. Your bow tie pasta.
No.
Yes!
Get out.
Oh, okay, this is coming from Angel Hair Pasta?
Shut up, Scapolini. Macaronis might
You
have
bow tie pasta fop?
so.
Dare you?
So that is absolutely beyond the pale.
The whole thing is actually effete bourgeois fop.
And effete?
Effete. So here's what they would say. Macaronis were known as basically people who were wearing, they were kind of like glams, okay? So a macaroni might have a gigantic wig featuring ringlets tied in ribbons flowing out from a tiny hat adorned with roses.
Somebody you see on RuPaul's Drag Race now.
They had diamond buckles on their shoes and wore rings over their expensive gloves. And they carried around opera glasses, wore perfume, and spent their lives gambling and hanging out looking weird. So, but it was a trend for a while.
So this almost seems like the counterculture of the time. Like, in other words, it's almost a mockery of the upper class.
Kind of like that.
Right?
Well, they just took their. They were, I think, the upper class.
Oh, they were. Okay, so was it them
that's a good
mocking
question.
them own?
Maybe
their own?
Maybe they were trying to be. No, wait, hang on a second.
Do you think they were like hipsters?
I think that's what it is. So anyhow, the pick, stuck a feather in his hat and called it macaroni is someone pretending to be.
I gotcha.
A
baked ziti face
over the top. So it says here, macaronis were baller, and all 1700s macaroni haters should step off.
Oh, wow. Step off.
That's what it says.
Don't you dare come up in my grill.
All right, here's another trend or fad or challenge from back in the day. This is the historian section, and we're pointing out trends, things that you might see on TikTok and social media that these have kind of always existed. Dance marathons.
Dance marathons. Now, brutal quite often.
Yes.
There is a great movie called They Shoot Horses, Don't They, with Jane Fonda, and it examines this fad of the 20s primarily, was it not?
It was, yeah.
All right,
it was in the dance trend.
During the Depression.
Yep.
So they would provide all these prizes and things, and literally it was dance till you drop.
Mm-hmm. So it started in the 1920s as light entertainment, part of the same breezy, let's see how long we can do a thing vibe that gave us like pole sitting, but by the 1930s, dance marathons had metastasized into public spectacles of cruelty. Curious people would pay $0.25 to watch bleary-eyed dancers drag each other around a ballroom, sometimes for weeks at a time.
Have you ever seen the movie They Shoot Horses, Don't They?
No.
So, Preston, now that I'm thinking about it, it's very similar to American Idol, or so people would come and sit in the stands and they would pick their favorite couples, or they'd pick the people they were supporting, and they would bring prizes or donate food or money and stuff like that. There's one scene where in fact it's running on the screen here in the studio, where Red Buttons, who's an old guy, has a heart attack, and his dance partner is picking him up and trying to move him across.
Oh my God.
And they would so it wasn't just dancing, they would do these little races, and a siren would go off. They'd get about 10 minutes to go back, go to the bathroom, whatever, quickly. And they were all taking speed and everything to stay awake. It was horrible.
So the dancers themselves were a mix of Depression-era poor folks for whom a couple of $100 in prize money was life-changing. And also ringers, secretly hired by shady promoters, often so that they wouldn't have to pay out on the prize.
So the guy who's running the thing is a great actor, Gig Young, and he's like, hey, he's selling the sizzle, how he fought in WW2, or not at that time, WW2 or World War I or whatever, but he's talking about, the sailor, and come on, show your support. And it's a big thing, but the thing the movie that captures so well is, as you said, how cruel it was. It was unrelentingly cruel.
At least one person died during these displays, and sleep deprivation psychosis was seen as well. Eventually, city government started banning the contest because the whole thing was so distasteful. The trend has a real legacy, though. Every charity walkathon owes a spiritual debt to this fad as well, because they started these thons, these long things.
It's true. Yeah, I didn't even think about where it all came from, but it is those dance marathons.
And Nick pulled up some of the stats from the most famous thon we know, which is the Penn State thon.
Yeah, which does incredible work.
And celebrating its 50th anniversary.
And this year.
In fact, Thon 2022 shattered the 2014 record by raising, listen to this, $13,756,374 to combat childhood cancer. That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
And that one is not cruel.
Yeah, didn't Fonzie and Joni do a dance-a-thon?
I think they did. Yeah.
Fonzie and Joni?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That sounds familiar. Interesting. All right. And then I think I only have one other thing here, one other trend, one other
these are interesting.
fad. Yeah, I thought they were kind of cool.
Fonzie looked really tired at the end of it.
Oh, you watching a video clip of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
He really worked hard.
Poor Fonzie.
I know.
Where's the one? That wasn't the one where he's, unbeknownst to him, dancing with Richie in drag and blows in his ear?
Oh, my God. No, I don't think so. That's pretty great, though. You remember that blowing in the ear?
Oh, yeah.
That was a thing.
That was a thing, too, blowing in the ear.
Blow in their ear. Would you stop blowing in my ear, please? It's very loud.
Well, they're hugging and he goes, Fonzie, it's me. And then you see the look on his face.
All right. The last trend that I will mention from the past is what's called nightshade eye drops.
Never. Oh, wait.
Kathy, you'll find this interesting.
Maybe I have heard of this.
No beauty trend on TikTok is as disturbing as the Victorian practice of using deadly nightshade eye drops. Belladonna, which is the
Poison.
plant, causes the pupils to dilate and the eyes to water, which can give you a smoldering, dark-eyed, dough-like look. And if you're going for pale wan, tuberculosis hip, it will give you watery eyes, too.
Wow.
Prolonged usage can lead to blindness. Nightshade is extremely poisonous, like Steve said. And if you're wondering what it would feel like to put belladonna into your eyes, you probably already know. Your optometrist has probably used drops that contain the synthetic version of atropine, the eye-opening ingredient in belladonna, so you can picture walking around all day, every day, with that I just left the eye doctor feeling.
That's effed up.
I
Yeah.
hate that. I hate that feeling.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
It ruins my whole day.
So when you get your eyes dilated?
Oh, it gives me a headache. I can't see. I don't know how it's legal that they let me leave and drive home. I just don't get it.
Will they now give you the option to use the other thing?
I have to ask because my eye doctor still dilates my eyes. So I need to ask. But I remember you mentioning
What
it.
is the other thing?
It's a device that they have you look into, and it takes. I think they're taking a look at your retina, and I may be way off on this when they dilate your eyes like that, and it just costs extra. Like insurance doesn't cover it, so it's like costs $30 or something to do that. And I'm always like, yeah, I'll do that rather than have my eyes blasted open for the rest of the day.
Well, so do you remember the puff of air you used to get in the eye? So they don't
hated that.
Hated that too. Yeah. So they don't do that anymore. They've advanced on that.
Right.
But that's not what you're talking about, Preston.
Nope.
It's the okay.
It's an eye queef.
Yeah, and they are looking at your retina when they dilate your
it's
eyes.
Thank you, Marissa. We're going to get into a contest later on. We got some tickets to things to give away. But right now, at this very moment, in our world, people are answering survey questions.
Yes. People
and
might
it
be
is-
answering survey questions.
It's up to us to reveal that information to you. Actually, I'm going to start with a story, believe it or not, and
right.
not a survey, but it's about surveys and government polls and things like that. And if you've ever, watched channels that, spit that information out and asked, well, who's being asked those questions? Apparently, getting accurate government and survey data is getting more challenging because people increasingly do not want to be bothered with being asked all the questions.
So this has been a byproduct over the years when, and actually goes back to when a lot of people had landlines and they'd be reachable and you could do this at home. And there was less of a fear of being swindled out of some sort of scam that was coming over your phone or whatever.
Right.
And people, as you said, Preston, are probably more likely to engage in these sort of surveys. So it is difficult.
I actually did those. I worked for a survey company when I was in college. I normally
Like in the mall? Would you be one of those guys?
No. I called people.
right.
I had so normally I was a lifeguard, but this one particular summer, in the early parts of the summer, I broke my wrist. And I couldn't lifeguard, so that was literally like and it was a bad break. I had to cast all the way up to my my shoulder essentially, and that's what I had to do. But do you guys do surveys? Because I just recently did one. I went out to a fast casual restaurant,
right?
And they offered me a free menu item if I took a survey, and I was like, and so I just did the QR code that was on the receipt. The survey took about 4 minutes. And I got free food.
When I will do it is if I've received very good service or I'm asked for, mostly when I've received good service or something that I'm very happy with.
Yeah.
I don't want to screw up somebody and fill out something and trash. In a survey, it's usually
I don't mind it.
business related. Yeah,
I don't mind it if I've gotten poor service.
Yeah.
That company needs to know.
Yeah.
They need to know because
you might be right. I just don't have it in me to do it.
I got one recently in an email from Best Buy. Casey and I have a Best Buy credit card, so I was like, you know what, I'm going to do this. I had some time, and the carrot that they were dangling was like a $250 gift certificate.
Nice.
I was like, all right, cool, I'll do it. I didn't win, but who cares? You know, because I like using that service. I also like doing it for travel, and on vacation, I had several really positive vacation stays when we were in France a couple of months ago, or whenever that was, last month. And each place has sent me an email asking me to do a follow-up survey, and I have them still in my inbox. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to get to that. I really want to get to that. And it's just a matter of time. Like, I just haven't
Pressure.
well, not even that.
Yeah.
It's not the pressure of it. It's just like, this is going to take 20 minutes, and I want to do it. I just haven't gotten around to doing it
So
yet.
when I was doing these surveys when I was in college, and I would call these people, it was so funny because people curse you out, and I did.
Yeah.
I never ever took it personal. But every now and then somebody would go, okay, I'll do the survey. Some surveys took a minute. Some surveys took 10 minutes, and I felt horrible because they would answer the question, and then I would, log it into the computer, and then another page would come up. I'm like, oh my God, not another question. I felt horrible. And then sometimes people would just tap out. So you would get like 75% of the way through the survey, and people were like, I'm done answering your questions, man. Yeah.
So one of the problems that pollsters are running into is the fact that cell phones show people who's calling them, and if the number isn't a familiar one, they're not answering.
Yeah.
So I thought I would pass that along, and if stuff like this is important to you, you may want to participate in the survey the next time somebody
Let's
asks.
take a survey of how many people find that particular story informative.
Yeah, let's do
Because
that.
I did.
All right, survey says something I had never thought about, which is grocery store anxiety. So we make about 50 decisions every day on average, which adds up to about almost 1.5 million choices over a lifetime. And new research reveals we spend a lot of time doubting the choices we make. And according to the survey of 2,000 adults, the average American second guesses 41% of their daily decisions. And it turns out that's on the low side, as 1 in 8 are even bigger overthinkers who deliberate nearly every decision they make. Even though we make choices every single day, a quarter of respondents admit they get stressed out by making simple decisions, and that can make a trip to the grocery store an intense experience.
I've
for
never
some.
experienced anxiety shopping at a grocery store for the very act of shopping.
Yeah.
I have, if my plan was to rob the place, then you get anxious. You hope everything goes down and the getaway car is waiting for you, but that's the only time.
I literally experienced this on Saturday because I was making chili on Sunday, and so I was I didn't know whether or not I wanted to make my own chili seasoning or buy the packeted stuff, right? So then eventually I was like, I'm just going to do the pre-packeted thing, right? I get to the aisle. There was like 7 choices, and I'm like, I don't know which one to go with. You know what I mean? Honestly.
So that's kind of it.
Yeah.
That's kind of what this
Too many choices.
survey
Too many
is referring
choices.
to.
And ultimately, I went with the signature brand. I was like, this is going to taste just as good, and it's not going to cost as much.
And it didn't.
And it didn't. No, it tasted great.
Signature brand is always solid.
So a quarter of those polled admit they often get overwhelmed with choices at the supermarket, and actually 54% feel pressure to always make the right purchase. As a result, the average person spends 4 minutes deciding on each item, but a third spend even longer doing it.
And also, I think, what are you there shopping for? Where we don't do a tremendous amount of cooking in the house, so we're not looking, is this ripe, is this not, or whatever. So that's not part of the decision process. We're buying stuff that we always buy, boxed or bagged, and we know what it is, and there's really not much guesswork to it.
So 4 minutes is also how long it takes for aisle anxiety, or the anxiety people feel when deciding what to buy. So it takes 4 minutes for it to kick in. More than a third say they get aisle anxiety when grocery shopping, at 36%, because they feel overwhelmed by all of the options and crowded by others. So the other people in the store can make somebody anxious.
Well, So, if I go to if I have to go to a market, I'm an Acme guy, so obviously I kind of know the general layout of the stores. If by chance you're forced to go to another place, and I could see a little bit of anxiety.
That can be a pain.
Like, where the hell is the mustard?
Yep. So while 7 in 10 want to be 100% sure every item in their cart is right for them, 71% are just trying to be more deliberate with their decisions. And just over a third, 36% polled, consider themselves to be product detectives, researching the products they buy, analyzing labels, and packaging to make informed choices. Rochelle and I do a tag team. We go shopping together, and we knock it out. We divide and conquer, and we have a method. We have a list. We have everything. We know what we want to get. So I actually like going to the grocery store. It's kind of fun.
I don't mind it, but I like going solo because if I go with my wife, then there are diversions and there are other aisles where we're going to spend time in. And my whole goal when going to the grocery store,
surgical
efficiency.
Yeah.
And Steve, you talked about like going from aisle to aisle. Or if you're in a new store, if I'm not being efficient in the grocery store, that's where my anxiety starts to creep in. I'm like, oh man, I got to go back to aisle 5.
What?
It's kind of an asinine thought process. What is it going to take me? 12 more seconds? But like, I have messed up the rhythm of getting through the store in the way that I find to be the most efficient, and then I want to get the hell out of there.
Hi, this is Nick McElwain, and I just grabbed the speaker system. That your store's very confusing.
Yeah.
By the way, somebody texted in and said, my grocery store anxiety is that I'm going to run into my girlfriend's ex-husband in the dairy aisle.
Oh, man.
You know what? I kind of see that. There are times when I'm like, I hope I don't run into anybody I know here. I just want to get in and get out.
There are people I actively avoid in grocery stores that I know live near that neighborhood and I've shopped there before. I'm like, I think I'm going to go to a different one today.
Yeah. You just brought up something, though. When I was in junior high, there was a girl who worked at the King Cullen supermarket.
Oh, yeah.
And she was in the dairy section and was always like with a half and half. It's like, she's here. It was like the girl I had a massive crush on. So I had the opposite.
Yeah. It's honestly why I wear headphones when I go food shopping. Because I just throw them.
Want to be left alone?
Yeah. Just, so just in case somebody's like, hey, Case. I'm like, I didn't hear you. Sorry.
That's a topic for another conversation sometime, which is I can't go there anymore. Because so-and-so goes there.
Yes,
You know what I mean? Or so-and-so works there. I
an
can't.
ex.
And now that place is off limits.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyhow, grocery store anxiety. Did not know it existed, but there you go. And actually, keep this going.
That's why I have that, man.
Keep it going.
Yep.
The next survey asks the question, generally speaking, do you believe that demons do or do not exist? So they surveyed 9,739 U.S. adults through YouGov. And it's an older, it's from a couple of years ago, but I just came across the stats. So the choices are definitely exist, probably do not exist, definitely do not exist, and don't know.
Well, none of us know.
Chime in.
Yeah.
I mean, people have beliefs, but nobody really knows, even if they think they know.
I lean more towards probably don't exist, but
You still get us scared.
I still get scared.
I still get as scared. So I'm going to be in the probably.
Yeah.
Because
Probably exist?
probably don't.
Probably
exist.
don't. Okay, gotcha.
But I know there are people who believe probably do exist, and I as you said, Nick, we don't have
There
the
is
answer.
so much we don't know.
Yeah.
And we're learning stuff every day that we thought that we knew when we were certain about 12 minutes ago and that we're uncertain about tomorrow. And so, like, I don't believe in them, but that's my belief system. That's not my knowledge system.
Right.
Also, if you stop and think about the fact that, are we talking about people we believe to be demonic? Or do we actually believe in fire-spewing demons with cloven hooves and stuff like that?
So it would depend on how you quantify what demon is. Now, listen, I believe... I don't believe that demons possess people. I believe that there is mental illness, and maybe there's not everything understood about that, and that can cause people to go crazy and act insane. And I think it's a physiological thing and an environmental thing that can contribute to that. But it's interesting, Nick, that you brought up as far as proof goes, and so as of now, all scientific evidence points to no.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
But we may find out something down the road.
Yeah.
that
I've
may
got the
prove it
show.
other ways.
The show for
otherwise.
you, Preston. I think you would actually like it, even though you might get us scared. Is the show Evil? That is the whole crux of the show Evil. There is an investigative team that involves a priest. The church has this team prior to exorcisms or anything that is of this level, and they have a psychologist and someone who is a flat-out scientist. And they go and they assess things and they kind of hold it up and turn it around. And this appears this way. Oh, it could be this, or, and so there's stuff that they can debunk and stuff that they can't and stuff that leaves it open. And again, going back to your point, Nick, they're not always completely sure.
Right. And there so much of this world is unknowable and may never be known. But what if next week a crack appears in the ocean and that's where the demons come out?
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I didn't know that was coming.
It's Pacific Rim.
Right.
I'll say this. I have fun with it. I don't live in mortal fear of encountering a demon in my linen closet, but I would say that it's kind of fun around Halloween, and I love movies that explore that stuff in literature.
Yeah. But I would put in as a
complete nonsense.
Do not exist. That guy says they don't exist.
Listen to me, just leave it alone.
Of the percentages in the poll, 27% said they definitely exist.
Yeah.
23% said probably exist. 15% said probably do not exist. 20% said definitely do not exist. And 15% don't know. So it's kind of split.
Yeah.
I don't know. So anyhow.
Scared. Totally scared.
Don't be scared. All right. Survey says, here's a new one for you. A survey of 1,000 parents pinpoints the exact time that peak stress will kick in
Supermarket.
A day. No, what time? What time of day this
Supermarket
happens.
time.
So
8:30?
All right, you say 8:30. Anybody else want to guess?
The peak amount of stress of the day.
Yep.
You go first, Case.
For parents, it's got to be like as they're getting kids off to school. So I'm trying to think of like what time school time. I actually just talked to my daughter yesterday about this because she leaves for school around 7. So I would say closer to 7 a.m.
What time are you usually deliver the results of a paternity test? I think that would probably be the highest stress.
All right, the time is 7:16 a.m.
There you go. Yeah.
For 15% of those surveyed, when kids can't find their shoes, the pressure spikes. And for 21%, it's the battle to get children dressed that sends them over the edge.
Were you a tough out-the-door kid?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I drag my feet as far as getting out. I was tough getting out of bed.
Yeah.
Once I got up and rolling, then I was pretty easy to go. But I don't remember like running late all the time. That's the thing. Kids are like, you give them the time. We're leaving at this time, blah, blah, blah. And the time rolls around. They're not anywhere near ready.
Right, yeah.
And that is just, that sends you through the roof.
So my son is in college right now, so my wife does not have to get. That wasn't my gig, my job. I was already here, so my wife was the one who had to get the kids ready for school, and I think he was the one who put the gray hairs in her head because getting out of bed, B, just lollygagging as you're trying to get ready for school, and not for nothing, but there's two other people that they're also trying to get out the house. I know that I definitely stressed my mom out. I remember her screaming to the point where she lost her voice at me to get ready for mass. And I
was a freaky kid. I not really hang in bed. I'd get up and get going. And I don't remember ever being an issue with my mom for going to school. And it's not like I was wildly enamored of school. I don't know what the hell was up with
it. For me, it wasn't necessarily a school thing. It was more like getting to mass on Sunday because school, especially from the high school.
Those demons.
No, the high school years, my older brother was the one responsible getting me out of bed, and he didn't F around.
Right.
Like it was like he just came in. He would grab all of my blankets and just yank them off of the bed. I was like, okay, I guess
he was your DI.
Yeah.
So coffee is a key for some groggy parents. 39% call it a crucial part of the morning routine to help get rid of the stress. But the stress doesn't end when kids are at school. For the 28% who say that they often realize that they've forgotten their work stuff after dropping the kids off.
Yeah. So let me ask you. So in the morning, if you have been dealing with it, if you're not responsible, obviously we're here. But do amphetamines help when you're trying?
Yeah, definitely.
It's got to wake you up some,
yeah,
right?
I think so.
I think so.
You shove them in their mouth while they're still sleeping.
Yeah.
Right, and then they're going to totally jump out of bed.
So according to this poll, about 20 minutes ago, the stress was at a high level for people listening. So.
Contrary-wise, when would you say, and I know I'm going off your survey.
Least stressful?
When is the time of day where you're most likely to feel that awash in a Zen state of mind.
Lately, not at all.
Not at all. Yeah.
Yeah, when did you spark up the first two?
None. Jesus.
Right
when we're done.
Yeah,
He's token up now.
11:01. Steve, it is a really, I think, interesting phenomenon for parents of young kids because, I had one child, Preston, and Casey had 3. And the moment that the kid goes to bed was a moment to savor. And you love the child to death. And I miss so much of when Ben was 6 and 7 and 8 years old. But when he would go to bed, and you could breathe and watch TV and watch whatever you wanted and not tend to their every need. Right. That moment was a very not stressful moment in the day.
So I think, Jay, like gingerly, you pull out the scale and you pull out the razor and you're making the lines.
Yeah. Time for some blow.
Jesus. That's 7:16. I don't know if you agree that or not, but that's what they're saying.
I guess that's the witching hour for parents.
Survey says. All right, next one up. This one's interesting. This was a survey that was done by online car retailer Kazoo.
Kazoo?
Yeah, they had surveyed 18 to 24-year-olds who suffer from what researchers have called refuel anxiety.
Oh, is this the fear of running out of gas?
And it says nearly 2/3 of young people are anxious about refueling their cars.
Oh, just the process itself?
This was almost double the proportion of the 2,000 respondents. 62% suffer from this, and it's over double the proportion of the total 2,000 respondents who reported anxiety at the gas station.
You remember we talked to a whole bunch of people who leave the state and go to New Jersey.
Yep.
So because they're terrified of pumping their gas.
Yeah.
Is that what this is?
This was out of the UK. It says outside of concerns over fuel prices, young drivers reported fears over parking close enough to the pump, identifying the correct type of fuel, or completely operating competently operating the gas nozzle. Researchers said the stem of the worries related to fear of making a mistake in public as well.
I could see all that.
This is 18 to 24-year-olds.
So I'm sure we've all have at least one friend that accidentally put diesel in the car.
I don't understand how anybody can do that. The nozzle does not fit.
Years ago, it might have been a bit easier. But I mean, the gas stations I go to, the pumps do everything but actually physically scream at you if you reach for the diesel.
Gen Z respondents also reported concerns over hygiene and a fear of lines, of there being a line to wait for the gas.
Yeah.
Half of those who had the worries also admitted to letting their tank run dangerously low to put off having to go to the gas station. A quarter said that they had run out of gas on the road after being so hesitant to refuel.
I don't know. I'm trying to think. I'm going on 81 years now.
Of running out of gas?
I'm trying to think if I've ever run out of gas.
It's happened to me a couple times when I was younger.
Yeah.
One time, and I've told this story on the air before, and it was just... the timing was perfect. I ran out of gas.
Yeah.
The engine goes dead. I was on a slight decline, and I coasted into the gas station.
It's perfect.
Dude,
all the way up to the
Stuck the landing.
I could not believe it.
Do we
It
both
was-
say the same
You
thing?
guys did.
Yeah.
It was absolutely perfect.
Yeah, that's a money shot.
I did it in the course of working on this show. I had my green Mini Cooper and I was driving back, and I think Steve, it was like I knew that I was low and I wasn't paying attention, and I was coming home from South Philly. I don't know if it was like a sports complex or whatever, but anyway, I was on the Blue Route northbound, and then I realized how low I was, and when I realized it, my car died.
Wow.
And so this was, I don't know, within the last 15 years or so. And I felt like such a moron, an abject moron, knowing that I let it get to this point.
Oh, I Kramer it all the time.
Oh, really?
Especially like when I was like, I remember coming home from Delaware. I didn't know the roadways well. So like when you hit 95 to here or to home, there's not that many gas stations in like this like one stretch, and I was like, all right, we're gonna test this out. But the anxiety, Preston, you just triggered something. I recently, like just over the past couple of years, every time I pull into the gas station, I glance down at the gas gauge to look for that little arrow to see which side my gas tank is on.
Sometimes forget.
Not sometimes. Every time.
Every time.
Every time I drive it. And I think it's because I fill up my tank so little that I only fill up like once every 2 weeks. And for some reason, it's like just not in my brain that I need to commit. Like, it's on the driver's side.
Press, I know that you have the same issue with as I do. We have several cars in our family, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so I drive all, and the gas tank is on different sides of every single car.
Same here.
Yep.
So
How many people who live in New Jersey have anxiety about pumping gas outside of New Jersey?
I actually have anxiety for pumping gas in New Jersey. I can't stand it. I can't stand waiting for the attendant to come over to begin with.
Right, but I'm talking about the opposite.
He's
Like,
talking
I'm
about when
talking
they
about
leave,
I know.
having
I know.
issues.
growing up in that environment where you have never had to pump your gas. Like, is it difficult for you to leave the state and figure out how to do it?
Sam learned to pump his gas for this job.
Oh, you live in Jersey?
Yeah, he's a Jersey guy.
Okay.
wow. Yep. And listen, like Steven said, we've had people call in who will leave the state of Pennsylvania and go to New Jersey because they don't want to do it.
That's it. They're
And
terrified.
They will have someone else do it. They don't know, they're nervous about it.
We do have full service gas stations here in Pennsylvania. You know?
I would imagine they're hard to find.
There's one right here in Narberth.
Yeah.
Is there?
Yeah, right down the street.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite segments we ever had. Like talking to the Jersey people that have never, ever pumped gas
the gas.
before.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let me see. The high levels of anxiety follow reports that a number of 17 to 20-year-olds hold a full driver's license as halved compared to the late 1980s. Yeah, there are fewer drivers.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, you can't tell with all the traffic on the road and everything, but apparently there are a few people.
I can only imagine the nervousness that you face if you're an EV owner and you're trying to fill up the tank with gas. Yeah.
More than 2/3 of respondents also said they had asked a partner, family member, or friend to fill up for them to avoid feeling anxious. That figure was a little over half of all respondents to the survey as well.
It's one of those things in life where you feel dumb because you don't know it or you've never done it.
Yeah.
And I can see that getting the best of you. Those things where I probably should know and I'm embarrassed to admit that I don't.
Yep.
But don't be afraid.
Nope. All right, one more survey, and I know there's calls coming in about New Jersey and gassing up and everything. We'll do it again another time. But one last survey, and it asks a question. It asks this to 36,630 U.S. adults. How much, if at all, do you believe a person's astrological sign affects their actions or personality?
This is funny you bring this up. I was talking to a demon about this.
So actions or personality.
Here's an example of something where my opinion has changed over the last 10 years, and I'll tell you why. I used to think it was complete bunk and hooey, and there was
Hogwash?
hogwash, and and just no legitimacy to it whatsoever, no scientific backing to it. My opinion on it has changed because I am of the belief that if you are born in a certain month and that therefore associated with a certain sign, perhaps your upbringing would influence how you manage your life. So if you grew up, say, with a summer birthday and you never had a birthday party at school, you might think a birthday party slightly differently. And I think that might inform your opinion. So there might be tendencies in your life that are associated with the time that you were born, and those tendencies can then also be linked to your sign.
I think that's a valid consideration. Again, going back to the we don't quite know and the influences of celestial bodies on gravity, and
that part sucks. That's not true at all.
The demons, what they might be up to, I don't know. It's funny. I forget who used to do it. Maybe it was Robert Klein about the attributes that are wonderful about the things associated with your sign. You embrace those immediately, and you can pawn off things that are character flaws too.
Sure.
Yeah. So I don't know. I know people who really buy into it, and I don't. I like the fact. I think the Gemini thing is kind of cool. Apparently, there's more creative or whatever. So it's kind of fun, but past that, I don't put much stock in it.
There was a time, like in the 1970s, where
all the
astrological signs were a big thing. In fact, there was the typical line was, "What's your sign?"
Do they even have the astrological forecast in papers these days?
That's a good question. Horoscopes were a regular column in the papers.
They have them on Instagram daily.
Yeah,
you can get your astrological sign or your zodiac sent to you every day on Instagram. So there's just new versions of it.
All right. So how much, if at all? A lot, some, a little, not at all, or not sure?
So on a fun level, well, the actual believing that it has influence, not at all. Interest in it, mild,
Okay,
fun.
a little then.
Yeah.
All right. I'm not at all. on all this. Nick, what would you rank?
I'm in the same boat as Steve. Like, I don't really believe in it, but I think that there might be some fun attached to it, and there might be, like I said earlier, something to do with your personality that's in accordance with the time of year you were born.
So you'd be a little.
I think a more phrenology kind of guy, the bumps on your head.
Right.
Right.
That's accurate.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And how about you, Case?
0.
0. And Marissa, you got a take on it?
I'm a little.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the survey results are 8% said they put a lot of stock in it. 18% said some. 21% said a little. 41% said not at all. And 11% said they are not sure.
I would include a caveat to this survey. I would ask this. In matters of relationships, does the importance of that skip up a little bit more? If you had options of people that you were dating and you learned that 2 signs were wholly incompatible, might that have some sway over your decision?
Maybe
Yeah.
some people do, but it wouldn't me. It it doesn't register at all. And there was a time where I thought it was cool and fun and
Sure.
wow, something really cool is going to happen this week to me, you know?
Can you suck a tennis ball to a garden hose?
I haven't tried yet, but I will give it a try. So, all right, and that's it in the surveys for you this morning. We'll dive into it again sometime in the near future. We are taking a break at this point in time. When we return, Bizarre File stories aplenty for you, so hang out. This contraption, and you're supposed to look at this green light or something like that, and it takes a really good look.
What's it? Do you know? Find out what it's called because I have to go. I'm due, and I'm asking for that.
Yeah, I need new glasses. I need to go in for a look.
Well,
too.
when you go in, just draw a picture of it.
Yeah, it looks like
this.
this. Do this thing. Right. Another thing, actually, there was one more on here that I left off, and it just says Evel Knievel. But
Well, that was so the
not just Evel Knievel, but people started jumping
things.
You know?
Again, we go back to the happy days, the garbage cans in the parking lot of the diner.
Yeah.
And then obviously jump the shark.
Yep.
But I remember, so the Evel Knievel thing, the jumping, other people started to do it as well. But
kids did.
Knievel owned it.
But you would set up ramps in your backyard,
God.
you know, and so like it became popular to jump your brothers, for example, and anything that you could find to make jumps out of.
Yeah, here and it says here, crashes or not, kids across America watch live broadcasts of his stupid, dangerous displays, bought the Evel toys, and imitated Evel's foolish stunts on their big wheels and Schwinn's. There is no statistic on the number of compressed vertebrae and chipped teeth that were caused by imitating Evel Knievel.
I remember as a kid getting the Snake River Canyon Evel Knievel toy.
Yeah.
You'd pull like a cord out of it, and it would. But the actual stunt itself, and this was a big deal. He was going to jump Snake River in a rocket motorcycle. The thing got about 40 feet, 30 feet off the edge of the cliff, and the parachute deployed instantly.
It didn't work at all. So anyhow, these are fads, these are trends that were around before social media, and just as stupid as the ones that are done today. So it's just what we do. It's what
we are stupid.
We do. Thought I would share that with you. All right, we should take a break and come back in a moment. Secret text word. We got some tickets to Philly Auto Show. We want you to win, so text word secret to 39333. We'll see if you win by the end of the program. Back in a moment.
Preston and
So I would go
Stink is in the name.
get something like a tissue or whatever.
Yeah.
to get 'em. Now I grab them with my hand and throw them outside. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they don't bite or anything.
No,
right?
they don't bite or anything, but still, they're
They say though, like if you can flush them, or because if you crack them, the
smell?
pheromones, well, that also attracts other stink bugs.
I throw them outside.
Well, I mean, the look of this thing, though. Come on.
It looks terrifying.
It looks terrifying. I would not be okay if I found this anywhere near me. So I just had this debate with a friend of mine. And we were first talking about mice and snakes. And she lives on a farm, and she had a mouse in her sink, and it couldn't get out because it couldn't crawl up the walls of the steel sink. And so she had to FaceTime her mom and dad because her husband was away to help her get it out and what to do. And she had to put the cup over it, slide the plate underneath it. And then, of course, she threw it literally right outside the door. Her mom was like, it's going to come back in.
Right. It wants to be inside.
So anyway, we were talking about that, and I go, well, at least it wasn't a snake. She goes, no, I'll take a snake over a mouse. I was like, no
That's-
kidding way.
That
I was
seems to be opposite of what most people would probably say.
I would die. I was cleaning out my planters, and there was this little tiny thing in there, and I was digging. I had gloves on, but I was digging my hands in to get some of of the soil out, and that thing moved, and I almost died.
I would love to have seen that. I would love to have seen that.
Die. I was like, Jason, come here, get that, and he like picked it up with his hands. He's like, this. I'm like, oh my God, get it out of here, take it away. Yeah, it was.
It was a
I was
snake?
dying. It was a snake.
And you let Chase go in and grab it with his bare hands?
He was fine. He was like, I'll get it.
All right.
Kids are good with the venom, Preston.
Yeah.
But anyway, then it went to spider. We both agreed. We were like, well, at least it's not a spider. And so if it had these colors, like it just
It's
to me that
beautiful.
looks deadly.
Yeah.
I don't know. I listen. I think it is a good-looking bug.
Okay. Question with
Yeah.
that. Are you the type that would allow a spider to crawl on you and have no problem with that?
No.
Okay. All right.
Not
'Cause
that good
I'm
looking.
No way. No way.
But I'm not bugged out by them. A lot of times I'll let spiders go in my house because
Okay.
they take care of the other bugs.
No, I will as well, depending on, because they will take care of the others, and that's fine, like in the basement or something like that. But I see this thing crawling around, I'm moving.
Still in my house.
We used to have, when I lived in the South, there were these big yellowish spiders, and I forgot what they were called. And they would get huge, man.
Look at the story. Yes,
Scared
I
the
know.
hell out of me.
And
It had yellow markings on it, but I don't remember what it was.
are those out west as well? Because I remember.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I don't know what breed, but we were talking like this. Like a recluse is pretty big as well, right?
It's not
no.
that big.
Not as big as this mother.
No,
effer.
but I mean, like, maybe bigger than like a $50 or something like
Yeah.
that. Maybe that size.
And we had the story last week about the guy actually started to have. He had like flesh-eating disease because of it.
Yeah, it'll necrotize. It'll actually kill the parts of your flesh, and it can be messed up. Hang on, Tom's got a spider story. Hey, Tom. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, good morning, buddy. What's up?
Hey, so I work in New Jersey. I'm a meter reader for a utility company. I'm actually doing the route today, but I have to go into utility rooms to read a meter, and we leave messages for each other on our little processors. They give us heads up about stuff.
Okay.
And I come up to this route, and the message says Spider Cave, and I am just like,
Oh no.
I'm just
Spider cave.
What am I getting into? So I find the utility room. I open the door. There is a ton of cobwebs and spider webs everywhere, which I'm used to. I start kind of cleaning up the webs to make my way to the meter, and no joke, about 5 or 6 spiders drop from the ceiling.
Oh.
And I was just like, nope. I got out of there, and the rest of the day I was like stripping my sweatshirt off, like just panicking that something's crawling on me.
Dude, yes. No, so any idea, did you even have enough time to identify what type of spiders they might have been?
It was so dark in there, I couldn't even see it.
Yeah.
And like, you know how they show those videos of people outside in the dark, and you see all those glowing little things in the grass, and it turns out they're spiders?
Right.
After they all fell, I shined it up into the ceiling, and I could see like little specks. I'm like, yeah, I'm never going in there again.
Go in with a flamethrower, man. That's.
Oh, I wish. I wanted to go like Alien Ripley.
Wow.
Oh, no.
That's terrible,
I can't-
Tom.
yeah.
All right, thanks, man.
I can't
no
take
problem.
that.
Nick pulled up a chart of spiders in the United States and their level of dangerousness,
Right.
or danger, however you want to put it. So, the brown there are 3 that are ranked as deadly and dangerous.
Okay.
Recluses. The Black Widow is another. I remember seeing those when I was a kid.
Wait, so
they're
we
easy to spot.
We have all of these here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
in our
Black
house?
widows
Like they'll
and
come in
rec-
our house?
Yeah,
Yes,
they're in
you
your
can
home
have
right
it.
now.
It's like 6 underneath your chair right
Yeah.
now.
I put some in your coffee.
And Steve, one I've never heard of called the hobo spider.
Yeah, they ride trains and eat stew.
Here's a spider bite first aid for those are keep the patient calm, apply ice to decrease the pain and swelling, and use anti-inflammatories for pain relief, and contact your doctor.
If you're working around,
take some Advil and you'll be okay.
Exactly. If you're working around in your garage or in your basement, you need to wear gloves if you're moving stuff around. I always do.
All right, here are the and then the other levels. So those are the deadly and dangerous.
Right.
Then you have toxic, which is poisonous, painful bite. So maybe like a bee sting, or something like that. So you have the female mouse spider, which appears to be the biggest of all of these.
How big?
The largest body. I don't know. I'm just looking at,
Like
at
that-
pictures of them.
That thick black spider.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's got
wait.
large pinchers and a big butt on it. So
I like big butts. I can't deny.
you can't deny that. Point to the mouse spider for him,
one
Nick.
here.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, all right.
Then you have the male mouse spider, which is smaller than that. The black house spider and the wolf spider. So these they can sting you essentially with their bite. They've got a venom. It's not going to kill you. Probably won't make you sick, but it'll hurt you. And then you have the low risk spiders are the female trapdoor, the male trapdoor, the garden orb weaving, the St. Andrew's cross, and the huntsman spider.
Huntsmans
We
are
talked
big.
about that, yeah. And
We don't have those here, do we?
it says USA spider chart.
Are you
So maybe-
kidding me?
Maybe they're around somewhere. And by the way, the one I was talking about, and we had a picture of it here a second ago that I used to see when I was a kid, was a yellow garden spider. Okay. Those things got huge. And this is terrible. I used to grab like crickets or grasshoppers and throw them in their web, and it would just like fly right over and just wrap them up really fast.
To me, it's like that. Exactly. That's an actual audio of a spider. It's like that scene in Lord of the Rings when
Dude, giant giant spiders scare the hell out of me.
and we've talked
I
about them.
hate that.
There's no, hey, the line, hey, spider, are you feeling okay today? There's no feeling. There's no nothing.
Yeah. So you take like a lion or something like that. Okay. There's eyes. There's some type
There's
of
a soul, maybe.
there's something in there.
You can pet it.
Something. But a spider.
It's a machine.
Yes. Something like
It
that.
won't stop
Ever.
until you're dead.
Which call you want me to go to your case?
Line one.
All right. Let me go to Paul. Hey, Paul. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, Paul?
I was bitten by a brown recluse before, and as I was telling her that I've had back surgery, I've had neck surgery, I've had 2 knee replacements. That spider bite was some of the worst pain I've ever felt in my life.
All right. So,
Whoa.
Paul, the initial bite or the pain that you experienced afterwards?
I had an open wound for 3 months.
An open wound for 3 months. That's actually
Here's
common.
The reason I ask you that, Paul, is because I had a friend who had a similar thing. He was bitten on the leg, and he eventually went to the hospital, and sure enough, a hole started forming in his leg. And so, but he didn't remember like being bitten at the time. Did you?
No, I did not.
Okay. All right. So it was
Just
it was
the
after it got
aftermath.
in there
That
and the
seems to be-
venom did its work, right?
Like common doesn't like because people that I know have been bitten will notice a circle. I guess it is. Is that the
It's like a target.
right?
A blood blister had formed. I went to the ER. They lanced it, and then they said when I went back, the skin was still hanging off, and they said if it doesn't come off, we have to take it off surgically. So I went home and took it off myself with a razor blade. I don't know if that
Sounds like you went to the same medical
yeah.
school your dad went to.
Yep.
Brett.
My dad must know you. Yep.
It took about 3 months to heal, and the wound was the size of about a quarter. They gave me cream that they give to burn victims.
Did they give you antibiotics, Paul?
Yeah, they gave me antibiotics.
Yeah.
They gave me pain medicine. And they
Jesus.
said if it didn't heal by itself, they're going to have to close it surgically, but thank God it healed.
Wow.
All from a
This is
little
awful.
rat prick spider.
And very painful. Just sore to the touch all around that area, I would assume.
Extremely. It was on top of my foot. I had a really hard time walking.
All right. Well, glad you got through that. Thank you, Paul.
That's the reason why I am not going to stand there and look at it and decide whether or not it's that or something else. Sorry, you're in
dead.
my house, you're getting smushed.
By
know
the
what you
way,
mean.
there's a certain similarity to the way a lot of them look, and I don't know if I want to.
No, I don't want to.
I don't want to interview them.
No.
We're looking at a picture. It says, how to identify a brown recluse spider? And this guy's got it sitting on the palm of his hand.
If it bites you and it hurts, it's a brown recluse spider.
There you go. That's how you identify
Good
it.
luck
Ow.
with the hole in your flesh.
Let's go to Tom here. Tom, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are y'all this morning?
Great. Tom, what's up, buddy?
Oh, we got a crazy story here,
right.
and I think that Kathy's going to love this one. So,
Great.
so my son loves to collect bugs and all kinds of stuff, like cockroaches, those little like roly-poly bugs and
Yeah.
so forth.
Ugh.
My wife was sort of okay with that. She's like, yeah, that's good.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
And it's brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors. Pella is celebrating 100 years of innovation with 40% off of installation or 0% APR for 24 months. Visit PellaPhilly.com today. Well, you can't even trust rock skippers anymore.
No.
Or skimmers. The World Stone Skimming Championship in Scotland got hit with a cheating scandal.
Yeah,
When
freaking cheater.
Several competitors were caught using fake stones.
Oh.
The contest happens every year on Easdale Island, which has only 70 people, but lots of perfect flat stones from old slate mining.
So then why are they cheating?
And the rules say that you can only use natural stones from the island, but some people brought stones that were ground down by machines to make them perfectly round and smooth. Other competitors complained when they noticed the stones looked suspicious. Kyle Matthews, a local doctor who runs the event, contacted the cheaters, and they all admitted that what they did was wrong, and they got kicked out of the competition. Jonathan Jennings from Kentucky won the men's division and became the first American champion. And Lucy Woods won the women's category for the 6th time.
How are your skimming skills, guys?
Damn good.
Pretty freaking solid.
Damn good.
I think I could be a champion, actually. Yeah. How about you?
I'm probably mediocre. You know, maybe like a 6 and 7er.
Okay. We'll stay in Scotland for a little bit. A tiny Scottish island where the only inhabitants are feral cattle has been sent a pair of sneakers in the mail. Swona's last islanders left in 1974, but a herd of cows descended from the livestock once farmed on the isle.
Oh, these don't fit.
Alexander Annell, whose family owns the island and lives on nearby South Ronaldsay, was alerted by local postal staff that a parcel had arrived for Swona. Inside, he found a pair of size 5 women's Adidas sneakers. Mr. Annell said that he had no idea who the person named on the address was and has been left wondering if it was just a mix-up or even an elaborate scam.
He described it as an utter catastrophe.
Hey! Ha ha! Swona is about a mile long and a half-mile wide and lies in the Pentland Firth, a stretch of famously difficult sea between Orkney and the...
You're drifting off.
Well, come on. Never mind. I thought it was basketball, like sneakers on a basketball court, because it says ASMR basketball game.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was holy trippy.
God, Don, I am so sorry for that, Preston.
Later today, I would like to hear ASMR basketball game.
Yeah.
Like when it's nap time.
All right, so
I'm lost.
I lost my place.
Yeah.
The island is
It's
visited
in the Firth.
by a special charter boat in the summer, which generates some income to help care for the animals and abandoned houses there. But Mr. L said that he was left scratching his head, wondering why anyone would send mail to the island.
Hey, you want to go see the sneakers?
Which can be difficult to reach by boat due to strong tides and swell from the North Sea. So it's a bit.
I got a boat. We can go see the sneakers.
A bit of a mystery to him.
What's the name of the island again, Preston? Did you used to have it? I'm sorry.
I threw it away.
Oh, never mind.
Man.
I think it's Swona, S-W-O-N-A.
I'm just curious.
Swant.
S-W-O-N-A. All right, a court in Zambia has sentenced 2 men to 2 years in prison for attempting to use witchcraft to kill President Hakainde Hichilema.
That's illegal.
And Zambian Leonard Fury and Mozambican Justin Mabulese Kendudi.
Those are heavy names.
Were convicted under the Witchcraft Act after being arrested in December with charms in their possession, including a live chameleon.
I am the defense attorney for these convicted gentlemen.
The case has been closely followed in Zambia, as this was the first time anyone was put on trial for attempting to use witchcraft against a president.
Yeah, man, you can't do that.
Prosecution alleged that Fury and Kendundi were hired by a fugitive former member of parliament to bewitch
He's a Kandundi kind of guy.
Hichilema. Despite their insistence that they were bona fide traditional healers, the court found them guilty on 2 counts under the Witchcraft Act. The lawyer for the 2 men said that his clients pleaded for leniency as they were first-time offenders. He urged the court to fine them, but the request was rejected. So they are sentenced to 6 months in prison for possessing charms.
Convictium foreverum.
A former Mount Laurel police officer faces 12 years in prison for hacking into social media accounts for several women where he found nude images and that they kept themselves, and then he sent them out on the victim's social media.
That is a complete violation.
Yep. Aaron Taylor, 25 years old of Moorestown, was sentenced earlier this month in State Superior Court in Mount Holly after pleading guilty to elements of computer theft, second degree, and official misconduct. The sentence was part of a plea agreement. The first report from a victim in September 2022 was to the Evesham Police Department. She said that her Snapchat and Facebook accounts had been hacked and her nude photos were sent to her Snapchat contacts, messaged to Facebook friends, and posted on her Facebook account.
I keep my nude photos on my Raya account.
The investigation revealed that all victims had a student email account at Rowan College at Burlington County. Taylor illegally accessed about 5,000 of the college email accounts. While on duty as a Mount Laurel patrol officer, Taylor engaged in illegal computer activity from his personal devices and resigned from the department after a suspension and measures were begun to fire him. So he's facing 12 years in jail for that.
A, have you ever taken a nude photo of yourself, a D-pic?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Did you ever use it on a digital medium?
Yeah, I sent it to my wife.
Okay.
Yeah, I texted it. So
Polaroid was the last time I did that.
Yeah.
Polaroid, yeah.
No, yeah, I did. I used my iPhone.
And I sent it to your wife.
Sure. Good. The Polaroid. Seattle is the final story. Seattle Parks and Recreation Department is warning to beware of owls that are dive bombing in Lincoln Park. The Parks and Recreation Department says that as we get closer to fall, owls will dive bomb, and it becomes a more common activity as the days become shorter. They say to be alert at night or in the early morning. If you hear hooting, they want you to cover your head and move calmly and carry an umbrella for protection. And if an owl swoops near, to wave your arms and leave the area right away. So
that's wild.
That's what they're doing. Yep. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. We're going to fire up a game or two when we return. And a little bit later on this morning, actor Kyle Machlachlan joining us, and Alexis Texas, who's going to be at Club Risque locations, will be in as well. We'll be back in a moment.
And he holds them in these bins. So he came home one day. Now, my son's 15. He came home one day, no lie, he ordered 2 scorpions.
What?
Online. Black scorpions. My wife was, she went out for the day. She went shopping. I'm not coming back. She came back. My son said, okay, they're in bins. They won't get out. What do you think happened that day?
Oh, are you kidding?
Yep.
One scorpion got out. And so they hide during the day. So you can't find them during the day. They'll tuck anywhere, under pillows, under beds, wherever. The only way to really find them is at night. And the only way to find them is if you have an infrared, sort of like a black light, sort of like a light that you could like point and shine. Yeah. So my wife went next door. She spent the night somewhere else. So we are hunting for these scorpions, and lo and behold, when you hit them at night, they will shine like a bluish, like a green, almost like neon. So my wife was about ready. We found it, we put it back in the bin, and my wife was about ready to put the house up for sale.
So let me ask you: a black scorpion. What's the data on these? Are they venomous, or what's the story?
They are, but they won't kill a human.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure because
your wife didn't care.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I wouldn't care either.
I think they, I think they kill like rabbits and mice and stuff like that. So we still have one. One of them died, so that's good. But just a side story on this, then I'll let you guys get back to your job here. But the one had babies.
Oh my God.
Oh really?
And when they have babies, these things are like translucent white, and there was about 75 of them, and they stay on top of the mother. But you got to separate them out. If you don't separate them out quick enough, the mother will start eating her.
And that's the species we're talking about here, folks.
So you wonder why? Right, when When was the last time you went to a human maternity ward and saw mom chowing down on her kid?
All right, thanks, Tom.
Talk about horror stories. This is what nightmares are made of.
That's great. Thanks,
And
man.
Nick, if you want, I'll send over some photos of the baby.
Yes, please.
And it's neon, and you guys can post it. It is, dude, you won't sleep for days.
All right, I want to see it.
I'll be sure to show it to Kathy, too.
By the way, for just a moment while we were talking to Tom, I felt like a little tingle on my leg.
Yeah.
I had to reach down. Make sure someone was
A lot of people don't know that we keep a studio tarantula.
Oh my God, tarantulas freak me out. They're too big.
Yeah,
they're too big.
I was ever
And
since
they're-
the Brady Bunch.
Yeah, in case I don't know what it is. It looks like fur. I mean,
Yeah.
when you get up to the
That's one of those things, Steve. I don't think I could ever do. I can hold a snake. I can hold a python and have you wrap it around my neck and stuff like that. But I don't think that I would allow a tarantula to crawl on me. And I know that it won't do anything to me, but I just don't care.
Preston, good rule of thumb: any bug whose hair you can comb is too big.
This sounds weird. I'm going to go to Dave. Hey, Dave. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, Dave?
Hey, just real quickly. I had a friend who was moving, and he had a 6-foot Arizona cactus in a potted plant. And what happened was it started to sway left and right. My thumb got pricked from the cactus, and I ended up with 6 weeks with a paralyzed hand. And ended up, we had to take a sample of the cactus to the doctor's office, and he sent it out to a lab and found out that the base of the cactus had tarantula eggs, and the venom inside of the eggs and around the eggs went up through the roots of the cactus and in through the veins. So you get pricked by the...
Tarantula venom was coursing through the cactus. Once you pricked yourself on the cactus, that venom was discharged into you.
Yes.
Holy hell.
Oh, my God.
F cactus.
That's the most
Seriously?
freak thing I've ever heard. Well, and your hand was paralyzed for 2 months?
Yeah, almost 2 months. Yeah, and I had to go through rehab to get the fingers moving again.
Oh, my God, you poor thing.
And then I found out when birds fly into these kinds of cactus out in Arizona and stuff, that it's not really the pricks that kill the bird, it's the venom inside of the pricks that, you know.
It's always the venom inside the prick.
So these are tarantula cactus that we need to
do
be
these
aware of?
things drive?
Oh my God! Wow, Dave, I've never heard of that before. That's bizarre. All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
Tarantula cactus.
Man, okay.
That's like flying tigers.
Yeah.
I don't quite buy that story. I've never heard of anything like that before.
I haven't either. That's okay. We'll have to check the validity of
What
that.
happened to him?
What's that?
It wasn't a friend story, right?
Yeah,
No,
it was
I
too.
know. I mean,
Yeah.
like, I believe his story. I've never heard of anything like that before. It just seems too bizarre to be true.
All right, let's go to somebody who's just terrified by spiders. I'm going to go to Andrea, or her ex-husband. And say, Andrea, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Andrea?
Well, first of all, I'm really regretting tuning into this show because it's really creeping me out.
Yeah, that's all right.
I would have to rehome the child that ordered the scorpion.
Enough of that nonsense.
I had a problem because my ex-husband is absolutely terrified of spiders to the point where I don't even particularly care about spiders. I don't like them, but I had to pretty much get over it and just be able to crush a spider with my bare hand at all times because of his panic.
Right.
And he called me one day from work freaking out because he was just at work wearing a hoodie or whatever that he had there. And he happened to catch movement out of the corner of his eye, and he looked over. There's a hole in his hoodie sleeve, and just very slowly 2 black spiders were crawling out of that hole in his sleeve.
Oh, okay.
They were inside his sleeve with his bare arm, and he didn't know how long there were just spiders in his sweater.
So
I'm
he
never
had
wearing clothes again.
He was just mortally terrified, full-blown arachnophobia.
Full panic attack, freaked out, took off his sweater, screaming. Coworkers know how bad it was. And all these men who are always just terrible to each other, heartless men, just all working together. Everybody stopped to try and take care of him.
Yeah.
And he called me in a panic, begging me to find his Xanax and bring him his Xanax.
Oh.
Wow. So Andrea,
I had to leave and drive 20 minutes to his job right away and take him Xanax, and he was still shaking and couldn't breathe because just 2 large black spiders crawled out of his sleeve like a horror movie.
So what would happen when an occasional spider would be found, say, in the bathroom or around the house?
He would call me if I wasn't home, be like, how long until you come home? There's a spider in the plant. Can you come get it? Yeah.
Wow.
Okay,
We
that's
pulled in
fear.
tools. Walmart one time, and I was driving. Thank God I was driving, because we parked the car, and he just screamed and jumped completely into my lap from the passenger side because a spider propelled down from the ceiling of the car.
Oh! It's got to be debilitating because you're going to encounter a spider.
Yes.
You know, just by living.
Yep. Wow.
No, it is debilitating. He's had to lock up his truck and jump out of his truck in the middle of the street because there was a spider in his truck and he was by himself and it was coming towards him.
Oh my God.
Wow.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Andrea.
That's too
Appreciate
much.
it. That's
apparently-
legit fear, man.
Yeah, there's a Twitter account called Recluse or Not, and people can send pictures to help identify whether or not the spider they're taking a picture of is
Instantaneously, they'll
a
get back to you because sometimes you need to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so here's a follow-up on the tarantula cactus thing. Connor found this posting. It said the tarantula might lay eggs on the cactus, but not in it. Even if the spider would happen to crawl in a cactus and lay eggs, the plant wouldn't explode when they hatched. They do not nest in plants. Tarantulas normally live in burrows in the ground, and they hatch their eggs there. So this is, I guess, maybe an urban legend that a cactus can explode.
I don't
with
think I was ready to. Yeah.
tarantula baby.
Shower you in tarantula babies.
I mean, tarantulas aren't that venomous either, right? So it would be so diluted by the time that it got to the spine. I mean, that was an interesting story. There's something about it that didn't quite add up.
I don't know. I'm staying away from those tarantula cactuses.
So we said
Cacti.
tarantula babies in cacti story is false, according to Snopes. So, all right. Well, anyhow, it sounded pretty interesting. We do need to take a break. I thank you for that. And watch out for the new Joro spider, fresh from Asia, taking over the southeastern United States, which means it'll head up to the south or northeastern states.
They're planning on it, yeah.
We'll see. All right. Well, listen, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. Ray is going to be performing at Punchline on Wednesday night, and we're going to talk to him when we return. Make sure you stay with us. Very much, Kathy. Coming up on the program a little bit later on this morning, we're going to have actress Ali Sheedy joining us to talk about Single Drunk Female. We'll do that in the 9 o'clock hour. Always wanted to talk to Ali Sheedy.
Yeah. I mean, look at her run of movies at a certain point in her career, starting back with War Games and going all through, all the
Breakfast
John
Club
Hughes stuff,
and-
St. Elmo's Fire. I mean, come on.
So we'll talk to her, and we also have some Impact wrestlers that are coming in this morning. That'll be in the 8 o'clock hour because it's a big event in South Philly. It's South Philly Showdown, the 18th and 19th. So we'll get to all that in a little bit. I got an email from somebody yesterday, and I was like, oh, this would be great to talk about. And then I realized after looking a little bit further into this link that it's not exactly what I thought it was. Okay, so it's a teacher slang word. So people who work in the teaching industry, it says 30 words for educators only. And I thought that this was legitimate slang that was used, but upon further reading, it's actually things that should be used in slang or should be slang terms.
Its very existence might cause that to happen.
Maybe.
Because, we were kind of talking about this, and I think a lot of occupations have code speak for when they are in general public situations.
Yes.
So you may not know what you're hearing. It seems rather benign, but they're actually communicating in a way you don't understand. I think that's a standard. So you provide a good list for teachers, I'm sure they might use it.
Yeah, so work terms are definitely, it's another language. Like if you went into somewhere that is not your field and you're sitting, you could be lost in conversation. You don't know what the hell they're talking about. I mean, we use our own terms here for, certain things like, commercials are called spots and there's the faders. We call those pots sometimes.
Or a puker.
A puker,
Right.
which is somebody who talks like this on the radio. That's a puker.
You can imagine what a prize pig is.
Yep, somebody who's constantly winning everything all the time.
Right.
Those are prize pigs. It has been, we didn't make that up. That's
No,
what it's been
forever.
for a long time in the industry.
Yeah.
So there's all kinds of terms that are used. And feel free to share yours, those we may not be familiar with from whatever industry you work in. So here's a couple of examples. And at first I was like, okay, I didn't know they use these words. But apparently these are ones that they would hope they would use. So Crayola is a term. The definition is it's a riff on cray-cray. Crazy off the walls.
Okay.
So using a sentence was, my class was Crayola today. I almost lost my shiitake mushrooms.
Okay.
I like that.
So here's another one, which is, I like this one too. Shebay, which is is an acronym where you take the initials and
Yes.
okay, so should have been an email. SHBAE.
Okay.
That staff meeting was totally shebay this afternoon. I like that.
I think there's a big application for that. We've used variations on that already.
Yeah.
When you're talking, that's, again, I love code speak because a lot of times you don't want to, hurt someone's feelings but you need to communicate and get the message across.
So you have a shubay and probably a chubay. So it should have and could have.
Right. Could have been an email. Yeah, chubay. Chubay. All right, how about this one? A chopper, which equals helicopter, meaning helicopter parents. Yes.
right.
So using it in a sentence, Josh's parents are total choppers. And it all
Give 'em
makes.
a mark.
All right, thank you, Marissa. So we've got stuff to give away, and we wanted to play a game, and we've decided we do this every now and then. We'll grab 3 of our games and let you pick which one you want to play. So the games that we have lined up are Double Talk Trivia. There you go. See? Steve did it. So I will ask a very simple trivia question, and Steve will talk over it, try to copy what I say, and it just makes it confusing. So you see how it works. Yes! It's going to sound like that to you.
What was the word you came up with earlier just on a computer?
Computer instead of a composer. So that's one game. The other game is Loop There It Is, where Marissa has taken a little snippet of a song and looped it over and over, and you try to identify the song. And so we got Loop There It Is. Or a game that we have not played in a long time. Why is that going? In a long time called Hollywood Three-Way. And
I like all these games.
Hollywood Three-Way is a game where we give you 3 movie titles and you tell us what actor or actress was in all 3 of those movies.
And Marissa actually sent us over a mystery loop for us to play while we wait for people to call in.
I like this.
So our number is 610-660-9333, and you tell us which game you want to play. Double Talk Trivia, Loop There It Is, or Hollywood Three-Way. All right, so you let us know. All right, so Marissa, for fun, wanted us to play a loop. There it is amongst ourselves to see if we can get it. And Case, is it written on there what it is?
No.
Okay, so even if I glance at the monitor, it won't matter.
Right.
All right, so let's play this and see if we know what it is.
She said it was hard.
I have no idea what that
All
is.
right, she sent us, there's a second hint as
All right,
well.
okay.
So if you
Hold
want-
on, I want to see if I can get it on the first. Let me hear it, because sometimes we'll play it twice for people. Let's see if we can get it one more time. Nothing. You guys?
No, and the key,
Not at
by the
all.
way, if you do end up playing Loop There It Is in those first few seconds.
Yeah.
Those first few seconds, try to nail it right then and there.
Yeah, you have
Just
to
focus in on that.
You have to try to just remember the first bit you heard
That's it.
and ignore the rest
Ignore
of
the
it.
rest.
It's, to me, it does not sound like, it sounds like it's from a stage show or something like that. The production does not sound like an actual rock song to me. So
I'm drawing a blank.
I don't know. Nick, any ideas?
I got nothing.
Do you
All
want
right,
hints
so
too?
this is apparently the easier version
All
of
right, okay.
it. So let me try this. Here we go.
Sip.
September morn.
Wow.
Yeah, Neil Sedaka.
Okay, here we
Neil
go.
Sedaka. Neil Diamond. But let me hear that first one again.
all right.
Hold on. I don't even know where that
Where's that
comes
come
in the
from? Yeah.
song. Wow. Nice, Marissa.
If you want to hear the answer,
Yeah.
maybe this is where
Okay.
it comes in.
Wow. Yeah.
That's great.
Wow.
Wow. Good one, Marissa.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
All right, so we'll try these out on you. 610-660-9333, the number. So I'm just going to dive right in and start going to people, and we will get James on the line. He'll be our first one. Oh, and by the way, I didn't even say what we have to give away. Hang on just a second, James. Case, what are our prizes?
Well, we have pairs of tickets for Nikki Glazer, which is going to be this Saturday at the
Nice.
Marian Anderson Hall. And then
She's awesome.
Yeah, and we also have a pair of tickets for an advanced screening, and I really want to see this movie, One Battle After Another. That's with Leonardo DiCaprio. And so that screening is going to be on September 23rd, next Tuesday, or this Tuesday, I should say.
All right, very good.
Yeah,
So,
man.
all right, we have James standing by. Hey, James, how you doing, man?
All right, how you doing?
Good, buddy. All right, so you want to take a shot at the Nikki Glazer tickets, I believe. So What game do you want to play? Is it Double Talk Trivia, Loop There It Is, or Hollywood Three-Way?
Hollywood Three-Way.
All right, Hollywood Three-Way. All right. Where is that case? Oh, there it is.
We give them movies, right?
Yes. We give them 3 movie titles. Okay. They tell us the actor or actress that appears in all 3 of those movies. I've got one ready to go.
Okay.
If you want me to do this initial one, and then we've all written down our own.
Yeah, we're all good to go.
Casey wrote down some for me, so I'll throw this one out there. All right, here are the 3 movie titles, James. Rudy, Iron Man, and Swingers.
Jon Favreau?
That is correct.
Yeah! That's how you do it. That just happened.
Done, sir. And here's what we have for you.
James, you just won yourself a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks Nikki Glazer this Saturday, September 20th at 9:30 p.m. at Marion Anderson Hall. Limited tickets are on sale right now via ensemblearts.org.
All right. We will go to our next caller, and it is Timmy, who we're going to go to. Yo, Timmy, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Timmy, what game do you want to play?
I guess Double Talk.
Double Talk Trivia. All right, keep in mind, these are very simple questions. Very simple questions and answers. Like, most people should get all of these absolutely 100% correct, but Steve is going to be talking over at the same time. And you get this right, you got tickets to see Nikki Glazer. So you ready, Timmy?
Yes, sir.
All right, here we go. Who played Jack in the movie Titanic?
Who played Jack in the movie, and I lost it? Robin Williams?
Incorrect. It was, I said Titanic.
And I said Jumping Jack.
It was Leonardo DiCaprio. Sorry, Timmy. Got to let you go. Incorrect. All right. So you see how that works.
Yeah.
But these are very, very simple questions, and they can be gettable if you listen closely. All right. We will go next to Joe joining us. Hey, Joe. Good morning, man.
Morning, Presbo.
All right, bud. What game you want to play?
The Double Talk, please.
Double Talk Trivia. Okay, here we go. You ready, Steve?
All good to go.
All right, and let's see if you can get this, Joe. What color are the goalposts in American football?
Yellow.
Yes! What color are the goalposts in American football, in case you couldn't hear that? All right, in case, what are we going to give Joe?
Hey, Joe, you just also won yourself a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks Nikki Glazer this Saturday, September 20th at 9:30 at Marion Anderson Hall. Limited tickets are on sale right now via ensemblearts.org.
All right, we'll get our next caller up, and it is Mike. Yo, Mike, how you doing, man?
Top of the morning, gentlemen.
Top of the morning.
Same to you, sir. All right, what game you want to play?
The Hollywood
Three-way.
Highway?
Yeah.
The Hollywood Highway.
Yep, Hershey Highway.
Hershey Highway.
All right, Hollywood Three-Way. Steve, you want to do this one?
Sure,
We're going to give you 3 movie titles. You name the actor or actress that is in all 3 of those films, okay?
All right, here we go. These are the 3 movies. All right. Jack and Jill, Dick Tracy, and Godfather 2.
Godfather 2.
One actor is common too.
No, I'm lost. I don't have a clue. Sorry.
No answer at all. All right. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. So that's incorrect.
What the hell is that?
It was indeed
What a
Al
shame.
It's Al Pacino.
That's right.
It was too damn hard.
That's why he couldn't get it right.
And in fact, in Jack and Jill, that's where we get the Dunkachino.
That's correct. All right, we will go to another caller. I got Bill, who's joining us. Hey, Bill, good morning, buddy.
Good morning. Thanks for bothering me at work.
It's what we do. All right, so we got Double Talk Trivia, Loop There It Is, or Hollywood Three-Way. Which game do you want to play?
We're going to do Double Talk Trivia.
Double Talk Trivia. All right, easy trivia question. Steve talking over me, trying to figure out what I'm saying at the same time. And let's see if we can get it right. Here we go. Which British band sang Hey Jude?
Which British band sang... I lost it.
Remember, these are very easy trivia questions, and we mentioned a British band. Who would it be?
The Beatles.
Yes! yes.
Nice job.
I mean, I'm just gibberishing it up,
Yep.
but it does distract you.
It does. So, Hey Jude is the song that I had mentioned. So, hang on the line here, buddy.
All right, Bill, you won a pair of tickets for an advanced screening of One Battle After Another. I really, really want to see this movie.
Is this with Sean Penn as well?
I believe, yes,
Yeah.
yes, it is. And I need to see this in the theater. But, Bill, you're going to see it on Tuesday, September 23rd at 7 p.m. Regal King of Prussia, Leonardo DiCaprio plays a washed-up revolutionary who must scramble to find his missing daughter. One Battle After Another from Warner Brothers Pictures, only in theaters on September 26th.
Next caller up, and we have Justin, who's going to take a shot at things. Hey, Justin, how you doing, man?
Big brown Guatemalan nipples.
Getting sucked on by all sorts of pimples. All right. We got 3 games. Double Talk Trivia, Loop There It Is, or Hollywood Three-Way. What's it going to be?
Do the double talk trivia.
All right, Double Talk Trivia. All right. Let me get a very easy trivia question ready for you. Steve, you all set?
All set.
Here we go. Which U.S. state is known as the Sunshine State?
Florida.
Yes! That is absolutely correct. FLA, or just FL.
Yeah.
Flaw. Call it. FL. All right, hold on, bud. We're going to set you up. Here's what we have for you.
Justin, you got a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks Nikki Glazer this Saturday, September 20th at 9:30 p.m. at Marion Anderson Hall. Limited tickets are on sale right now via ensembleartsphilly.org.
All right, up next is Dylan. Hey, Dylan.
Good morning, Presbo.
Good morning.
Have a nice flight.
Have a nice flight.
All right, Dylan, which of the 3 games is your preference?
I think I have the best shot at Double Talk Trivia.
Double Talk Trivia.
I figure that's going to be the way
problem.
here on it.
All right, let's try this very simple question out and see if you can get it correct. Ready, Steve?
Yep.
All right, here we go. What is
What's
the name of the galaxy that
That's
Earth
Galaxy
is
Quest.
part of?
Oh my God, Steve, you did me dirty there. Oh my God. I don't even. I couldn't.
You couldn't hear it at all?
I'm sorry, guys.
All right, sorry, bud. All right. The answer was the Milky Way, by the way.
yeah.
So I got to let you go. It was. I liked how you added Galaxy Quest in there. It was the question I had asked was, what is the name of the galaxy that Earth is a part of? All right. So up next is Lauren, and we will go to her. Hey, Lauren. Morning.
Good morning.
All right, Lauren, we got these 3 games. Double Talk Trivia Loop. There it is. Hollywood Three-Way. Which one do you prefer?
I'm probably going to regret this, but Hollywood Three-Way.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Who's got one they want to throw off?
I got one.
All right, Nick is going to try his hand at seeing if he can help you along in winning a prize. He'll name 3 movie titles. There's an actor or actress that's in common with those 3. You ready?
Lauren, you ready?
Yep.
All right, here we go.
I'm ready.
All right, here we go. Death Becomes Her, Out of Africa, Adaptation. Death Becomes Her, Out of Africa, and the 3rd movie, Adaptation.
Yeah, guys, I'm 24. I haven't seen any of those movies.
I bet you never saw Death Becomes Her?
No, sorry, Steve.
Oh, that's relative.
Have you seen The Substance with Demi Moore?
No, it's on my list.
All right, well, it's similar vibe to that. Anyway, you're wrong.
One of the greatest
Yeah, I am
actresses of
wrong.
all time.
Yeah, Meryl Streep.
Meryl Streep.
Yeah.
Yep, sorry.
Meryl Streep.
Yeah.
That's okay, though. Nice try.
All right, Lauren, thanks anyway. She said she was going to regret it.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go next to David. Hey, David. Ha. All right, David, we got Double Talk Trivia. Loop, there it is. Hollywood Three-Way. What's it going to be?
I don't even know what the prizes are, so let's do Loop. There it is.
Let's do Loop, there it is. All right.
I love this game.
I do too. All right, so we have a song that Marissa is taking just a little snippet of it, and she repeats it over and over and over and over. And if you can identify what song it is, you win the prize. All right, here we go.
Oh, there you go. That's a gimme.
That's the answer.
It's so distorted on the phone, but I think maybe Panama City.
Paradise City would be the...
or Panama.
Or Panama from Van Halen. Well, we didn't even play the loop. We played the whole song, and no, it was Dr. Feelgood from Motley Crue. I can't.
It's not Panama City?
No,
Sorry,
listen, we're going to give him another one.
Yeah.
We're going to give him another one, even though he got the answer wrong when we gave him the actual answer. Let's try this again. Do we have Panama City?
Going to Panama City.
Take me down to Panama City. All right, here is the actual loop. There it is. Listen closely, David. This is what you have to identify.
Wait a
All
second.
right, hang on. You have these mislabeled. Okay, hang on.
No, clip. Clip is what we play, Case.
Is it?
Yeah.
Can I change the game?
What's that?
I said, can I change the game?
Dude, I'm with you.
Yes, we are definitely changing the game until we get this straightened out.
I thought, man, these are astonishingly easy.
Wow. I mean, she's really gotten long with those
like,
snippets.
it's almost like there's no game to it at all.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm misreading these things. Marissa, you didn't mislabel them. I'm misreading them, so I apologize.
Well, he got Panama City.
Yeah.
He's the seat back.
I think that last one was Shrine.
It is not Shrine.
We should have.
It's Shine. No, it's going to Albuquerque.
We doing a different game with this guy or what?
Wow.
I think so.
Why don't you give him a fake title and see if he can tell us what the real one is? Oh, my God. All right, I'm loving this. All right, David, let's play Double Talk Trivia, okay?
All right.
All right.
All right. Or do you want to play Hollywood Three-Way? I'll let you change the game.
Double talk.
All right.
All right.
I'm going to help you out on this one.
All right. Here is your Double Talk. What gas do humans need to breathe in to live?
Oxygen.
That's correct. Yes. Hang on, David.
You just won a pair of tickets for an advanced screening of One Battle After Another. This is going to be on Tuesday, September 23rd, 7 p.m. at Regal. King of Prussia, Leonardo DiCaprio plays a washed-up revolutionary who must scramble to find his missing daughter. One Battle After Another from Warner Brother Pictures, only in theaters September 26th.
The movie was shot in Panama City.
Oh, get out.
Wow. All right, up next is Eddie. Hi, Eddie. Good morning to you, sir.
Bam, 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 smash, smash, bam.
That was good.
It's good. Very
All right,
good.
Eddie, we got Double Talk Trivia loop. There it is. Hollywood Three-Way. What do you like?
Let's do double talk trivia.
Double Talk Trivia. Okay. You ready, Eddie?
Ready, Eddie?
I'm ready.
Ready, Steve?
All right, yep.
Here we
you
go. What is the main ingredient in
space
guacamole?
Avocado.
That's how you do it.
All right, Eddie, you're a winner. Hang on.
Eddie, you got our last pair of tickets as MMR Rocks Nikki Glazer this Saturday, September 20th at 9:30 p.m. at Marion Anderson Hall. Limited tickets are on sale right now via ensembleartsphilly.org.
All right.
By
nice.
the way, may I throw this in here, Preston, because it is sort of a milestone in my life. I went through a repulsed by the texture phase of avocado. I'm back, baby.
Absolutely
I'm an
loving
avocado guy. Yeah, avocado guy now.
Nice. How do you prefer to eat your avocado?
Well, like guacamole, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you ever take, what's good is you can take slices of that and put it on like turkey sandwiches and things like that.
I've had,
really good.
and some sandwiches, there's a chicken sandwich that I get from Le Bus. No, not Le Bus. Couch Tomato. Man,
Nice.
Yeah.
I just got it was called a Cooper de Jean omelet. It had a Cooper sharp cheese and avocados in it. It was delicious. But Preston, did you try that whisk trick that I showed you the other day?
No, not yet.
Okay, yeah. There's it is technically a hack where you cut the avocado in half and then you take a whisk and you stick it in the avocado and then you just turn it ever so slightly and it slices it up for you perfectly.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Hey, does Cooper get any money from that sandwich?
I don't think so.
That's not cool.
Where was that?
It was at the coffee station.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just a little place.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll go to...
I had the Nick McElwain oatmeal.
I make $4 on every one of those. Licensing agreement.
Well, if there was a signature dish
Bagels
using
and
your
such.
name...
Raisins.
No, using his name, like McElwain or...
Macaroni and cheese.
McElwain and cheese?
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, macaroni and cheese.
Is that a type of cheese?
No.
Like mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese.
Oh,
Yeah.
Thank you. Missed that. Sorry.
And I like cheese, so it works.
Manchango
And that could be
cheese.
the commercial. You
Yeah.
can just turn to the camera
Hey.
and I like cheese.
Listen up, guys. I like cheese. Try McElwain and cheese
Wait,
today.
can you look directly into the camera right now and do that?
Turn
Hey,
away from
hey,
us. Yeah.
hey,
Turn away.
And then look at the camera. Hey, and I like cheese.
Hey. I like cheese.
That's Nick's new catchphrase. All right, we'll go to...
Are you all right? I like cheese.
We'll go to Tony. Hey, Tone. All right, Tone, what game do you want to play? Double Talk Trivia Loop. There it is, a Hollywood Three-Way.
Yeah, my best chances with double talk, so let's run with it.
Okay. All right,
It's the easiest of the lot.
Here we go. What animal is known as
Africa
man's
man?
best friend?
I'm going to go with a dog.
Yeah. Man's best friend. Yep.
Let's go.
Hang on, Tony.
Tony, you've won a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks. Okay, yeah. I always say Rocks, so I just threw that word in there. An advanced screening of One Battle After Another. You know that movie, Rocks. It's going to be on Tuesday, September 23rd, 7 p.m. Regal King of Prussia. Leonardo DiCaprio plays a washed-up revolutionary who must scramble to find his missing daughter. This is only in theaters on September 26th and beyond.
Are you ready to watch a thoughtful film?
By the way, a text from somebody is brilliant. Says, I have a new game idea for you. Play a song clip and listeners guess if David can identify the song correctly or not.
Another observation. I know I'm full of observations today.
Yes.
So, and this may be another type, but I've watched over the years and I've enjoyed the movie Shutter Island.
Yeah.
And I did not realize a major plot point until the last few seconds of the movie.
I've never seen it.
Okay, I don't want to give it away.
Okay.
But I went from enjoying the movie to loving the movie after something I never quite caught. So it is a really cool movie but if you don't absorb those last few seconds of Shutter Island, you're missing something that happens that's very important.
Well, why did this come up? What
I
inspired
just watched
you to
it
think of
recently, and I'm sitting there, and it's a movie that I've watched a number of times and enjoyed. I'm like, how the hell did I miss that?
But I'm like, why did you
Leonardo
think of it right
DiCaprio.
now?
Leo.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. He's in it. I didn't know.
Dude,
I've never
Panama
seen Shutter
City.
Island. Okay. Come on. I've never seen
Nick
Shutter
likes
Island.
cheese.
Yeah.
It all comes back to cheese.
Who else is in the movie?
Sean Penn?
Emily
Mortimer.
It's a Scorsese movie, right?
Yes, it is a darker movie. It kind of was poised as sort of a horror movie.
Mark Ruffalo
is in it, and I tell you, make sure you catch the last couple of seconds of dialogue, and it changes the whole movie.
Mark Ruffalo was in it before you knew who Mark Ruffalo was. You would call him like Mark Ruffalo.
Yeah.
It wasn't until he became Hulk where you knew who he was.
Yeah, you thought he was Steve Tower.
All right, we will go to our next caller. It is Mike who's taking a shot. Hey, Mike. Morning, bud.
How you doing?
Good. All right, Mike, what game you want to play? Double Talk Trivia Loop. There it is, or Hollywood Three-Way?
I think I got the best shot with double talk trivia.
Double Talk Trivia. Okay, we'll throw another one at you. Here, you ready, Steve?
All good to go.
All right, here we go. In the United States, what holiday is celebrated on the fourth Thursday of November?
Oh, jeez.
Can you repeat it?
I can't! No, because now Steve knows what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
So he doesn't know the questions I'm going to ask, and he's just riffing along as I speak. So
If I were you, I would think Panama City.
Panama City.
No.
So close.
Damn it. Sorry, Mike.
Should have gone with cheese.
The answer is Thanksgiving. So sorry. That was the most wordy one.
By the way, that is your favorite holiday of the year, is it
and
not?
it's coming up. I actually, in Connoisseur tomorrow, I already have some Thanksgiving stuff to talk about.
Did you see, just on a side note, because we're all over with side notes today, yesterday on Threads, Spirit of Halloween and Spirit of Christmas were going at it. They were like having this fight back and forth because Spirit of Christmas is like starting to advertise their sales.
That's
and Spirit of Halloween was like, hey, hang on.
Hold on. Slow your roll.
And then like somebody created an account that was Spirit of Thanksgiving. He was like, guys, come on. What about me?
That's great.
I love that.
I love it. All right, we'll go next to, we got to hurry up here. We're going to go to Joe. Joe, good morning.
Run. He's got a gun.
Run, he's got a gun.
I miss those gals.
Yeah.
That was fun for a moment, wasn't it?
Man.
All right, Joe, what game would you like to play?
Gotta be double talk.
All right.
Okay. Here we go, Joe.
Ready?
Who was
is
the
the
first
guy
president of the United
continental
States?
Congress?
George Washington.
There you go. Simple to the point.
Yep.
I couldn't really gum that one up.
All right, Joe, here we go.
You got a pair of tickets for an advanced screening of One Battle After Another, Tuesday, September 23rd at 7 p.m. at Regal, King of Prussia, starring the star of Shutter Island, Leonardo DiCaprio. One Battle After Another, only in theaters September 26th.
The movie looks
I
really
wasn't
good.
listening to what he was saying when he was reading those. I was trying to find out who was going to be our next contestant up. I didn't know you mentioned Shutter Island.
So out of the blue,
It sounded
you
like,
hear me mention
where's this
Shutter
coming
Island?
from?
Like, what in the F is he talking about? He's mentioned Leonardo DiCaprio like 9 times.
I haven't even been paying attention. I'm looking at the next contestant.
We got one more prize left.
Oh.
Yep.
All right, well, we're going to go to Sean and see how we do over there. Hey, Sean, good morning.
I've got 3 testicles.
Thank you, Gary. All right, Sean, it says here you want to play Loop. There it is.
I do.
Awesome. All right, well, let's try this out. Let's see if you can identify what song this is. Don't say Panama City.
Or Shrine.
Or Shrine. Oh, my God. Shrine. All right, everyone quiet. This is for Sean. Here we go.
I got it.
Me too.
And all I can think of is Panama City.
Yeah!
Well, no.
That isn't?
No, he's
got Panama City.
He said Panama City?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he said the other one.
Were you joking there, Sean?
I was joking. Yes, sure.
What did you actually say?
I said Panama City.
I'm giving you an out, man.
So you don't know what it is?
It's Paradise City.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he got it right.
All right.
Yeah. All right, Sean, hang on.
See, that's how the pros do it.
I thought he said Paradise
Not
City.
the first time. He said Panama City twice, but who cares?
All right, here's what we got for
We
you.
got a pair of tickets
to
for an
get rid of
advanced
this crap.
screening of One Battle After Another. The screening is going to be on Tuesday, September 23rd, 7 p.m. at the Regal, King of Prussia. The star of Shutter Island and What's Eating Gilbert Grape, Leonardo DiCaprio, is in One Battle After Another, only in theaters on September 26th.
Big fan of cheese.
Yeah, he is.
Probably.
He loves cheese.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we got to wrap this up.
Yeah.
And we got to move along. So we do have some guests are going to be joining us in just a little while. Kyle Machlachlan will be on the program and in our studio. Alexis Texas.
Yes.
She's stopping by. She's going to be appearing at a few of the Club Risque locations throughout the course of the weekend. So we'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll get into that stuff. So stay with us. And still. And helicopter parents is that's a slang term.
Yes,
as well,
absolutely.
so.
Constantly hovering.
All right, so for teachers, here's another potential slang term, gray. Definition is spending all night or all weekend grading papers. My weekend was totally gray.
There's a big nod to Snoop Dogg with this.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, another slang term might be IBH, inappropriate but hilarious. One of my students said something so IBH today, I couldn't stop myself from laughing out loud in class. As a teacher, that's got to be tough, man. When a kid says something that's technically not supposed to be, is off board, and you find it hilarious.
I used to get that all the time. I would be the deliverer of the stuff that would fall into that realm, and if you could get the teacher to laugh, it was always a good sign.
I didn't know what the word douche was when I was in school.
Right.
But I was using it like because I had heard it before.
Right.
And so I didn't get in trouble for it, but the teacher was like, dude. And I was like, what? I'm like, I didn't know what I was saying, but it was almost like Batman. Bam, pow. I was going like douche. And I had no clue.
Douche. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
That's like a punch sound.
It actually is douche. Yeah, that would work. I would believe you if you told me you had no idea.
But I was purposely saying the word douche. I wasn't making a
menstrual
sound.
Menstrual cup.
Pad.
Yeah, condom.
Kotex. Diaphragm.
Oh my God! Here's some text coming in. Somebody this says someone who is always in the ER is known as a frequent flyer.
A frequent flyer.
That's funny.
I'd heard the term Gomer back in the day, which was short for "get out of my ER." Gomer. There's a
Interesting.
Gomer out there.
Or he could literally be Jim Neighbors.
Nick, there was one on here, and I can't say. Scroll down a little bit. Yeah. So a carpenter or framer. All right, I can't say the word, but you can.
I'll see you next Tuesday.
Yeah, a see you next Tuesday hair is 1/32 of an inch.
If you're a carpenter,
I love that.
you know that.
It's just it's
So
an
a
actual,
C hair is 1/32 of an inch.
It's an actual measurement.
Wow.
I love that.
What's a D hair then?
What's the other one you were going to highlight, Nick? HVAC?
Yeah.
All right. Rotten cotton means insulation.
Yeah.
Okay. I can
like
see that. A pookie is a duct sealant, and that's from Tom from Sheridan P&H.
I like
so
that.
HVAC, those are some of the terms that they use. Okay. Like I say, I like the sea hair thing.
Well, you know where you find a lot of these too? You'll find them in restaurants, Preston. Or people who are working the counter at restaurants, they'll build up a second language so they can assess pain-in-the-ass customers kind of in front of them.
Here's one for you, Steve. Campers. This is exactly from a restaurant thing. Campers are people who will not leave the restaurant. They take up the table for hours and hours.
So on this issue, I say go in, do your talking, do your whole thing, do your socializing. But when the meal is done and you're surrounded by the refuse of your meal, I want to leave. I don't want to sit there for another hour and a half.
I know.
Am I a lunatic?
No,
for that?
you're not. But also, like, what people also need to understand is, like, a lot of people are not aware of their surroundings. If you're at a restaurant and you notice that there's like a wait, for people to get in and sit down, and then you finish your meal and then you just hang out. And
you don't have to be slamming everything. Finish it.
No, we're not trying. I'm not trying to rush you or anything like that. But like, if you know that there's a half hour, like this happens down the shore all the time, right?
So a lot of campers, as they would say.
Yeah, but also they don't accept reservations at a lot of places down the shore,
right?
And so there's a lot of waiting. So for me personally, I'm like, okay, let's get out of here. We can go sit on the front porch somewhere.
Right. All right, here's some other ones coming in. So somebody who's, I guess, works in a liquor store says people who go into the liquor store right when they open are called the Breakfast Club.
That's great.
You know what? What's another one? One of our favorite phrases forever has been an occupational phrase. The lot lizard.
Yep. I got a couple of texts about the lot lizard.
Yeah.
Somebody said in the auto industry, a BFH is short for Big Effin' Hammer. This is police officer says, okay, a badge bunny.
Oh, yeah.
Sleeps with officers?
Yeah, there's women, I'm sure men too, that dig a uniform, right?
Oh, yeah.
But a badge bunny, I haven't heard that one before.
Women who are turned on by police uniforms. Yeah.
Yep.
I might have been a badge bunny in my day.
Oh, yeah?
Really now?
Oh, yeah, you've admitted that. You like that.
Yeah.
All right, let me go to some calls. 215-263-WMMR. If you want to call in with your work speak, something we may not know. I'm going to go to Will. Hang on, I'll come back to that, Nick.
Okay.
Hi, Will. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. You guys rock.
Thanks, bud. What's up, my man?
So I wanted to talk about the IBH teacher thing because I'm a music teacher in Montgomery County, and so a couple years ago I had a student. I teach orchestra, and you would never think this from orchestra kids, but it happened. A couple years ago, student came in, sat down, and he says, "I have a question. What do you think the worst note on the violin is? Which is the one that is the worst note?" And I said, without hesitation, it's the high F on the E string. I said, because when it's out of tune, it's horrible. It makes me cringe and all that. And without hesitation, and he actually dropped the F-bomb, he goes, "So would you say it's F'd up?" And the class starts laughing, and all I could do was turn around because I started laughing.
Oh, no.
Okay. And I looked at the kid, and I said, "I'm supposed to be angry with you for dropping." I said, "But that's pretty funny."
That's IBH.
And cool. I mean, good for you for, just kind of letting it slide. It was, it was like, it wasn't kindergarten. They were.
Yep.
I just pulled the old major league. Great catch. Don't ever let that happen again.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, thanks,
But you
Will.
do it again, you're suspended.
Appreciate it, man. All right, so Nick has this one, and this is these are guys working on a construction site, and they call out, and I've mentioned something like this before. They'll yell out "caulk gun" when a sexy woman walks by.
Oh, okay.
So that's just a phrase. That's just
code.
A code.
Yeah.
So my uncle was a chef, and it was like table 23.
Okay.
Was the code when a hot girl would come in. Table 23, because they didn't have a table 23.
Oh, okay.
So
Table 23.
And they would say that. And,
So if you're-
and they would look out into the restaurant.
This is another one along those lines. This is for restaurant industry.
Soup table 4 which means hot chick table 4.
Soup table. So you do these things.
Table.
This has replaced, of course, the much and rightfully maligned wolf whistle.
Right, exactly. And it's not for them to know. The wolf whistle would be whistling at the person and get a reaction. This is just amongst the workers just to take note.
A discreet assessment. So what is the what was your
like table 23?
Table 23.
There was whatever table didn't exist. It was like one number above the actual amount of tables they had there. And that would cause the cooking staff to all look up and see an attractive woman walking in. All right, let me go to Dan. Hey, Dan, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, buddy. What's up, man?
Hey, so I worked on golf courses my whole life, and used to be a summertime disease called brown patch that would really destroy the grass. So we would have whenever there was a hot girl playing, we'd name it Pink Patch. So we'd all have radios. We say Pink Patch.
Pink Patch.
On number 2 fairway, you might want to go check it out.
Wow.
All right.
Well, look, this seems to be a common topic here.
Having a code.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pink patch.
All right. Thanks. And I wonder if ladies have that for a hot guy that walks in, if there's a code phrase that they will use as well. What does this one say?
Do they have one at Floral and Hardy, Kathy?
All right. Here's one in the military. Somebody who screws everyone over is known as a blue falcon in the military, which means buddy effer.
Oh.
So he screws your pal over. All right. We'll go over to Jen. Hi, Jen. Good morning. Hi, Jen. You're on the air. Good morning. Is your name Jen? Are you a special ed teacher?
This one is a little.
All right. This one is a little. Okay.
Yeah, you're reading the description there.
Okay, we're skipping that one?
Yeah, I would skip that one.
Oh, my God. Okay, yeah, we don't want to do that.
Maybe it was better.
Spanking it in school. I will go next to, let's see, I have Dan on the line. Hi, Dan. Good morning.
Dan R?
Yes. Dan R. What's up, buddy?
We have a whole list of terminology we use at work. And if you got to take a notch out of something, I'm a carpenter, it needs Ralph Macchio.
That's great.
Back to the sea hare thing. We had a guy on site that didn't realize it was a sea hare and thought it was a sea hare like the ocean. We laughed for like a day. And every time somebody needed a sea hare off, we'd all just start talking like pirates.
Well, Dan, you have a couple others that are listed up here. Give us some more in the Ralph Macchio vein.
If you got to move it a little bit, it's a smidge Pinciotti. A little shout to that 70s show.
All right.
You got Slib Tyler, John Travolta. If you got a bolt.
Oh, my God.
Travolta.
I love John Travolta.
That is great. I love it.
Pack out. You need a pack out. It's a Manny Pacquiao. The list goes on.
It makes it fun. Yeah.
And do they come up, just off the cuff a lot of times?
Oh, all the time. All the time.
I love it. All right. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it, man.
You guys rock. Have a great day.
You too, man.
There's a lot of code for hot women walking into certain places.
Apparently.
All right. So here's one for this person works at Primo's Hoagies. It says, we used to say, can you check the chicken? When a good-looking woman would walk in.
I wonder how many times people actually checked the chicken before they realized what was going on. There's no chicken.
Let's see. I will go to, let's go to Rob next. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Good morning, bitches.
Good morning, bitch. What's up, man?
Hey, so I do tree work. Just Rob from Bucks County, do tree work. And if, climbing the tree, if you need to get out on the limb, so you got to walk away from the trunk. So you're tied in. You got to walk all the way out on the limb to prune something. But somebody's too scared to walk out on the limb or inexperienced. They stay really close to the trunk, and we call them a crotch cricket.
A crotch cricket.
So explain.
Because the union of the branch that comes off of the tree is called a crotch.
Okay.
So we call it a crotch a lot of times.
Okay.
So if you're too scared, your knees are shaking, I don't have experience, I can't walk out the limb. Like, get out on the limb, you crotch cricket.
I'd laugh so much, I think I would go out just because it's so pleasant. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Crotch cricket.
Awesome,
I love it. Thanks, Rob.
That's hilarious.
Come on, you crotch cricket, move it. All right, we need to go to Sharon because here's when a hot guy comes in. We have something at a restaurant. Hi, Sharon. Good morning.
Hi.
Hi, Sharon. Okay, what type of work do you do?
Well, this is when I was working at a deli, and me and my friends, when a hot guy would walk in, we would say, "That's a Bob."
That's a Bob.
And then one guy would come in all the time, and my girlfriend would say, "That's a Bob," and I would be like, "No way." Well, she ended up marrying him.
Wow.
And she always said, "I never had to worry about you, like you're my husband, because you didn't like him from the beginning."
That's funny. Yeah.
That's a Bob.
And it's
Yep,
it's
that's
fun
a
having
Bob.
that second language. I'm sure you share a language with your wife, Preston,
Oh, yeah,
correct?
yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm trying
It's
to.
the same thing.
And I can't think of any terminology right now, but we definitely have some things that we will say that are some sort of code speak.
We back in my pot smoking days, and my kids are listening. Whatever. I don't smoke pot anymore. We would
Just to be clear.
but when we were like on the phone, we'd be like, "Yo, is Bob coming over?" And Bob was the hey, you hanging out with Bob tonight? Yo, are you bringing Bob with you?
Oh,
yeah.
So, but pot you probably shouldn't smoke, right?
Yeah.
The more you know. The more you know.
See, I stepped in with that PSA.
But
there.
dude, I did have a friend who was like totally not even discreet about it. He'd be like, because you would just try and use it in, hey, is Bob coming over? Hey, bring Bob with you. Like, hey. But he'd be like, hey, is Bob going to be
you're making
there?
it sound suspicious anyway.
And when I say Bob, I mean pot.
Yeah.
If you're young, best to stay away from that stuff.
I was an adult.
All right, here's Tex says, at summer camp, we'd call hot sisters or moms Stanley, and hot brothers or dads were Stacy's.
Wow, that's complex.
Yeah, it says, yo, did you see that Stanley at archery as an example? Thank you, Marissa. Our guest is going to be performing at Club Risque in Northeast tonight. Tomorrow she'll be at the Club Risque in Philly, and then Saturday at Club Risque in Bristol. Please welcome a friend of our program, Alexis Texas is here.
I love the music. Great intro.
Casey picked that. Thought it would be apropos.
I love it.
Nice. How are you doing?
I'm doing amazing. Thank you for having me back. It's always a pleasure to come through and see you guys in the morning.
You look amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
And do I understand? Do you have a birthday recently? Did I hear?
did. I had a big birthday.
What was the big birthday?
I am 40 years old.
What?
Ooh, like fine wine. I get better with time, baby. That's right. This Texas is 40.
Did you? Some people pick that as the one where they have a mental collapse. I've never responded to any of those. You got 40. How did you take it?
I think I took it amazingly well. I think I like this new era. I could be like, well, now that I'm 40, we don't do that. But I feel like 40 wasn't hard. Ironically enough, 25 was weird to turn.
Why do you think? Why do you think it was? 25.
No, I think it was because it was so like it's a quarter of a century years old. At that time, that sounded so old. But in theory now, I'm like, that's not old at all. But you know what I mean? Until you reach those levels, and you're like, oh, that's nothing.
At that time, maybe you feel like, all right, I guess I'm an adult and I need to start acting like an adult.
Kind of, but I think it was one of those things. It was the last age that you could turn to do everything. Rent a car, like you needed to do, like, you could be in a bar, all those things. So I'm like, man, where do you go from here?
Yeah, you sign a legal document, you're held to it.
Yeah.
But it's funny what you said about being at 40. As things start to happen that way, you can say, no, I don't do that.
No.
Or have you been employing that now recently?
I do. I adopted it very well. I feel like it's my vocabulary now. I feel like I'm also in this era of like saying yes to things. And I think you kind of take the rose-colored glasses on at 40 or off, I think.
Yeah.
You just see things differently a little bit.
You know what I'll say? Because you do a podcast. I don't know if you're still doing it,
I
yes?
still have my podcast, Private Talk with Alexis Texas. You better be listening, Steve.
Well, I watched a number of them because you have video as well.
Yes, I do.
You're good.
Thank you.
You're a good conversationalist.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Is that something you enjoy a lot?
I love it. I make the joke of saying I'm Dr. Texas without the PhD. I have a lot of life knowledge.
Yes.
I love having my guests come in. It's all, it's guest based. It's lifestyle entertainment, but I feel like it's a really good conversation.
Do you bring a lot of adult film industry
I have
people?
a mixture. For me, I don't like to pigeonhole myself in one, category. So I have everybody from, I've had fashion designers, I've had athletes, I've had influencers, I've had, Instagram models, I've had it all.
It's pretty insightful. And I also, what I love also is that we have you on and you'll kind of be our go-to to ask about what's going on.
Hey, I'm here for
industry-wise and stuff like that. And I've seen this pop up before about the impacts of the OnlyFans industry on the adult film industry. Is that something you see? Is that a real deal? Is that the elephant in the room? Positive, negative? How is it?
I think, you can slice it any way you like. I know I haven't watched the documentary that's out right now about it to really know what's the both sides of it. For me, I feel like when platforms like OnlyFans came in, it kind of gave us performers kind of a platform to kind of take the rights back and kind of get equal money from what we were supposedly supposed to be getting before or not knowing of before. So I think everybody kind of individually came into their own production house kind of in a say, because it's like your own content and whatever you want to do. So because of that in the creative space, I feel like it's great to have platforms because it kind of eliminated the middleman and all these bigger companies and kind of gave it back to the performer. So I feel like it's a great thing. I think people can get oversensitive about, certain things, but I think that also what's great about it is you can put whatever kind of content you want. You could be adult, you could be fitness, you can do health, wellness, you can do all kinds of things, and it doesn't have to be just adult. But it gets that bad name, I think, which I don't know why.
Well, did you find that because you have a pretty formidable Instagram follower, your audience is pretty loyal. Do you have a lot of them poured over? Have you done any OnlyFans stuff?
I do have an OnlyFans. I do.
Did they port over to that?
Yes. I mean, for me, the great thing about having, social media is free advertising. So for me, I could go reach out to 6 million people and send them a link and then go to subscribe to my OnlyFans. So for me, I think it's great. I don't have any issues with it, but to each his own. Everybody's case is a little bit maybe different.
No, getting the ownership, having control over your destiny.
And that's what content is. Creators is the biggest thing these days is owning your own content. So I think because of those things, I think it's a great platform.
One thing we've always heard, and we've seen it in person. You were at a couple of our events when we did a Risque, and you were great with the people that were coming up. And I think you ran a clinic on how to twerk.
Yep, I did.
But you're really good with your fan outreach and stuff like that. Is that something? I assume it still jazzes you to get out and meet people, correct?
I love it. I minored in sociology, in college. So for me, it was really big about, people and how they are in their surroundings. So each club I've been to and each appearance, you meet so many interesting peoples and fans, and it's always love. And that to me, makes it easier for me to just kind of mix and just give the people what they want. And they want my big booty. So, you got to give it to them. But, I definitely enjoy it. I'm very fortunate and grateful that I have fans that have been so loyal throughout, the time, because I'm 40 now. I've been around for 20 years now.
Looking at your Instagram, you have 5.8 million followers on there. Is it easy to monetize that social accounts like that?
I do monetize it. I don't think I probably do it correctly, but there's other things that I'm still learning within those things because I think now that Instagram pays you money to do reels and what stuff like that. Haven't tapped into that era yet, but I definitely get stuff from doing ads and sponsorships and stuff like that for promoting if it's my podcast or.
Do you have someone you work with who helps you monetize that? Because what I found,
got to be managers of some point that can just manage how you.
And the reason for that, Preston, is I hear about it, and Marissa's really great with social media, and they keep changing algorithms. They keep changing the rules.
That's why I'm I don't know everything. It changes all the time. I do have management. I'm, with a company called Havoc. They're really good about bringing on stuff and helping me with staying current with what's kind of going on.
It's a lot.
It is a lot, especially when you're the content creator yourself, and I'm the one has to go out and twerk, or I have to do new clips or podcast stuff. So it is still fun. I like to keep it fun. I'm not on it every day like some of these people are live streaming everything. I'm not to that point yet, but
it's too invasive at that point.
A little bit, I think, but I also think that there's, room for growth. I think that that's, where people are going now, and they're streaming more things and seeing more individuals' personalities, I think, other than just taking a picture. You can't see that, but you're on live stream, you're hearing how people talk, how you move, how you deal with situations.
Do you have a regular schedule for your podcast? Are there new episodes that come out on a certain day of the week?
We do. We've taken a little bit of break because we're building them back up. But we release every week.
Okay.
Yeah, once a week. We do audio first, and then Fridays we do the video.
Okay.
We live in weird times, Alexis, where so much is immediately accessible all the time everywhere. And then there are other factions where people are trying to censor stuff. And, but then in places where things are censored a lot, like, for example, in Utah, they have the highest rates of going to adult sites, or probably, I'm sure your numbers in Utah are huge, right? How do you navigate that?
I just do me. I think, there is so much censorship out there. I can't control it. I can't do anything. So I'm probably going to offend some people. And it's not, don't be so sensitive. But, you can't
and you're 40. You can't really. You don't care.
I know. Now at this big age, that's a you problem, not a me problem. So my thing is if you don't like it, there's new content. There's more content. There's other girls. And obviously, I don't want people to stray away from what I'm doing. But again, you can't please everybody. And my whole career, it's been like that. I've always had someone say something because I didn't do this or I didn't do that. But I've done it my way. And that's all that matters to me.
Who are the other big names in the industry that you're tight with, that you're friends with?
Nikki Benz, Lexi Bell.
Lisa Ann?
I'm definitely acquainted with Lisa Ann.
Okay.
She's been on my podcast before. She's definitely, she's taught me a lot in the industry. She's definitely somebody who's to look up to.
I've seen a lot of them, listen, we're not exposed as much, no pun intended, because of just the way the things have evolved over the course of the years with the show. But you'll see them just pop up into regular mainstream stuff, doing mainstream quote unquote stuff like Lisa Ann, and so outside of this, which you're it's always a work in progress from what you're saying. Do you have any designs on anything else that may be tangential to the industry, the movie in this realm? Is there stuff you'd like to do outside of this that you're having in the queue?
Like I said, she's definitely a legend. So I think when people like herself and myself do things outside of the box of just the adult industry, I think, it leaves lanes to do different things. As far as what that is, I have been working on a couple different things, not ready to tell the world just yet. But, I think that, again, it's all about evolving. I've been in the industry for over 20 years, so I think that if I did the same thing, it'd be crazy. So next year is actually my 20th anniversary.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you get sought out because you are? You're a veteran. You have.
I am a Hall of Famer these days.
A Hall of Famer. Yeah. Do you get sought out by people who are perhaps starting up? An OnlyFans or something, with streaming the kind of content that you create? Do they come to you and ask for your advice?
If I've had people in my chair for my podcast and stuff like that, we definitely have conversations, and younger girls, could ask certain questions. I always leave a segment at the end of my show to ask a couple questions for me as well if they need to advice or wherever that leads. But for me, I don't think it happens enough. I think that, for me, I'm an open book. For me, I'd love to, mentor someone if they needed the help and, have those things. I do have Team Texas girls that I have with me promotionally wise, that they're always under my wing of that sort. But yeah.
So you're a Hall of Famer?
I am.
Is that AVN?
AVN.
Okay.
Nice. Look at you.
And also, Exotica had an awards too called the Fanny Awards. I got a Hall of Fame for there too. So I'm two-time Hall of Famer.
That's awesome.
Pretty cool.
Is a lot of the industry still based in California with the way things are these days?
Yes.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think obviously at this point, because there are we speak about the OnlyFans and those types of platforms, you can really be anywhere, but it's still going to be housed in LA. I think that's home base. LA, Miami.
Vegas?
Vegas, definitely a lot more people after the pandemic, moved to Vegas from California. So there's a network there as well, but I don't think it's as big as California.
So I would imagine also it used to be, there was a house up in the hills where they would go shoot things and that was it. And they had a couple of multiple houses. But now, people have regular podcast setups. They get the lighting. They kind of know how to do it themselves. Mm-hmm. And that gives ownership to people to do it.
And we love ownership.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
We love.
So you're at Club Risque. What can people expect when they come out to see Alexis Texas?
My stage performances are always a fun time. I love to interact with the crowd. I always have great costumes. It's just a fun time. And Club Risque is a really great club. It's always great to the girls like myself. That's why I keep coming back. It's the only club I do every year.
Well, we've seen you in that element, and we've seen the way you interact with your fans who love you to death, and you're wonderful to them. So this is your weekend to access Alexis.
You guys got to come down if you got some free time. I've got 5 more shows before I leave. So you've got multiple times to come and see me at each club.
Club Risque in the Northeast tonight, Friday at the Philly location, and then Saturday, Club Risque Bristol. And to get the times and all that stuff, you can go to clubrisque.com. It is wonderful to see you.
You as well.
Happy belated birthday.
Thank you.
And we'll see you again sometime soon, okay?
All right, awesome. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Alexis Texas. She's wonderful. And we're going to roll right into our next guest, who I understand is standing by, Marissa. Is this audio? Or okay, that's what we're doing. I just want to double check. Now, he has a new podcast that's out and about.
Which I love the idea of.
I do too. It's called What Are We Even Doing? And we love him from his years in film. We had mentioned earlier Dune and Twin Peaks, and we were talking about The Hidden.
The Hidden,
which
yes.
is a movie I go way back to as well.
Blue
Steve.
Velvet.
Inside Out, The Voice of the Dad. So many great things. Ladies and gents, Mr. Kyle Machlachlan is joining us. Hey, Kyle.
How you doing, guys? Nice to hear. Thanks for all the credits. That's lovely.
Well, you're the one that did the work, man. Steve and I had realized we were talking about The Hidden earlier this morning.
Love that movie.
And I went back and watched an old trailer for that movie. I'd forgotten. And you were, how old do you think you were when you did that movie, Kyle?
Man, I think it was 26, 27, something like that.
Wow.
That was such a fun ride. Oh, my God.
You know what? And it would hold up. It's one of those things that I know Hollywood is predatory for, doing remakes. This is one that I think, people could just discover and enjoy it on its own. But you have an extensive body of work. And I think this is so cool. The nature of what the podcast is focusing in on. What are we even doing? The fact that you're kind of trying to and starting conversations with younger influencers using social media, people who are, because by default you've become known as the internet's daddy. Which is explain how that came to be, by the way.
Well, this is just a process of engaging in social media, and I've got a wonderful team that I work with who inspire me and bring me ideas and trends and things, and I just jump in. I've always been a fairly silly person, honestly, even though I've tried to keep that sort of in the background a little bit. I've let that come forward, and I just embrace it. And I think my whole attitude towards social media is just to really just to have fun.
You've been great. I mean, honestly, it's been a joy to watch. Anyone who's watched Portlandia knows your abilities comedically and what you can do, and loved you on Portlandia. But I mean, so you're talking to people who are Kaya Gerber. I was watching a bit of that, and she's obviously Cindy Crawford's daughter, and For it might seem elusive to people of another generation, but I think you can speak to multiple generations with that. Is that sort of the modus operandi?
That's exactly what it's all about. It's about interviewing young creatives from different creative journeys and kind of hearing their story, how they got started, what motivates them, what their process is, what their creative process is, how social has figured into their on their journey on this this creative world. And I also come from my perspective. Of course, I've been doing this for a while, and so I also engage with them from my perspective and some of the things that were happening when I was coming up for the first time. And we talk to people across the board. I mean, Kaya, of course, wonderful actress and model. Benito Skinner, who I'm with on the show Overcompensating, is on the show. Willa Bennett, who's the editor-in-chief at Cosmopolitan. So we try to run the gamut from different people doing different things, and it's just it's been a real learning experience for me and a joy just to have these conversations.
That's cool.
Kyle, speaking of people who are just at the beginning of their career, is it true that the first two scripts that you ever read were Dune and Blue Velvet?
Yes.
Wow.
And Dune was the first movie script. I'd done a lot of theater up to that point, but I'd never read a movie script. And then while I was doing Dune, David handed me the script to Blue Velvet and said, take a look at this. This will be our next thing. And so those are the first two scripts.
And then can you just describe, I know we don't have a ton of time, but your relationship with David over the years?
Oh my God! Well, he was a mentor, a guide, director, almost like a big brother to me, and we shared so many wonderful memories, and I miss him dearly. Will hold a special place in my heart.
A staggering genius, and one of the legends and lores attached to that is that Val Kilmer was actually up for the role of Paul. That's my understanding. All right, correct. And then you worked with him later on, the movie The Doors.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there was a number of people in Hollywood that were vying for the role of Paul, and Val was one that they were really looking at. And then they went out and they found me, and that's how it all started. The average way you start working in Hollywood.
Well, you were the fresh-faced kid. I remember when you were the discovery, and now you're kind of talking to people in that same boat.
Yes, exactly. Exactly, and I bring that experience. I wish I talk about that, how I began, and what my process was as well. So it's really more of, it's not an interview show; it's more of a conversation. And I'm just loving it because it turns out I really like to talk to people.
Well, and speaking to the younger acting generation about your own personal experience. I mean, you were thrown in as the lead of a film that had an ensemble cast that was just the insane amount of talent that it was. Do you touch on how intimidating a scenario like that can be?
Yes, it was. But at the same time, when you come in like that, you come in with an attitude of like, oh my God, I'm working with these people that, for instance, the guy who played my father, Jürgen Prochnow, I watched him just a few months before when I was in school in Das Boot. And I was like, this guy, he's amazing. And the presence and the power. Turns out he's playing my dad in Dune. Yeah. It's the stuff like that. They are the kindest, nicest, most generous people working with other actors. That's my experience has been pretty much across the board. Welcome. How can we help? Let's do this scene together. It's the same. You realize that it's all the same when you get in front of the camera. You're all working towards the same goal.
You're saying something that we've said many times, and Preston and I and the show we've been on for quite a long time. And the people who are the most willing to give advice and most helpful are talented of their own right. They're not covetous of what you might be or what you could present as in the way of competition or whatever. And always the nicest people turn out, for our experience, to be the most talented people. So would that be what you've just essentially? I assume that's what you're saying with your experience. Yeah.
That's exactly right. There's no coveting of and it's also, you realize we're all in this together. You know what I mean? So you share, and I'm only going to be as good as the person that I'm working with, and vice versa. So you want to give everything that you have in those moments, and share as much of yourself as possible. It's a crazy thing when you do join a cast like that, because the connection that you have to make with people that you don't necessarily know, it has to be immediate and deep and intense, and everyone gets that game. We all understand that.
Well, I know we don't have a lot of time, but I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up Fallout and season 2, and you were phenomenal in season 1, and that became sort of a pop culture, lightning rod. When can we expect season 2? And any tips, or how does it end?
Here's the end. Yes, December. I think we drop in December is what they're planning, and there'll be a little more Hank this time around, which I'm excited about. And the journey continues, and the characters continue to develop and expand, which is really the mark of a great show. So
wow, excellent. Kyle, 10 minutes is not enough time with you. We have to do this again sometime because there's so many questions I want to ask you, but we know you're pressed for time. But we'll make sure that people are aware of What Are We Even Doing? It's releasing this month's new podcast. And thanks for all you've done and continue to do. And hopefully we'll run into you again sometime.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, take care. Kyle Machlachlan. I also wanted to ask him about Inside Out and, how it was great. It's an animated film, and he just jumps into a booth and does some voiceover work, probably a couple of days, and he's done. Do you have any idea that movie was going to be as emotionally powerful as it turned out to be?
We didn't even mention Twin Peaks, and and the first time that aired, I was not ready for it. I didn't understand it at all, and then because I wasn't ready for it, I was turned off by it. And then I rewatched it, or watched it, I guess, really with fresh eyes for the first time a few years ago, and I was like, oh, this is really, really cool. And
Nick, that was network television.
Yeah, that was ABC
that took that risk of doing that. And I was on board from the get-go because I was a fan of his to begin with. And he was terrific as the young FBI agent with the pie and all those. That show was a meme generator before memes existed, the log lady and all that stuff. And it became clear, Preston, it was one of those shows where it sort of got so popular that it was clear that they were like, oh, where do we go with this? And they didn't quite know where to go with it. But they did do a movie called Firewalk with Me, which is actually the wrap-up. And I think it's sort of a brilliant movie that gives the Laura Palmer story comes to a correct end.
So I only vaguely know what Twin Peaks was about, and I know that it's offbeat. It's it's Lynch.
David Lynch. Yeah,
it's odd.
There are supernatural elements to it.
But how many was it? One season?
And they
was 2 seasons.
Yeah, the problem is that they solved the mystery. So the and Steve's right. Like the way that they solved the mystery didn't really make sense. So then they did the movie later on, and all of that was disjointed. And then they reunited for a third season, which came out 6-7 years ago. Like, and I think that was on Showtime or something like that.
Not quite. Didn't stick the landing.
Right, and so it was. You know how X-Files was kind of like disjointed over time because they at one point David Duchovny left and Robert Patrick came in and whatever. Anyway, Twin Peaks was kind of like that. And so the second season of Twin Peaks, when it aired on ABC, Preston, it lost a lot of its audience because they were like they didn't know how to pace the murder of Laura Palmer and solving that murder.
Right. Okay. But also you say, all right, 2 seasons, but like how many episodes? Like 16 episodes, 20, you know?
I forget the exact count, but I mean, if you were, there were things people still, do you remember they would have this little person, there were sequences that were sort of dream sequences, and he would walk into the room talking backwards.
Yeah.
And Kyle's FBI agent would be sitting there listening to him and deciphering and
understanding it.
Well,
he had to shoot the scenes backwards too. So Kyle Machlachlan would have to remember. He wouldn't voice it, but he would have to give his dialogue in reverse and then walk backwards as if it was walking forward. Like it was Lynch being weird for the sake of being weird and being arty, and it worked. I mean, it captured the audience.
But he describes, like, David Lynch would come to him and say, he's going to talk about how his favorite type of gum is no longer being manufactured. And
right.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
This is the thing now.
Sure, yeah.
Wow.
30 episodes, Casey.
Wow.
Over 2 seasons.
Okay.
By the way, shot in the most gorgeous part of the country.
Yeah, Snoqualmie Falls is what it's called, and it's outside of Seattle. If you ever get a chance to visit it, I went there a few years ago, and in the opening sequences of Twin Peaks, they show the falls. It's right here on the screen, Preston. It's beautiful, and that's where Twin Peaks took place.
Was Sherilyn Fenn? Was she Laura Palmer?
No, she was a friend of Laura Palmer's.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay. I'm wondering if it's something I'll ever go and visit. And if it'd be worth it, or is it too dated, or weird?
I would tell you, if you've got an excess of time to kill, because there's other stuff you could get tied up in, it won't satisfy you ultimately, the way you'd want it to. So if you want to flirt, watch the movie. You can
maybe. Yeah, and Lynch is, I can take him. There's some things I like. I love Dune. Eraserhead was too much for me.
Blue Velvet?
I saw Blue Velvet was weird.
Yeah.
I didn't love it. It made me feel uncomfortable, but I did kind of dig that.
And then Elephant Man.
I saw a little bit of Lost Highway, and I'm like, this is just
about Mulholland Drive.
Or no, I'm sorry, that was it. Yeah, Mulholland Drive, I think. And I'm like, this is just, I don't know what this is.
He would, it's like the video he did where he's Lynch himself interrogating a talking monkey about his relationship with the chicken. Either it works for you or it doesn't.
Yeah.
Some things do. Even the most arch, Lynch fans would say, Lynch would probably say, he got that he was a bit much to handle, but amazing stuff.
So Kyle Machlachlan did Dune with Lynch, and then the next movie is Blue Velvet, also with Lynch, and he showed his mom the script to Blue Velvet, and his mom was like, "You can't do this movie." She thought it was like
that's from it.
She thought it was like revolting and terrifying and way too sexual and whatever, and so but Machlachlan was like, yeah, but it's David Lynch. And he was young.
Yeah.
And so he did it anyway. So he and his mom didn't speak for 6 months because she was like, you can't do this movie. And she was really mad at him for doing it.
Well, oh well. But it was great talking to him.
Yeah, he's a cool guy.
Again sometime. We have a couple of minutes.
Yeah, man.
I think here. I wanted to mention this. Steve sent this over to me. I found this kind of interesting. Philadelphia International Import has landed it at the bottom of the National Customer Satisfaction Ranking for airports.
Yes.
It's the worst.
Our worst.
I don't think it's that bad. What's so bad about it?
For large airport, for similarly sized airports.
So
it's lame.
It's funny when you said that because I listen. I don't. My personal experiences have not been, oh my God, this is a hellscape.
Yeah.
It's like an airport.
Yeah. So for me, listen, it is the constant for me, right? All the other airports are the variables. So, I fly to, now I fly to Detroit with the regularity. That airport just seems weird to me. There's like 2 different terminals, and then one terminal it's like a mile long. right? So they have like the McNamara, and I forget what the other one, Dade maybe. And one airport is so long that they had like there's a second level to it that is basically just one of those people movers because it's so long.
Mm-hmm. Well, what you're describing is, I think, in the article here in Preston, you're going to talk about it, which is what puts it at the bottom of the list.
So PHL came in last among similarly sized airports. This is J.D. Power's Traveler Satisfaction Survey, and it's the 5th year in a row that it has earned that distinction.
I mean, that's pretty awful.
Yep. And this is among 27 airports that see between 10 million and 32.9 million passengers a year. As the survey results were released on Wednesday, city officials gathered with the airport and airline leaders to share updates and unveil a new airport logo. At the second State of the Airport address.
It's a disgruntled traveler.
At the convention center. By the way, the top airport is John Wayne Airport in California.
That's goddamn ridiculous.
What city is
It's
that?
Orange County. It's an alternate to LAX if you're flying to Southern California.
And Tampa International Airport was second. Now, that's the one I fly into regularly. It's
a good airport.
It's a great airport.
Yeah.
And so maybe that's why I see that PHL's not special at all.
Right.
And then Dallas Love Field's in third place. That's a badass airport.
It's a hell of an airport, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I was at a layover there one time, and I actually enjoyed.
There's a lot to do
walking around that airport.
It feels like a high-end mall.
Yep.
Which brings up my point, because you very rarely, if ever, enjoy your time in Philadelphia. I consider it a success if I get in and out of the PHL without incident, without something going wrong, without them losing my bag, without a delay or whatever. Like, there's always or almost always something that has gone awry, and if nothing goes awry, that's a success. I've spent time in airports where I've enjoyed my time in that airport, and that I don't think that ever really happens in PHL.
I have literally, and I shouldn't say this because I'm flying out tomorrow. I've never had an issue at Philadelphia International Airport. I've never had like any sort of extensive delays. I've never had bags missing.
You're lucky.
From time, every now and then, I might have a longer wait to get through security. But I've found ways around that as well.
I've sat at the gate for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
I mean, while trying to get off the plane.
Bags lost.
And that ain't fun.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rose.
Oh, no, I'm a homer. I love our airport. I think our airport is great. I think one of the reasons it's great is it's really easy to get around in. It's not super big. You don't have to take a tram back and forth. You can like walk from one end of the terminal to another.
There's a spot where you have to take a tram. I've had to take it
F,
before.
right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
You're right there. They do have great restaurants. The additions they've made recently, there's an oyster house between B and C. They just opened a Middle Child. Randy Rucker just took over one of the lounges. Like, there is so much. There's Good Luck Pizza and what's the other Val and Marcy place that's in there. There's so many great restaurants. I think the Philadelphia and the Sports Merch is one of the best places in that airport. I think it's great. The one thing I did notice, because I read this article too, because I was wondering what it was about. They pointed out that the airport is 85 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they keep building additions to it. And they're like, the amount of people that get on one plane now is so different than 40 years ago. There's like double the people. So in some of those terminals, you are squeezed in there.
It is the proverbial polishing of a turd.
Yes.
And there needs to be some extensive overhauls taking place. And then if you talk about, Preston, some of the airports that we both really like that you mentioned on the list, there's room for expanding. Yeah. There really isn't much for Philadelphia Airport. You know, you're buttressed up against the water.
Yeah.
It's almost like LaGuardia in New York in a number of ways, and you have main thoroughfares all around. You have a historic fort right at the edge of one part of it. So it's kind of, they've got to be creative in what they do to make these improvements.
And the SEPTA line goes right into the airport. You can be from downtown, from the center city, from 30th Street Station to the airport in like 18 minutes. But I go to Denver a lot. We all have our places that we fly into a lot. It takes me 25 minutes to get from like one of the last terminals at the end to the train there, just walking.
Yeah, and then how long from the airport into town?
Another like 45 minutes,
and if
another
there's traffic,
hour.
it's even worse.
Yeah, well, I take the train, so it's like a 45-minute train ride.
Yeah, Denver's a great airport, but it is far from Denver, and it's massive. I have a friend this weekend who's flying out of Allentown from one small airport to another small airport. I think he's going to Greenville in South Carolina, and I've not done the Allentown airport yet. I would like to try that, because just as an alternative to see what it's like. I did fly out of Newark this summer. I would rank Newark lower than Philadelphia.
Michael Taylor of J.D. Power said the biggest issue with Philadelphia is simply that it's an old airport. It's in desperate need of renovation. As Marissa said, some of the holding areas are way too small. Taylor said he generally shies away from suggesting to airports that they need a new building because that kind of investment requires billions of dollars. But he says, yeah, that's what we need.
You know what I noticed just as a weird perception? The last time I was at the airport, they always have the mayor, welcome you.
Yeah. Always at almost every single airport. Yeah.
The volume on Mayor Barker cranked up like,
really?
Welcome to Philadelphia. I'm like, holy Jesus.
Wow.
And she's ebullient and she's up and it's great, but I'm like, holy crap.
Steve, that's cranked, but they also won't tell you like where your terminal is moved to.
Right.
Like crank that up too.
Right. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Some of the announcements, and that's at any airport, that you don't know where they're coming from or, does this pertain to me? I have no idea.
B14 has been moved to gates.
Yeah, or they talk way too fast, which drives me crazy.
The one in Denver, the guy says, the mayor's like, we're the 5th biggest international airport. And you're just like waiting for him to tell the other cities or say something. And he's like, we're growing. We're going to beat the other. And then you just like leave you hanging. I was like, are you guys trying to get your
cheese.
SEO up?
By the way, Marissa, are you aware of there's some story about the Denver airport?
The Illuminati.
The Illuminati, that's it. Yeah.
Is that where they fly out of?
If you look at a bird's eye view of it, it's like the way it's designed is like I don't know what's the Illuminati symbol.
I don't know, but some conspiracy theorists think that there's some kind of underground thing going on there.
Yeah, and then they have this like weird horse thing the
death horse.
Yeah, the blue horse or something like that. It has a name.
With the glowing eyes. Yeah, like the thing.
That's real.
Yeah, somebody died from it.
Yeah.
A dude, when they were building it, like the horse fell and killed a guy, and now the horse's eyes glow. It's right outside the airport. Next time you go into in and out of Denver, there's a picture of it up on the screen.
Wow.
It's there, and you see the glowing eyes. And when they built it and were putting it up, one of the construction workers died because it fell on him.
Okay. Doesn't represent the Broncos?
I think it does. I mean, that's what the intent was, is, Denver Broncos. And
what do you think it is?
Oh, I never put that together.
Oh, my
that it was a Denver Bronco.
By the way, I would really like to get to JFK. I've not been there, and I just looked this up, but the renovations that they did there over the last decade plus cost $19 billion.
So they put in that whole, that's where that retro TWA style terminal is.
And hotel, right?
And
Steve?
hotel, yeah.
Yeah.
So I always used to find JFK fun to fly in and out of. The thing is that when you get, as with a lot of airports, when you get on the airport grounds, you seem to be driving forever. Like then you have LaGuardia, the other big airport right in the area, and you pull up and you're basically pulling up to your plane. But JFK is a sprawling airport.
I flew into O'Hare recently, and the last 2 times you land, and then the ride to the terminal is about a 15-minute ride.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm like on and on and on and on.
And you're far from Chicago at that point, too. Like, O'Hare is not close. Midway's much closer.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of trams in the airport, like a monorail in that, except for in Orlando, because at least you can look for alligators as you're going.
The system is nice. DFW has a good setup as well. They're, I'm not opposed to them. I just when you're getting someplace, you want it to be as straight through as you can possibly have it.
Like literally taking the train, the airport line, they literally have a stop at each terminal. You can like get off at A.
That's pretty wild.
B, C, or D. The last time, you guys know I don't get to the airport early. I was so early, I was like, well, I'm just going to get off at A and walk to E because I have nothing else to do.
Right, yeah.
Like it is so convenient.
All right, well, I have another. I know we did City Beat the other day. This is not really City Beat, but I have another local story.
Not City Beat.
Steve sent this over to me, too. But the Deptford Mall, hundreds of Philadelphia area consumers took to social media over the past week to weigh in on the mall's quiet rollout of the premier parking. We talked about this. We've been chatted on 6ABC about it not that long ago, I believe. Many criticized the program, calling it unreal, ridiculous, and nonsense. Some said it was the reason they preferred to shop online. And Deptford Mall executives heard the customers. Mesa Rich, the California company which owns the South Jersey Center and the Fashion District Philadelphia, announced this week that the program is being phased out.
crazy.
well,
Now just stop it.
If you're unaware, it's $10 for priority parking close to
Correct.
the mall.
Yes. So,
which didn't fly, apparently.
a company spokesperson declined to specify how long the premier spots had been in place. They numbered about 50 out of about more than 5,000 parking spots at the shopping center. The program did not take away from other reserved parking spaces near the mall for expectant mothers and veterans, and accessible spaces required under the Americans with Disabilities Act.
You know what, though? And I think we brought this up the first time we talked about it. I wonder if this could be rolled out on a temporary basis around the holidays. So think about that. So if you're going to go shopping at the mall around the holidays, and you pay $10 for that
right
perk, would that hold water on a temporary basis seasonally?
I think it still might piss people off.
Yeah,
because
no
like,
doubt.
dude, I could have that for free.
Yeah.
if it were available.
No, you can't. It's $10.
and you didn't have that, then that could have been mine. But then again, some others might go, $10? Hell yes.
Yep.
I'll take that. Some on social media were quick to point out that even the region's most thriving malls, including King of Prussia and Cherry Hill, don't charge shoppers to self-park in a good parking spot. Several restaurants at the Cherry Hill Mall offer free valet parking, but the mall itself does not have valet or paid parking spots. And King of Prussia does have a valet lot,
They
right?
do, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I thought they used to.
Near one of the high-end stores, you could maybe it was Neiman Marcus or something like that. But you could. There was valet in that area.
Yep. So I don't know what the
Shake Shack
status is now, but anyhow, so if you were banking on that, forget it.
Yep.
They're phasing
Done.
it out. It's gone. They heard enough feedback that it was not a good idea. All right, we got to take ourselves a break. Come back in a second. Dive into some bizarre file stories. We got them on the way, so make sure you hang out. So I think wouldn't it be the other way around? The hot
Yeah, maybe they meant
moms and sisters
they were
would
being-
be Stacy,
Maybe being sneaky.
or maybe they were being sneaky. Yeah.
Do you know what's funny? And it hasn't aged well, Preston. In the movie Clueless, they refer to hot guys as a Baldwin.
A
And
Baldwin.
then right now, that would not really hold up.
Here's another one that says, we work with cars. There's a viral TikTok of workers making monkey noises when management is coming.
that's not discreet.
We work with cars. Explorers are exploders. Toyotas are Toy Yoda. Well, it's the same. Tacomas are tacos, and Ford Escapes are escapee. Dory from Finding Nemo. Okay, so they use little phrases for different products. I'm going to go to Matt. We're talking about at work jargon. Matt, good morning.
9 times.
9 times.
Yes.
9 times?
9
Wow.
times.
9 times.
9 times.
Matt, what's up, man?
All right, so I'm a union electrician, right? And when we're on a job, if we got a foreman that'll spend like every second of every work day just staring at you while we work, we call him a bird dog.
A bird dog.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yep. And would a bird dog know what that means, or is that just your group of guys' language?
Oh, no, they know what it means.
They know what it means. All right,
They
gotcha.
absolutely know.
It's a standard industry term. All right, thanks, Matt.
Matter of fact, a lot of us have stickers on our hard hats that have like a pointer hound with the circle and the line through it.
With a line
No
through
bird
it.
dogs.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it. Let me go over to I don't know who this is. Hi, you're on the air. I have no name for you. You work in a restaurant? Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, that's you. Hi, what is your
I'm sorry, I said Amanda, but it's fine.
There we go.
Yeah, so I used to work in a restaurant, as most young kids did before my big girl job, and we used to track mullets that walked in.
Okay, and how would you
So-
indicate that?
So if you make like an L with your hand, an upside down L was a man mullet, because it's got your fingers pointing down like the back of the mullet.
Oh.
But a regular L was a lady mullet.
Okay.
And so we would put it up on our chest and say 23. And you'd walk by and be like, oh, that's a good, so whenever we saw a mullet, it was like.
So to explain what you're talking about, if you were to do like a hand pistol and point the barrel to the ground,
Right.
that would be a man mullet.
That's a man mullet.
Okay.
I love it. And then the number
like,
was
almost like a loser symbol.
right.
Gotcha.
And so you would do that and then give a number, and would that coincide with a table?
With the table.
There you
Yeah.
go. I love that. I love that. Thank you, Amanda.
And frankly, I'm always happy not knowing, obviously this is being carried on away from your knowledge, and that's probably best.
Okay, let me go to Michelle. Hi, Michelle. Good morning. Gadzooks, Michelle.
I worked overnight at a CVS, and my supervisor and I, we would, I'd be in the front and he'd be in the back, and I would announce a code Q when a hot guy came in, and we would have a game. He would have to go around the store and find who I was talking about. Find the code Q.
Oh, that's great.
Especially in overnight.
So you would do that on the intercom in the store?
Yeah.
That's great.
My supervisor was, gay, and he was always looking for people, and I would just announce, code Q. That was for cutie, and he would have to walk around and find who I was talking about.
Love it.
That's excellent. I love it. That's great. All right, thank you, Michelle. All right, Casey, which line?
2, David.
All right, let me go to him. Hi, David, good morning.
Good morning, folks.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
I'm a juvenile probation officer, and I work in the house arrest with the devices on the ankles.
Okay.
And we get a lot of recidivists. That's the terminology. But usually they like you, and they're being very friendly because they like that somebody's treating them with respect and talking to them and paying attention.
Right.
Or they really hate you and they're angry at you. So we'll call them your boyfriend or your girlfriend or your son or your daughter. Like if it's a female probation officer going out there, oh, your boyfriend's here. Repeat offender.
That's
they keep coming back.
Okay.
That's a standard, yeah.
So
I've
boyfriend
actually
or
heard that,
girlfriend would be a term for a repeat offender. I gotcha. Makes sense. Nice. All right. Thanks, David. Appreciate it. Let's go to Kenny. Hey, Kenny. Good morning. That's what we do when an attractive person comes into the office.
We're really discreet.
Yeah, very discreet about it. What's up, Kenny?
How's everybody? Yeah,
Good.
I used to work at a big logistics plant, warehouse type of deal. It was a 100,000 square foot building.
Wow.
And a lot of guys working, packing boxes. And the bosses were tough. They wanted to make sure you're working 1,000,000 miles a minute. And they would walk around at each department. And we had a code. It was 10, like the number 10 when they were coming.
All right.
And we were getting close because the head manager was a tall, slender guy. And the owner was a short, fat guy. So next to each other, they looked like the number 10. So that was our code.
That's excellent.
That's excellent, yes.
Oh, my God.
It's like hot dog and hamburger, right?
Totally. And you call it out, and they would know they'd be on the way. Nice. All right. How about military jargon? We're going to go to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy.
I'm listener, first-time caller.
Excellent. Appreciate it, man. All right. You were military, Jeremy?
Yeah, so I was in the military for 6 years, and whenever we did guard duty, we would, somebody who just didn't have any of their stuff together, we'd be like, oh, that's an ID-10 Tango right there.
ID-10 Tango, and what does that mean?
So that's idiots in the phonetical alphabet.
Yeah, because when you write it out.
Yeah, ID-10 Tango.
Yeah, I got it.
I think I might use that one.
That's great. Sounds so official.
Yeah.
ID-10 Tango. Nice. All right. Thanks,
That's
Jeremy.
great.
Appreciate it, man. Let's go over here to Justin. Hi, Justin. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right. So we're talking about at work speak jargon, and what would you guys use, and what did you do?
Well, basically, whenever any good-looking girl or whatever came in, we'd say, so-and-so, whatever the name is that was working next to me.
Yep.
We'd say line 6.
Line 6.
Line 6.
We didn't have a line 6 on the phone or anything, so we kind of knew, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, so and where was this you were working, Justin?
I'm
What
an
type
auto
of work?
technician. Auto technician.
Auto technician?
Auto
Okay,
technician.
all right, I got you.
So,
Yep.
So line 6, and that was the phrase, and everybody knew it.
Yes, sir.
That seems to generate, obviously, identifying attractive people is definitely a large part of code speak.
Yep. We'll go over to Don next. Hey, Don, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, so I used to work at Victoria's Secret, and around the holiday time, we would have a lot of people trying to steal stuff. So the code word, if someone was trying to steal something, was, I think we got a Susie.
A Susie.
A Susie. Now, what was that based on? Just a random selection of a name, or does it have any meaning beyond that?
A Susie is just like someone that's probably going to steal something. Like around the holiday time, it's really big. Like a lot of people like steal perfumes and bras. I don't know.
You're right. So in malls, if you ever had a mall job or a store job, where there's a lot of inventory, a lot of people coming in and out. There are a lot of code words for people they believe are shoplifting. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yep, I like Susie. Thank you very much. Let me get one more. This is Dave. This should be interesting. Hey, Dave.
I want to take his out back and punch his. All he is. Right now, I'll take his physically.
That's very well done.
Get away from me.
So, I used to work at a theme park, Sesame Place in the area.
All right.
And I was in the parks department where we would clean up all the spills, and bathroom accidents. Well, any incident that had a correlation to one of the characters, we use that color. So if there was a blood incident, you have a code Elmo.
Oh, my God.
If there was a pee incident, it'd be a code Big Bird. And the greatest one that I still use to this day is if there was a brown incident, it would be called a code Snuffy.
Snuffy.
Snuffleupagus.
Was this like all the employees knew this, or this was just you and the guys you worked with?
No, this was the actual codes that would go over the radio.
Oh, my God, that's really funny.
My Aunt Chris, who works at a hospital in the area, actually found them so hilarious that she took the codes into her hospital, and her staff now use those throughout the hospital.
So P,
Chris, I love you very much.
P is Big Bird, blood is Elmo, and Snuffleupagus is poop crap. Yeah.
Yeah. I love that, Dave.
Throw up would be Oscar.
I knew it. Yep. Well done. Excellent.
Oh,
All
it's
right,
so
thanks,
magical
Dave.
here. They keep making announcements.
By myself, I'll take you physically.
I got to go to this one. Okay, so I don't know what Ben did, where he worked, but this is interesting. Hey, Ben, good morning. Hi, Ben. You're on the air, bud. Is your name Ben?
I'm Tim.
Ken. It's Ken.
Oh.
Tim.
Or Tim?
Tim.
All right, Tim. All right, so what kind of work did you do, Tim?
So I have a construction company, and it's a small company. It's me and two guys, and we were working on this house on a park. And there's tons of women walking by. So if a woman walked by and had big breasts, we're always playing the radio. So we'll put on, play the John Mellencamp song.
Okay. Melons.
If a woman with a large butt will yell out, Wayne Gretzky, because he's number 99. 99 can look like a nice butt with two legs.
See, it's
Wayne.
It's thought out there.
Yep.
Mellencamp and Wayne Gretzky. It makes sense.
All right, thanks, Tim. I appreciate it. All right, so if you're in an establishment and you're a customer and you hear something that doesn't make any sense at all to you,
right?
They might be talking about you for all you know. You never know. There's a secret language. All right, thank you for sharing, gang. We appreciate that. All the calls, all the texts, but we got to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We have Bizarre File stories, and after that, we have Impact Wrestlers stopping in. We have Ali Sheedy on the show as well. Hang in there. Be back shortly.
Preston and Steve.
Rochelle, my wife, watches shows that I don't watch. She watches like 90 Day Fiance and Love is Blind and things like this. So she started watching this show over the weekend on Netflix, and it's called The Circle. And apparently it's been out. It's had several seasons. It's the third season. And in the first season, there's a couple people. There's a dude from Conchi.
Oh, yeah.
That's on the show.
Really?
Yeah. A guy from Conchi and his mom. And
yes.
I ran into his mom a couple of times. I believe she's a realtor in...
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Liberty Safes of New Jersey. They want you to shop smarter for a safe. Shop one of their showrooms on Horizon Drive in Hamilton and Route 73 in Mount Laurel. You can go to libertysafesnj.com. Well, diners at a Torrance, California Benihana got more than chicken fried rice Monday night. They actually watched some live action ass kicking between two of the restaurant's employees.
Oh, cool.
And you can see some of the altercation in the video. Utensils clang and dishes go flying as the workers get into it, causing some frantic bystanders to flee their seats while the situation escalates. Plates continue to be smashed as someone lets out a yell, and eventually a security guard is seen with his arms wrapped around a highly agitated man who is escorted out. The police were called to the scene, and Lieutenant Freddie Ahmed said that the suspect was gone before authorities arrived. Their investigation determined there was a dispute between a manager and one of the employees. Manager instructed the employee to leave the restaurant, but the employee refused, which is then when security stepped in to help.
That's not the Benihana way.
And things got more heated than an onion volcano on a hibachi grill.
You've insulted my dojo.
A physical altercation occurred between the employees and the security guard, not the manager, and the security guard suffered injuries that were treated by the fire department personnel at the scene. No one is in custody after the investigation continues.
You know, I never had a meal at Benihana. I've been to Japanese steakhouses before and love them, but would you recommend a Benihana?
Sure.
Yeah.
They're all pretty similar.
Okay.
You know, same routine, Japanese egg roll and the little guy that pees and
Did you see
and the volcano thing.
They actually explained how a lot of the Benihana stuff, which is not, a lot of it isn't really traditional Japanese, but it was created for the Benihana brand by businessmen here. But it is very cool. It took off.
There was a place we used to go to that was similar to that, local to where I live, and we used to go regularly because they had a sushi bar. And we got to know the chefs there because they would cook for us regularly, and they told us how, man, one chef stabbed another one.
Oh, jeez.
And it obviously got arrested and all this stuff, but it was a fight that happened in the kitchen while they were in business going. They got super sharp knives.
You do go for a show, don't you?
Yes, you do. Yeah. But it was pretty wild. All right, Publishers Clearinghouse is leaving past winners empty-pocketed. The company that handed out checks to hundreds of people over the years has declared bankruptcy.
Oh, that's sad.
And the hiccup from that is that anyone who took payments instead of a lump sum is out of luck if they still have checks to receive.
That would suck. They're actually now going door to door, Preston, asking for money.
Oh, wow. They have the big check and everything.
Could you fill this out?
Can you write this? Can you sign this?
I never really understood the math behind all of this.
Oh, right.
Like, where do they get their money?
Well, obviously they didn't have a good. They didn't have a good plan either.
John Wiley is one of those winners, and he calls this a nightmare because the $5,000 a week for life checks have stopped. That's what he was supposed to get, $5,000 a week for life. So that's a great deal.
Yeah.
That's an amazing deal.
That's honestly why I would always take the lump sum.
Wiley, who is now 61, has been looking for jobs, but his 10-year employment gap is making it impossible. Checks stopped in January.
Does he have any recourse?
I don't know.
When they declare bankruptcy.
ARB Interactive ended payments to past winners so that they could ensure paying future winners. According to a statement, Publishers Clearinghouse will continue to operate. So we'll see. 3 people went on trial in South Africa on Monday after being charged with housebreaking and stealing $580,000 in U.S. banknotes that were hidden in a couch at a game farm owned by President Cyril Ramaphosa. So the strange case mired Ramaphosa in scandal and almost cost him his job.
Almost?
After he was accused of tax evasion, money laundering, and breaching foreign currency laws. He was also accused of trying to hide the existence of the money because the alleged theft happened in 2020, but was only revealed 2 years later.
I promise to never do it again.
The case has been dubbed Farmgate in South Africa. Ramaphosa, who campaigned on an anti-corruption ticket, was clear of wrongdoing and survived a vote in Parliament over whether impeachment charges should be brought against him, but he is still under scrutiny over why such a large amount of money was stashed in a piece of furniture at his house.
Wasn't his whole platform he would never hide anything in a couch?
He said the money came from the legitimate sale of animals in his Fala
game and livestock farm. Fala?
In the northern province of Limpopo.
Where you going, fella? Fala.
But hasn't explained why it was stashed in a couch. The 3 defendants, 2 men and a woman who were cleaning the farm, are accused of breaking in and stealing the money, and they pleaded not guilty to the charges in the opening day of the trial. The trial came to light when the former head of State Security Agency walked into a police station in June 2022 and filed a complaint against Ramaphosa. Arthur Frazier accused him of hiding $4 million in a couch and using his personal police security detail to track down the thieves and bribe them to keep quiet about the money.
Flummoxed officials at a Fala farm.
Yeah, so...
Follow the finger!
fingers. I don't know. I just wanted to play that. Back to you, Preston.
No, actually, don't go
No,
back.
why don't you play ASMR basketball?
No, what is
Yes.
Well, we do that. I don't know. I just was looking for. There's a lyric from Snoop Dogg where he says, "Follow me, follow me, follow me, follow me," and I was hoping that we had that, and then I found this thing called "Follow the Fingers," and I was like, "What the hell is that all about?"
Follow the fingers.
Before the show ends, can we play
We have
SMR basketball?
We do have that, by the way. Yeah.
We can do it now if you want.
If you want to.
Yeah, we'll wrap up the bizarre file right
Okay,
there.
there you go.
So this was earlier this morning. Can you relive this?
Yes.
Why did you play this?
Because somebody had sent sneakers to Cal in Scotland.
That's right, yeah.
In the bizarre file.
And I had something that said ASMR basketball, and I thought it was sounds of basketball sneakers on a basketball court. And
I
it
love
was
that
not.
sound, by the way.
Yeah, I love it too.
But we do
clearly
have
was
the actual
not.
sound now. Marissa found some of that. Yeah.
All right, but are we going to hear that or the?
Let's hear ASMR basketball.
Oh, you want to hear the ASMR?
Yeah, we want to see what because we never found out what it was.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
right,
Hang on
so-
a second. Yeah. Oh God, I hate this thing.
What are you doing?
I have to type in ASMR, but I can't even explain.
I don't know where the A is.
No, the
Where
problem
does the
here-
letter fall in
All
the
right.
alphabet?
So I'm going now. I have to explain this to you.
Okay.
See this little search bar here, Preston?
Yeah.
If you all right, so I'm going to click the cursor on that.
Yeah.
If you don't type a letter within a second, it doesn't register and it will just start playing audio. Right. So I'm going to click the cursor. Right. So I click the cursor. 1, 2. Now I'm going to hit this letter. Oh, it actually worked this time. Come on.
All you have to do is do an elaborate setup like that, and it'll work every time.
Okay.
Just try to give us an example, and then it'll force you to fail.
All right. Now.
All right, here we go. ASMR basketball game. And now, ASMR basketball game. We don't know what this is, by the way. Here's some audio right here.
You're drifting off.
The Northwoods Baseball Radio Network presents Sleep Baseball.
Well, it's not basketball,
Tonight,
first of all.
from Lighthouse Park in South Haven, Michigan. It's the South Haven Ravens hosting the Baraboo Bombers of Baraboo, Wisconsin.
What are we?
Good evening, friends. The Ravens' home park, Sylvan Field, is temporarily closed due to a mishap that occurred at the South Haven Dog Show last week.
Pause it for a second.
Okay.
I know exactly
I
what
do
they're
too.
attempting to do. And
I do
so
too.
why don't you explain, Preston, because I know exactly the
So
methodology.
the delivery of baseball play-by-play has a pacing to
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
It's a comfortable, slower delivery than other sports. And I think I remember we had a story that said that some people can use that as a form of ASMR relaxation. Now, it sounds like this is slowed down a little bit.
Or even a bit.
Or if the guy is just probably one of the greatest imaging voices of all time, because that is one heavy voice the dude's got.
I don't know, but
farm in Fala.
I think that's what that is.
Okay. All right.
Now,
do you wanna
Play a
hear-
little bit more, just a little bit more.
So you get the ambient sound of the crowd. You
Right.
get this this pacing delivery from the play-by-play and color people, and
It's saying essentially gibberish, but it is but it has the same cadence.
Yeah.
It is a perfect night for a ball game. 74 degrees at game time with a light breeze blowing out to left center.
Okay. And I get it. I do agree. There's something that can really relax you with the with baseball.
I currently have a road cone inserted into my buttocks, and it feels so good on this warm afternoon.
I don't know why it's labeled as basketball though.
It's baseball.
Yeah, it's just mistyping.
All right, we corrected that problem for when we use this in the future.
I think it's a comedy bit of somebody's doing a bit of what ASMR baseball would sound like.
I think it might be legit for people who have ASMR. I think it might be a legit sort of audio.
You know what, Nick? Look up on YouTube ASMR baseball and see if anything comes up. And in the meantime, here are basketball sneakers.
I like that sound.
Yeah.
Do you ever have a pair of shoes that for some reason
yes Mine are insanely loud. I have a particular pair of shoes.
I have a pair that
I can't even stand it. I quit wearing them.
I'm embarrassed to walk with them on.
Yeah.
It causes my dog anxiety.
Yeah.
The pair of shoes that I'm wearing now, the first time I put them on, because I have tile floors all throughout my first floor, and my daughter was still home at the time, and she had fallen asleep on the couch, so I'm leaving for work in the morning, and it was just like that. And I was like, okay, I guess I got to wear these in a little bit before the squeak stops. No, they still squeak.
So I have some Doc Martens that I kind of like, boots that I wear. They're black. I wear them all the time. I like them whenever I'm wearing a nice pair of slacks. And I got sort of a similar pair. But I don't know what the bottoms of these things are made on. When I'm on any kind of polished floor, it sounds like I'm murdering a squirrel.
Chip, 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 like with every step.
Press, I have a question because you're the ASM.
Case, what is it?
Thank you for indulging me here. Because you're an expert, can you have ASMR with music?
Not typically me.
Okay.
There are, some of those spa kind of Zen pieces of music that can bring that out.
Because there is a particular song that I discovered last week.
I like Big Butts.
No, it's not that one. I listened to it specifically for what happens from 2 minutes in to about 2.5 minutes.
What is it?
It's a song called Indian River by Goose, and it's a live version from
Cincinnati New Year's Eve.
Cincinnati New Year's Eve. Thank
It's
you.
off ASMR baseball.
But I'm telling you, and so I obsess over songs. You guys know this. You've known me for a long time, and I'll listen to, if I find a song that I particularly like, I will listen to it over and over again for a couple of weeks before I burn it out, and then. But this one in particular, I cannot wait. It's actually 1:59 in till about 2.5 minutes. And it
does it put you in sort of a trance-like state?
That's exactly what I was going to say.
So it's funny you should mention that because I have been on a Peter Gabriel Genesis kick. Genesis is one of my absolute favorite bands of all time. And I saw a couple of YouTube videos pop up that talk about the song Carpet Crawlers, which is one of my favorite songs. See if we have it in the system case.
Okay, I'm looking.
And see, Preston, if this would have any potential of having a soothing ASMR.
And it's right off the bat?
Yeah, it should be.
While he's looking for that, Nick, you want to reveal this information about the Northwoods Baseball Radio Network?
So it's not a comedy bit per se, but it is a bit. It's a fake baseball game. There's no yelling, no loud commercials, no weird volume spikes. Fans call it Baseball Radio ASMR. So I like this tagline. If you don't listen to it, you'll listen through it. And it's designed for you, if you like baseball and you like that pentameter.
That's like 2 in the pink, 1 on the sting.
It's not at all like that.
Oh, it's not?
If you like that pentameter and you want to relax and go to sleep, this is something you can listen to that's basically baseball ASMR.
Well, then what is 2 in the pink, 1 in the stink, Nick?
That's something different?
That's ASMR.
Right.
ASMR.
Right.
Did you find the song?
No, but you know what?
Okay.
We should probably take a break and maybe we can revisit this in music news.
Sure, or put it into a book.
All right, we'll take a break. As Casey said, come back in a second. Lesson question, trash, music, news. Those things are on the way.
In Conshohocken, yes, and she was also a character when I saw her in person, but she listens to the show and she was like, yes.
And there's a gal from Delco on it.
What's the premise of the show?
She went to Cabrini. Okay, so it's they put these people in this, I don't know, apartments or whatever. They give them a place to stay. Everybody's sequestered. They're on their own. You have no outside sources. You don't have a phone or anything like that. Okay. And you communicate via text only. There's like a message board of sorts.
Okay. So you never see each other.
You never see each other. You have a picture of you, or you might be catfishing. You might be pretending to be someone else.
All right.
Now listen, I don't watch this, so I've been told that this is how the show goes. So anyhow, they all communicate via text or sending messages back and forth to each other. I don't know what the nature of these conversations are or how they get started, but nonetheless, there's a voting system. The people that are considered, you get to vote for other people who you think is your favorite, I guess, or something like that. And whoever the top 2 that get the most votes are then able to vote people out. But they keep rotating. Like if they vote you out, then they bring new people in.
Hence the circle.
And it keeps going. I don't know what the point of the show is. I don't know if there's a prize. All I know is that my wife and daughter are now on board, and I hear them laughing hysterically while they're watching the show, and they're talking about so-and-so and this person and that person and doing this and this, and they find it hilarious. But the dude the dude from Conchi, his accent is so Delco.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh my God. It is. Yeah, it's definitely all over it. And the girl is also who's from Delaware County. I just know sketches of information, but I thought it was pretty funny when the guy, I did see his indoctrination into the show and he's like, yeah, from Conshohocken. I'm like, did he just say Conshohocken? Like, when do you ever hear the town of Conshohocken mentioned on a syndicated television show?
Isn't it hilarious, though, how giddy you get? Like, if in a show, listen, with all this going on in the world, if I see something I recognize, like our skyline in a movie,
I know, totally.
And it's just something that you can't help it. So when you hear a contestant, I don't care how bad the show is, and we're looking at the trailer for the show, and it looks pretty bad, but, hey, it's cool.
I can't help but think, though, people who know nothing about this area who actually just hear the word Conshohocken and say, what in the hell is that?
Well, I told you, I've bemoaned the fact for years that anytime someone is from Long Island, New York, which is where I spent most of my earlier formative years, they're a raving moron. And that's the way it's constantly the way it is. Yeah, this kind of guy. And so there's a lot more people on Long Island, but that's the impression you would get all the time.
Okay, so the guy's name is Ed. Somebody's texting in about him, and he was on The Challenge, I guess, which was on MTV.
It used to be the Road Rules versus Real World Challenge, and now it's just called The Challenge.
Oh, really?
So does this have a vibe like that, like an MTV Real World?
Not. I didn't get Real World from
you're
it,
not
but
watching it.
But it's definitely got that MTV sensibility. And they're really playing it up for the camera and everything. But all I know is Rochelle and Caroline are laughing their asses off while watching the show. So good for them. I'm glad they found the show.
Sure.
Now, there's another show on Netflix, and I have not seen this. Steve has, though, that has a tie to our area. And it's on Netflix, and it's The Worst Roommate Ever.
Yeah. Casey had mentioned it last week as well. You watched one of the episodes. I think this might have been the premiere. I watched that one as well with an older woman. So this is, as you would imagine, these are sociopaths who end up being, living in proximity to you or whatever. And then this story arose, Preston, that you're going to talk about.
Yeah, some dude who ended up... the people ended up dead in this particular story.
That's kind of an underlying theme to all of these, Preston?
Yeah, the first two episodes I watched, and people were dead.
So this was in Montco. So in 2017, it's the saga of a serial squatter, and it ended in 2 shocking deaths in Montgomery County. The story is available for streaming on the Netflix series, and it's based on New York Magazine's viral 2018 article, The Worst Roommate Ever. The series of the same title tells the story of Jameson Bachman, or as his Chestnut Hill roommate Alex Miller came to know him as Jed Creek. So his name is Jameson Bachman, but he went by Jed Creek, a name that he had used to respond to a fateful Craigslist ad that Miller had posted seeking a roommate. And that exchange would serve as the beginning of an increasingly nightmarish string of events. So you can watch this episode, but I'm gonna reveal what happened here if you don't mind.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, so as Jed Bachman contacted Miller about the room, saying that he was a lawyer from New York who had grown up outside of Philly and that he needed a place to stay in the area to deal with some family issues. And after meeting up, the two became roommates. Bachman wrote a check for Miller immediately and then moved in the same evening. And it started to get weird almost immediately, according to this article. Bachman showed up with 6 plastic bins, which contained all of his worldly possessions, as well as a cat, which Miller was allergic to and unaware that Bachman had. Bachman removed light bulbs from shared living spaces, took kitchen chairs to build a desk in his room, moved Miller's personal items around, and then refused to pay his portion of the utility bills. And after finding a cigarette butt in the toilet bowl, Bachman refused to pay the next month's rent, insinuating that Miller had broken the, quote, warranty of habitability. There you go. Yeah. A warranty of habitability and covenant of quiet enjoyment. That's what he called these. He said, according to Miller, he said, we agreed that he would share the cost of paying the bills. And he said later, Jed would laugh at me when I asked him to pay the bills.
It's not a good sign.
And he said when he laughed at me, it was sinister. It was demeaning. It was patronizing, like I was stupid. Miller's mother ran a search on Bachman's phone number, revealing that he wasn't Jed Creek at all. Instead, they found out that his true identity was Bachman and that he was a serial squatter who had terrorized roommates up and down the East Coast.
When you're locked into an effing nightmare like that, it just seems like there's no way out.
Bachman, Miller found out, knew just enough about tenancy laws to take advantage of roommates by not paying rent, refusing to leave, and eventually forcing them to move out of their own houses. Primarily, he'd accomplished that through weird domestic torture, like clogging toilets with cat litter. But at least one former roommate, a woman named Arlene Herbiden, had physical altercations with Bachman that resulted in restraining orders. Bachman even took 2 of her cats to area kill shelters after taking over her apartment.
Oh, my God.
Another former roommate, someone named Sonia Acevedo, found that he regularly behaved violently. Acevedo came to block herself in her own room with a chair, worried that he might snap at any time, and booby-trapped the door when she wasn't home to see if he was entering her space. By the way, Bachman was from Elkins Park. He graduated from Cheltenham High School in 1974.
Yay.
Friends interviewed in the series described him as smart, charming, and good-looking, and said most people thought that he had a bright future despite a tumultuous family background. He attended Tulane University in New Orleans, but it was there that one friend, identified as Bob F., says Bachman witnessed a brutal murder and that changed him forever. So a guy named Ken Gutsiet, a friend of Bachman's, was murdered at a frat house following an argument at the school's library. Gutsiet bled to death from a slashed neck. And after witnessing that, Bob F. says that that changed Bachman's outlook from upbeat and positive to very dark and very paranoid.
This is the nightmare, I think, of, and I know people who do it will enter into living situations, with basic strangers, with a very little bit of vetting.
Right.
And I think, like, in this series kind of focuses in on a number of these situations that go horribly wrong.
I had to live with somebody for a couple months that I didn't know.
Right.
I'll tell you about that in a second. I'm going to get you a little bit more on this. And if you have a roommate that went nutty on you story, feel free to give us a call, 215-263-WMMR. So after learning Bachman's true identity, Miller threw a lengthy party at her home with drinking, smoking, and rap music, 3 of Bachman's apparent pet peeves, as a way to get him to want to leave. Well, that escalated into assault. Bachman choked Miller, slamming her leg in a door, slashing at her with a knife. He was arrested, and Miller filed for a protection from abuse order that included Bachman's eviction. Bachman's brother, Harry, ended up bailing him out of jail twice, which ultimately would result in both of their deaths. So in November 2017, and I don't remember seeing this story, but Bachman killed Harry in his brother's Elkins Park home. Killed his own brother. In his home.
Yes.
With the district attorney's office saying that Harry suffered blunt force trauma to the head and body. After the murder, Bachman fled in his brother's car and used his credit card to check into a hotel in Upper Moreland Township. And there, a SWAT team served an arrest warrant on Bachman, but not without a struggle. As the series points out, Bachman swung a camp-style axe at officers.
I do remember this.
Striking one in the face and another one in the arm before being taken to custody. However, he would never go to trial for Harry's murder. He hanged himself in his cell at Montgomery County Correctional Facility.
So he ends up killing his own brother.
60 years old.
He's got his list of things. He tortures his roommates. Kitty litter in the, to back up the toilet.
Yeah. And he was doing that regularly.
Yeah,
He would live with people and drive them crazy.
And then chase them out.
And what are you getting out of that?
That's the question. Is it because you just feel this need to exert control over people? Is that it? Is that the big thing?
I don't know. But you talked about people not knowing each other, having to cohabitate, and it happens regularly.
They do it all the time. Yeah,
happens at college. You get a dorm roommate, and you don't know who they are. I had when I first started getting into radio, I entered into this internship program that was kind of a move away and live there type of thing. And the guy who owned the radio station owned an apartment complex, so he would put you together with the other intern that was hit the damn button and it didn't.
You know what? I kind of like letting it breathe a little bit now and then.
Very good. Well,
kind of punctuates it.
Did that one for you.
It's like an ASMR basketball.
So What was I going to say? Oh, Struts on 93.3
that's right.
WMMR and Rock and Roll Fantasy, their cover of The Bad Company. Great. And in fact, Chuck was telling me he was just listening to Dirty Honey. They do Rock Steady.
Oh, wow.
I can't wait to hear that at some point in the near future. But in the meantime, I'm going to do a lesson question. We're going to give away tickets to see Jason Bonham's Led Zeppelin evening, Friday, November 7th at Soundwaves Hard Rock in Atlantic City. And let me see here. I think I'm going to go off the board, Nick. I thought of a question. Nick writes down the questions, but I really wanted to highlight this. Listener Dave took us to what city where the grass is green and the girls are pretty? According to him, anyway, when we were playing a game earlier this morning. 610-660-9333 is the number. You had to have heard it. It was a great moment. Listener Dave told us about, playing a contest. What town, what city where the grass is green and the girls are pretty? And it's not what you think it is, so you had to have heard it. 610-660-9333. Call now if you know the answer.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Nifty 50s. Taste some memories of Nifty 50s with their Shake of the Month lemon meringue pie benefiting Alex's Lemonade stand. And now they're open in Newark, Delaware, and coming soon to Fairless Hills. Nifty50s.com. What's up this morning, Steve?
So Britney Spears' ex-husband Sam Asghari mocking his predecessor Kevin Federline, calling him a professional father. Federline was not about to let that stand, immediately firing back with, "Oh yeah?
Oh my God.
Teen mom / OnlyFans soft porn star Fair Abraham seen being photographed in the surf at a secluded Malibu beach. Amazingly, it's the only time in recorded history. What is that?
I don't know.
Hang on. This, you know what? Pop down the phone.
Okay.
Okay. That was weird.
All right, so anyhow, if you couldn't hear it, we could. Steve was, there was a slapback effect.
That was pretty cool, though.
You want to start over again?
Yeah, it kind of felt like ASMR volleyball.
Yeah.
Teen mom / OnlyFans porn star Farrah Abraham seen being photographed in the surf at a secluded Malibu beach. Amazingly, it was the only time in recorded history when the fish actually complained of a fishy smell.
Hey!
And finally, I Dream of Genie legend Barbara Eden, denying suggestions of a feud between her and Bewitched star Elizabeth Montgomery, said Eden, quote, "She's dead, so I won."
Oh my God.
That's your Hollywood Trash.
Thank you very much, Steve. And by some miracle, we'll see if we can get a phone caller. There we go, I think.
Is it working?
Yeah, it's working.
All right.
Yeah. All right, well, anyhow, here's the question that we're asking. Listener Dave took us to what city where the grass is green and the girls are pretty? And the number 2.
Now, you're going to go to line 2 to Eric.
All right, I don't know if this will work. We're going to try it. Hi, is this Eric?
Hey, this is Eric.
Yeah.
All right, Eric, where did listener Dave take us?
Panama City.
Panama City. Yes. You got it. Hang on, buddy. With that correct answer, we're going to give you a pair of tickets as MMR rocks Jason Bonham's Led Zeppelin evening Friday, November 7th at Soundwaves. Steve, on the bell. At the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City. Tickets are in sale now via Ticketmaster. Solo. Steve Morrison, ladies and gentlemen.
Now I'm going to bend it. Ready?
All right, now we can get to music, Nick.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, it's brought to you by Screwball Whiskey. Say screw hunger with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. Support Camp Out for Hunger. Grab a bottle and save $2 at Fine Wine and Good Spirits, PA. I got a few things to mention to you. We'll start with this one. You have to pay attention to the video message from Foo Fighters that was released yesterday, or you'll miss the joke. The video features each member of the Foo Fighters talking to the camera, who were in a roundabout way poking fun at the use of AI to make music and videos. Is this the audio from that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'll play a little bit of it and I'll explain what's happening here.
Hey everyone, it's been a while, but I'm happy to announce that Foo Fighters are coming back to bring you that 100% real, raw, human element of rock and roll. I mean, with a set list like this, you can't go wrong.
All right, so, and as Dave holds up the set list, you can see he's got 6 fingers on one hand. And then they go through the members of the band, and some of them are clearly full-on AI generated, and their mouths aren't quite matching up with the dialogue they have an extra leg, or and you've seen AI where everything looks super smooth and clean, but there's some movements that are a little bit off. So they're playing around with that. It's very funny.
To that point, I think, Nick, we still have posted the video from the Corridor crew on the site. I think we linked to that. It's kind of an instructional on how to identify AI. And
yeah. From a while back.
So it's available if you want to see it.
So the message ends with them saying, "Stay tuned. There is more to come." But it's pretty fun. And if you get a chance, we're looking at some doctored pictures of Dave. But take a look, search video. You can find it very easily. So just weeks after BBC postponed their documentary on Ozzy Osbourne's final years comes word that Paramount Plus is premiering its own documentary about the Prince of Darkness. Ozzy, No Escape From Now will launch October 7th on the streaming platform, just 5 days after the rescheduled BBC film. The Paramount Plus documentary will also focus on Ozzy's final years and will include his final Black Sabbath concert that happened just 2 weeks before his passing in July. Bob Dylan has announced the next entry in his bootleg series. It's called the Bootleg Series, Volume 18, through the Open Window, 1956 to 1963. The latest project features music from a transitional time in Dylan's life when he moved from Minnesota to New York City at 19 years old. The collection features recordings from informal gatherings, coffee houses, and even friends' apartments. Studio outtakes, live shows also make the appearance, as well as the previously unreleased recording of the artist's performance at Carnegie Hall, which was in 1963. It's also a big collection, coming in at 139 tracks across 8 discs. Ahead of the full release, an outtake, Rocks and Gravel, Solid Road, is out now.
Does it have any of the material he was working on while he was on the set of Predator?
I don't know. If they have any of those, Steve. I know it's an expansive release, but that's still pretty elusive.
It was a weird pairing.
Yeah.
He's invisible. I think he's invisible.
The Bootleg Series, Volume 18. He did Invisible Alien. There was a song, so...
You're right.
The Bootleg Series, Volume 18, Through the Window, 5663 drops on October 31st. I think I'm going to take a little... I told you guys that lately I've been visiting artists where I know all their hits. I know the music. I just don't know the deep tracks.
And it's a great effect?
I think I'm at that... Well, yeah. I think I'm at... Like, I just finished... Supertramp.
Oh my God! Well, you loved Supertramp.
I did, but still, there were a few, album cuts, and I'm like, I don't know all of Crime of the Century. So
that'd be one that I absorbed those albums and loved all that. But now I see what you're doing. Yes, I understand. That's a good thing to do.
Yeah. So I did it with Jim Croce, and I'm bouncing all over formats. I did that. Who else did I jump into not that long ago? And now I'm drawing a blank. I apologize.
You get a chance to listen to the one I sent you yesterday?
No, but okay. I'll pop that in.
So, Steve, I told you about this earlier in the week, but I ran into David Osickinen, the drummer of the Hooters last week, and I remembered how much I loved the Hooters music, but I mostly only knew the hits. Yeah. So I've gone back and listened to a whole bunch of Hooters stuff, and I'm like, man, I really love this band. I love these records. And they had a live record that came out in 1994. It's just called The Hooters Live. And it's awesome. And there's a song on it that I'm sure Pierre knows and loves, but it's called Deliver Me. And I have fallen in love with this song that's been around for a long time.
Isn't that great?
That I never knew about before.
This gem just sitting there.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to find those. So I did with REM, with Devo, and there's a few others that are just escaping me right now.
Are you going to do Dylan?
I think I'm going to do Dylan.
I can tell you
mainly because of the movie. I loved it. I watched it twice. Predator is fantastic. Yeah. No, what's the name of the movie?
Unknown.
Yeah, Complete Unknown. I loved it, and you guys know me. I don't really like Dylan. Mm-hmm. I like when I hear the songs. I'm like, okay, yeah, Tangled Up in Blues, an awesome song. Like a Rolling Stones, an awesome song. Hurricane's an awesome song. But I get caught up in the sound of his voice and what was the big deal? Why is he considered the greatest songwriter ever? I don't see that. And then I saw the movie, and I'm like, new perspective, totally new perspective for me, and I really liked it a lot. So now I'm going to go back. He has a voluminous work. I'm probably not going to get to all of it.
May
but I'm
I
going to start at the
recommend
beginning.
2 albums that fall out of the... Well, Blood on the Tracks is considered one of the classics, but one that was released later on, Preston, maybe Infidels. You know the song, What's a Sweet Girl Like You Doing in a Place Like This?
No, I don't.
Okay, Infidels is a great album to visit, very approachable. Marissa, you're a Dylan fan. Are you a fan of Infidels?
Yeah, you were saying what's listened to him. First one that I thought of was Blood on the Tracks.
Blood on the Tracks, yeah.
I think the cool thing about a Complete Unknown too, Preston, is that it's a confined period. So if like you wanted to focus on Dylan, you could focus on 1961 and 1965 and sample that. Go, listen to the B-sides and whatever else. And then if you want to do more, then you can do it after that.
Well, but the way I'm doing this little project is start at the beginning. First album and go through it all. So I'll see how far I get.
Hey, my name is Bob Dylan. I'm only 7 years old.
Well,
So
that's right at the beginning, though. A Complete Unknown starts right near the beginning of his career.
Yeah, the Woody Guthrie song was right at the beginning. It's in his first album, so that's where I'm going to start.
Then you move on to Kind of Known.
Yeah, Kind of Known.
And then there's so many unreleased tracks that have, come out in the past decade or so that you can insert in there as well, too, just to hear more about the stuff he was writing at that time.
And then you can go to an album called, I think it's called The New Basement Tapes or just The Basement Tapes, which is a bunch of lyrics that he wrote that he never put to music that other musicians put to music.
Maybe. I mean, I'm gonna try to stay pure with this.
Now it's his journey.
Yeah.
Enjoy the albums. His voice isn't as annoying.
His journey.
Yeah.
Do it at your own pace, however you want to do it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do it like at the pace of like a slow baseball game.
Well, did somebody say voluminous? Because that's what Jackie Bam Bam just texted me.
Voluminous.
Yeah, voluminous.
Voluminous is a Muppet. He lives with Big Bird and Snuffleupagus.
And what was my knee thing?
Oh man,
you had
meniscus,
arthritis.
No. He told me he had a problem
today.
with his meniscus.
Meniscus.
Yeah.
Yesterday was arthritis.
Meniscus is hard to diagnose.
Meniscus was friends with Aristotle.
I have a torn meniscus. Anyway, a little bit more music news. The trailer for Depeche Mode M has been released, with films set to hit cinemas and IMAX worldwide on October 28th. Directed by award-winning Mexican filmmaker Fernando Frias.
I'm a big fan of Depeche Mode.
The film explores Mexican culture's relationship with death through the backdrop of Depeche Mode's sold-out Mexico City shows on the 2023 to 2024 Memento Tour.
Death has been,
I don't know.
Has been a part of the sort of Depeche Mode zeitgeist.
Yeah.
It has.
For quite a while, yeah.
Wow. It premiered at the Tribeca Film Festival in June and blends live performances with cultural storytelling. And then one last story. Slash has announced a new album and concert film titled Live at the Serpent Festival. It's coming out November 7th, and it captures his blues performance from 2024 at the Mission Ballroom in Colorado with his band called Slash's Blues Ball, which I love that name. And they play blues classic, rock standards, paying tribute to legends like Howlin' Wolf, Fleetwood Mac, Jimi Hendrix, Bob Dylan, and Robert Johnson. The album will be available as CDs with DVD or Blu-ray and vinyl. The first single, Oh Well Live, is already out, transforming the Fleetwood Mac classic into a searing live experience. I think we heard that one before. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in music news for you. What am I playing?
This is Carpet Crawlers.
Oh, okay. Stephen mentioned this earlier, and that you felt this has an ASMR quality to it.
It was as I've been working in this realm of Peter Gabriel earlier, Genesis, and I said one of my absolute all-time favorite bands, and I saw one or two videos pop up that suggested the ASMR qualities of Carpet Crawlers. Now, I think it's maybe just trance-like, not so ASMR-y.
So the parts that I'm picking up on his voice are that these noises that are coming out.
And then let it play along and you'll hear a little bit more. The piano repetition,
I'm hearing it more. For me personally, it's more in the clicks of his voice.
All right, so maybe that's what they're talking about. It's one of my favorite songs.
So yeah, the S's and the
it's more
these
that
little
kind of
things.
sound. Would you say that for the predominant amount of people who experience ASMR, that is the?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, because
you don't like
yeah.
the spoken. You
Well,
don't
there's-
like.
no, but there's clicking and tapping. That's
Right.
a lot of
Yep.
ASMR.
All right.
So you guys know the keyboards.
Yep.
I really dig that. And then when you watch ASMR videos, you'll see them
right
doing this to the microphone.
Right. Yeah.
And if they have like
Nails.
fingernails, they'll click those. So that's what I think they're picking up on there.
Okay.
And also the sharp
right.
S's like that. So the music certainly helps. It's relaxing.
Yeah.
You know, obviously, but I think it's what Peter's voice.
Probably that's it then.
Yeah. It's so weird. It's such a wonderful ism.
Yeah.
that I have, and I love it because it allows me to deeply relax when I want to. What is this?
This is the one I was talking
This is what
about.
Casey was talking about. This kind of gives you a
Yeah, and there's no lyrics.
I can see it.
It's very much like a Moog synthesizer, which I love. I'm wearing a Moog shirt right now. Was it that part?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just that part. And listen, I love the rest of the song, but I look forward to that 25 seconds of music.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're pulling your pants down. Yeah.
Put those back up.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys.
Sitting right next to you. All right. Well, anyhow, this has been ASMR Radio with the Preston and Steve Show. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Ryan Shuttleworth will be in for Pierre Robert. We'll see what he has in store. We'll get the letter of the day of the word of the week when we return as well. Stay there.
Right.
And so I lived with this other dude for a couple of months, and after, it was fine. The first few weeks are always fine, right?
Yeah.
And then after a while, he started getting a little weird. Nothing. I don't have any really good stories for you, but I just know that after a while, I was like, yeah, this is why you don't just join up with people and start living together, because after a while, you're going to find out something about them. If you know somebody for a series of months, at least you got a pretty good idea at who they are and what their quirks are. And it's not so unexpected if they are acting strange.
You're exactly right. That's why it always caught me as incredibly bizarre when you'd see, like it used to be years ago, classified ads looking for a roommate. I'm like, really?
Right.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
No, I'll live alone.
Yeah.
I'll work harder. I'll work around the clock to pay my rent, but there's no way I'm just out of the blue gonna live with someone.
See, in Canada, a lot of times people will turn their basements into apartments that they will rent out to people. And I know this from HGTV shows. There is no way I could possibly ever rent out my apartment living above.
My parents
had two
have done
basement
it.
apartments.
Yeah, my parents have done it. My dad has always put something either in the basement or off of the side of the house, and they've always had a rental.
No kidding.
On their house, yeah.
Ever have any
crazies?
Yeah.
Hey, people go a little loopy?
No, not real. No, I don't think so. I mean, they my mom was always trying to help people. So it was always like, you knew the person through, 3 lines down. It was like a friend of a friend of a friend or whatever.
Okay.
So they didn't really I don't think they ever put it out there to say room for rent and just random people came in. It was sort of word of mouth.
Word of mouth, but a lot of times is the case. I told you guys some of this story. In fact, one of those basement apartments was in Brentwood, Long Island, and then the people who lived upstairs rented the top part of the house to this jackass. And so this guy was on the run from all sorts of bill collectors.
Oh, wow.
So I was constantly dealing with people who would come around to the door in the basement, the other apartment, looking for him, all the time. And I'm like, come on. And then eventually he was supposed to be the one who was making sure the bills, good call on the landlord, paying for the water and all that stuff. That all got shut off. So eventually I told you one night I switched all the locks in the house so that they faced my direction. And I'm like, no, this is not going to happen. I had to put my foot down. And then after a while, you're like, why am I fighting for this turf? There are other apartments. Let me get out of here.
Right.
Why is this my battle?
Yeah. Let me go to some calls. I have Laura standing by. Hey, Laura, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Laura?
Hi. So my neighbor and I were just talking about this because we were just talking about the show. When I was 19, I made a very bad decision to go on Craigslist and try to rent a room from a stranger.
Yeah.
I went to Temple, and I didn't like my dorm situation. So, very long story short, I met somebody who I was renting his basement from him. He was a little older. He seemed like he had everything together. We signed like an unofficial agreement, I guess, for me to live in his basement. And just like you were describing, like things were just a little off. Like things were weird. The basement apartment also was not a real apartment. It was just a finished basement. So we shared laundry, we shared bathroom, we shared kitchen.
Yeah, no.
So,
Laura, that sucks.
So things were getting weird, really weird. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I felt very uncomfortable. So he said he had a work trip coming up. So I was like, this is my time to like move out. I don't know if he didn't go on a work trip or whatever, but he showed up and saw that I was boxing things up and literally locked all of my stuff in the basement, and I could not get into the house anymore. He like locked me out of the house. And this is on 18th and Federal in North Philadelphia.
Oh, God.
Okay, so you show up and it's locked. What do you do?
I called my dad.
Okay. Yeah.
And I said, you need to come help me.
Bring your gun.
Yeah.
So he came down. It was in the middle of the night, which adds another creepy layer to it. I was working at a coffee shop and, closing down the store, so I was coming home late. And, so I called my dad, and my dad basically was pounding on the door and threatening to call the cops and said, you need to let my daughter get all of her stuff out. And he kept demanding money. It was,
well, let me ask you,
so bizarre.
Let me ask you something. So, had you informed him you were leaving, or were you beating a hasty retreat without his knowledge?
So I had my boyfriend at the time was staying with me too. And I was like, we got to pack up and get out while he's like on this business trip. Because it was just too creepy.
Right.
So,
and when you say
came home and
when you say creepy, was he being like sexually creepy? Was he being just psycho creepy? What level of creepiness?
I literally can't even put my finger on it, and I honestly don't even remember his name. It was like I blacked this whole experience
Okay,
out.
all right, yeah, I get it.
No, absolutely.
But maybe little things said, little glances, stuff like that.
Yeah, I would find things in the shared bathroom.
I could not do that.
I probably can't say, but it was just gross and weird and uncomfortable.
No.
Dear God,
sharing a bathroom with a stranger, sharing a kitchen with a stranger, no effing way. I mean, I understand it might have been something you had to because of the situation, but you'd have to hold a gun on me to do that.
Oh, well, now I'm a mom and I'm an adult, and I'm like, my kids can never, ever, ever do what I did.
Yeah.
And it was so, I felt like it was out of desperation almost because I couldn't afford rent by myself. So I really wanted to be on my own, living in Philadelphia. I just wanted that life. And, never.
No, I think a lot of people are in that same boat.
Thanks, Laura.
It's a common thing. Yeah.
I think most of these stories are going to start with, so I went on Craigslist.
Yes.
Right? And by the way, which I shudder to think about. Never once did I ever use Craigslist, but I have heard nothing but horror stories.
Yeah, right? It's
about,
never good.
Especially when it comes to meeting up with people or...
Unless you say you're putting an armoire on the curb, come pick it up.
I had friends that it was 3 roommates together, and one had gotten another job somewhere else. They had just signed the lease for the next year. This person found a job and they had to move out, and they put their room up on the city paper. The personals there, but without the other 2 roommates' knowledge, and there was a huge fight about that.
Sure.
Gigantic fight. And it's like, listen, man, I'm sorry but we just signed a lease, right? You don't get to try and figure this out on your own. Right. We should have a say on who is going to move into our house. And luckily it didn't end up turning into anything.
Right.
But it ended in the friendships are over, but
yeah.
I had a friend whose roommate in college would leave kiss marks on her bra.
Oh, my God.
She would take her bra out of the laundry basket and put a red or pink kiss mark, lip mark on it. and we could not figure out why.
Was it
We
a
didn't know.
little love letter of sorts?
No,
or?
the girl was nuts, and she was nuts all through college. We didn't really stay friends with her, but she I knew people that lived with her later, senior year, junior and senior year, and she didn't do that, but she would always do bizarre things.
That would be chilling.
So
just
weird.
find kiss marks on your underwear.
I just have to kiss it. I just have to
made out
kiss
with
it.
your bra last night.
Yeah. Okay, this I got to hear. We're going to go to Joe. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up,
Did
Joe?
not start on Craigslist.
Okay, it did not start on Craigslist. All right, go ahead.
So this was really early days of the internet.
Phones 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. The song is My Mind is a Mountain.
Okay, all right.
My mind is cascading into rivulets. But no, that is new music from Deftones, or music from Deftones, as we are wrapping up our program.
My mind is a raging torrent,
Yes.
flooded with rivulets of thought, cascading into a waterfall of creative alternatives.
And then what follows after that is the line, use your tongue pretty in a $20 whore. So anyhow, today has been fun. I would like to thank our...
Use your tongue prettier than a $20 whore.
I would like to thank our guests. We had Alexis Texas.
Yes.
Stop by today. We hadn't seen her in a while. It was actually a pretty cool conversation about OnlyFans and stuff like that. And she's going to be performing at Club Risque in the Northeast tonight. Club Risque in Philly tomorrow. Saturday is Club Risque in Bristol. You can go to clubrisque.com. And she's happy to be in town. And this is one of the only place she keeps coming back to.
Got a lot of fans in the area.
Yep. And then we had, actor Kyle Machlachlan on. He's got a new podcast called What Are We Even Doing? And it debuted this month. And he's a great actor with great stories. And he's going to have on some really cool guests, too. So it was nice. I said Ryan was coming in. I was wrong. It's Sarah Parker who's here.
Surprise!
Nice to see you,
Ryan
Sarah.
had a glow up.
Yeah. Well, listen, I don't make the rules. I just show up when I'm told.
Yes.
Good, man. You are reliable.
Ryan.
Don't buck the system.
Yeah. Everything good in your world?
Everything's great. It's a really nice morning outside. I think that trend's going to continue. So we're off to a great start.
Yep.
We're going to have a good weekend.
All right, let's do our letter of the day, then we'll see what we got coming up, okay?
Let's.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
M as in marvelous.
All right.
I almost said meniscus.
Oh, yes. My meniscus. So we're going to give away $500 towards a set of 4 new tires from our friends at United Tire and Service. And you can make sure that your ride is ready to roll for your fall adventures. Don't drive alone, drive United. So, yes, what are you going to do with the next several hours that you have at your disposal?
We're going to continue giving away tickets for David Ossikinen's In the Pocket, which is happening next Saturday, September 27th at the Ardmore Music Hall. Also, the Workforce Blocks at noon, Lincoln Park, Tool, and Evanescence, some of my favorites. So we will get into that. As always, you can call, you can text, you can chime in during the Workforce Blocks or anytime before 3 o'clock when Brent Porsche arrives.
Nice. And you'll be back in tomorrow?
No.
Oh.
Ryan will be back.
Ryan's back.
Did I mention I don't make the rules?
At some point next week, you'll be in here, though, right?
That's right. Thursday and Friday.
All right, very good. Well, have fun today.
Thank you
And
very
thanks
much.
for being here. Sarah Parker, everybody. She's awesome. I want to thank our sponsors, Preston and Steve Show, brought to you today by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Also, Duncan, and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Plus Pella Windows and Doors. Save now with 0% APR for 24 months. PellaPhilly.com. Tomorrow on our broadcast, we'll celebrate No Sad Broness, as it will indeed be a Friday. We'll do the connoisseur segment, do some giveaways there. And comedian Pat McGann will be in our studio. We've been giving away tickets
That's right.
all week long. So Pat will be here, and we'll see what else we end the week with. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we shall see you tomorrow, friend.
Mm-hmm.